ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of The Penultimate Chance Saloon, written and read by Simon Brett. Chapter 1. And, by way of contrast, a woman in Cardiff divorced her husband on the grounds that he never went anywhere with her. He was not present at the hearing. One of the great discoveries of humankind is postmenopausal sex, the love that dares not speak its name terribly loudly when younger people are present. The thought of wrinkled and wizened bodies engaging in that kind of activity is repellent, until, of course, it's your body that's wrinkled and wizened. Then entirely different values apply. So Bill Stratton found out when, on the verge of his 60th birthday, his wife Andrea left him for another man. They had had what he would have described as a happy marriage. Only when Andrea spelled out in great detail her reasons for leaving him did he realize that he was alone in that view. They were different. He'd always known that, and if ever interviewed on the subject, as he occasionally had been, he would have said that the very differences between them were what made their marriage strong. Andrea's view, he subsequently discovered, had been at variance with his for quite a long time. Since the second week of the honeymoon, according to her, but he thought she was exaggerating. Surely, he'd said, it's not possible to spend nearly 40 years married to someone you're convinced is the wrong person. Andrea assured him that it was entirely possible. Her main criticism of him was that he was shallow. Well, he took this on board to some extent, but he reckoned he probably wasn't deep enough to understand it fully. He had, after all, virtually made a career out of triviality. Bill Stratton had been mildly famous, and he had had a fairly easy ride. Having found his mild fame as a television newsreader, he had never been under the illusion that this was a particularly taxing role in life. His looks were good enough, in spite of a slightly crooked smile. His personality was amiable enough, and he had the ability to deepen his voice and look as if he was really suffering when there was a disaster to announce. He had even gained the vacuous honour of a catchphrase. The news editors of his day were keen to end their bulletins on a light note, and would trawl the international media for amusing snippets, which Bill Stratton would introduce with a wry smile, followed by his trademark, and, by way of contrast. The phrase increased his recognition factor, and developed some surprisingly lucrative spin-offs. Never did Bill attempt to dignify his profession by claiming that it had any great importance in the scheme of things, or brought any particular benefit to humanity. On forms, he put down his profession as journalist, and even had an NUJ card to prove it, but he knew that what he did could not really be dignified by the name of journalism. He just read an autocue. Someone had to do the job, and he was the lucky guy who'd got it. The rewards were extraordinarily generous, given the amount of effort involved. There had been a stage early in his career when he had tried to justify his employer's largesse to earnest friends of Andrea, and Andrea didn't have any friends who weren't earnest. He'd said he was paid for the responsibility, for what might happen if terrorists took over the studio while he was live on air, an eventuality for which he had to be ready at all times. But he soon gave up. The argument wasn't even convincing him, and given that all Andrea's earnest friends worked at some level of the National Health Service, he knew, when it came to moral high ground, he hadn't got a leg to stand on. Besides, his was not a particularly strong character. He knew if terrorists did take over the studio while he was live on air, he would abjectly read out any demands or manifestos they told him to. Bill Stratton was by nature obedient. He had a sense of duty. This wasn't spontaneous, but had been inculcated into him by a strong mother and a minor public school education. There were things that you should do, and things that you shouldn't do. He had been born just too early for his adolescence to be much affected by the 60s, when a lot of the things you shouldn't do became things you should do. Growing up in a provincial town, for Bill the excesses of Carnaby Street were the stuff of newspapers and news bulletins. He didn't see any evidence of a new liberalism in the people around him, The swinging 60s were supposed to be happening, but like many potentially exciting things in his life, they seemed to be happening somewhere else. At 19, while studying history and politics at a university that did not aspire to dreaming spires, he had met Andrea, who was training at a nearby nursing college. They had got on well, they had wanted to go to bed together, so they had announced their engagement. That, Bill knew, was what a young couple in their situation should do. And their wedding was duly solemnized the autumn after his graduation. Though not technically virgins when they married, they might as well have been. Neither had much sexual experience, certainly little with anyone else, and the marriage, like a new plant, bedded down very satisfactorily, at least in Bill's view. But not, apparently, in Andrea's. Again, he found himself trying to counter disbelief when the 58-year-old Andrea asserted that their sex life had never been satisfactory. How could two people maintain such different views of something in which they were so intimately involved? What she said about children had been a bit of a body blow, too. Bill had assumed, as month by month no signs of pregnancy occurred, that they were just one of those couples who couldn't have children. The lack gave him the occasional pang, but he wasn't really that bothered. He had never been one of those men desperate for the continuity of his genes, and he didn't actually find children very interesting. He had assumed that the lack of offspring might have been more hurtful for Andrea, but she very rarely mentioned the subject. So he, not wishing to stir emotional pain, didn't either. To Bill, there seemed nothing wrong with their childless state. Indeed, it brought many positive benefits. They were better off and could enjoy many freedoms denied to their progeny-hampered friends. So he received another shock when, in one of Andrea's parting speeches, she assured him that, for as long as it had been necessary throughout their marriage, she had used contraception. She had decided, apparently in the second week of their honeymoon. What a momentous week that clearly had been for Andrea. How could he have been so completely unaware of what had been going through her mind at the time? Anyway, she told him that she had decided in the second week of their honeymoon that, though she wanted children, she did not want to have Bill Stratton's children, which, when he thought about it, wasn't very flattering. She said a lot else, too, much of which he was happy to let slip into oblivion down the Teflon sides of his brain. Sometimes being shallow had its advantages. Andrea had believed in the principle of marriage as much as Bill had. She, too, subscribed to the should theory of human obligations. She didn't believe that a marriage ought to be abandoned just because it was imperfect. Like everything else, marriage had to be worked at, and it would get better. This attitude was central to her training as a nurse. In order to do her job, she had to continue in the conviction that her patients would ultimately get better, even though the long-term evidence did not support that view. Bill had always been more cynical about such matters, but he didn't share his opinions with his wife. The world needed people with her attitude, and was a better place with Andrea in it. No point in making her question the foundations of her positive approach. Between husband and wife there was, at bottom, an ideological divide. Andrea had always believed the world was improvable. Bill had never really thought that. The world, he knew, was an irredeemable mess, and it was down to the individual, or at least to Bill Stratton, to make the best out of that depressing situation. His rationalization of the differences between them came in the wake of Andrea's leaving him. That shock prompted a lot of rationalization. Though Bill Stratton's nature was not given to introspection, in the stunned weeks after her departure he indulged in more self-analysis than he had in the rest of his lifetime. He tried to work out what had gone wrong. More than that, he tried to work out why he hadn't noticed that anything had gone wrong. There must have been signs of Andrea's discontent, and yet, if her disillusionment dated from as early in the marriage as she claimed, he had probably interpreted those signs simply as expressions of her personality. Yes, she was grumpy at times, so was he. Everyone was grumpy at times. Yes, she had snapped at him. Ditto. Then why had it gone wrong? Soul-searching was an unfamiliar exercise to Bill Stratton, and he found it intriguing as well as painful. He was also suitably modest about his soul-searching potential. The world he knew was full of people with souls as deep as the deepest oceans, whose exploration required the services of an emotional bathysphere. He reckoned for searching his own soul, a shrimping net would probably be adequate. He tried to identify where in the marriage he might have been at fault, apart from just by being shallow. Shallowness was in his nature. He couldn't do much about that, but he liked to think he had shown a proper interest in Andrea's more serious pursuits. He had listened at great length, and with apparent attention, to bulletins about the fluctuating health of her patients. He had nodded sympathetically and continuously when she and her friends had bewailed the shortcomings of the National Health Service and their line managers. He didn't think he'd imposed his own wishes too forcibly on his wife. Granted, in the early years of their marriage he had been perhaps a little too assertive in the matter of holidays. His idea of bliss, an uneducated idea, he subsequently came to recognize, was a holiday on a Mediterranean shore with easy access to swimming pools, bars, and restaurants. Only after 3 such holidays had Andrea made clear to him that she didn't enjoy spending time in tourist traps, which gave an unreal and completely sanitized impression of what the life of the country was really like. To give himself his due, Bill had responded. From then on, he had allowed Andrea to select their holiday destinations, and in the cause of avoiding tourist traps, he had suffered diarrhea in most countries of the Third World. He had expressed appropriate interest in herbal remedies, mud baths, and rebirthing rituals. As a result, though he had felt intermittently virtuous, he had never had much fun on holidays, but he had always thought he was behaving rather well as a husband, letting his own wishes be subservient to those of his wife. In fact, he would have said he'd done that in most areas of their marriage, but evidently he hadn't done so enough to satisfy Andrea. He tried to think what other deficiencies he had as a human being, and he could only really come up with 2 major ones. First, he had never been very proactive. He rarely made things happen, and was always quite happy for them to happen to him. And second, Bill Stratton suffered from that commonest and most debilitating of human failings, the desire to be liked. Inevitably, as he trawled the shallows of his soul during this post-breakup period, sex arose, a huge, bristling, obvious lobster amidst the surrounding transparency of shrimps. Sex, Bill Stratton knew, from reading such unimpeachable authorities as the Daily Mail, was what made and broke marriages. Well, he'd thought their sex life had been all right. Maybe more vigorous and frequent in the early years, but that was only to be expected. The attraction seemed to remain, and impotence was rare and usually alcohol-induced. They certainly weren't one of those couples from the Daily Mail whose marriage was a sham, or a marriage only in name. Even when they reached 50, Bill and Andrea Stratton still made love a couple of times a week, and it was fine. Absolutely fine. Though if Bill had been asked the next morning whether they had made love or not the night before, he might have had to think about it. Granted, the frequency of intercourse had rather dropped off in their early 50s, but that was due to the menopause. At least, Andrea said it was due to the menopause, and like most men, Bill Stratton was far too squeamish to ask for further details. Being an only child, he had grown up in a house where his mother was the only woman, and the idea of her discussing the mysteries of women's bodies with him had been unthinkable. And the idea of his father discussing the subject with him was even more far-fetched, and the idea of his father discussing such matters with his mother was beyond the scope of conjecture. As a result, the 2 M's, menstruation and menopause, had remained unmentioned in the Stratton household. In common with most children, to the young Bill, the idea of his parents having an active sex life was distastefully unimaginable. When he was 16, at the time of maximum hormonal confusion, the idea of people of 30 having an active sex life was unimaginable, almost as unimaginable then as the idea of he himself ever getting to the point of having a sex life. But Bill Stratton's adolescent gleanings of incomplete information had left him with the firm conviction that the menopause definitely closed the lid down on all that stuff. If grown-ups hadn't had the decency to stop having sex before, at least the menopause would put a permanent end to their little games. Post-menopausal women would become little old ladies like his grandmothers. Better information gathered through his life should have dissipated this illusion. The media, particularly the Daily Mail, were increasingly loaded with over-frank testimonials from mature women about their continuing and flowering sexuality, but Bill was never quite convinced. The primitive beliefs of his childhood had left their imprint on his thinking. His image of the menopause remained as a big, dark, heavy shutter. As a result, when Andrea told him the menopause had caused her to lose interest in sex, he was disappointed, but not surprised. And, to his mind rather nobly, he did not force his attentions on her. His libido was not as rampant as it had been, and wistfully he tried to reconcile himself to the fact that that part of his life might be over. He was therefore not a little upset when Andrea told him the real reason she had stopped having sex with him was nothing to do with her time of life. That rather than diminishing it, the menopause had increased her enjoyment of sex. Sex with someone else. He was called Dowie, which to Bill seemed only to add insult to injury. If he was going to have a love rival, at least he could have been granted one with a less silly name. And he had to admit that her new man's profile was perfect for Andrea. A doctor throughout his career, Dowie Roberts had resisted the attractions of even the minimum of private work and devoted all of his professional life to the NHS. He had also volunteered much of his spare time for committee work and had travelled extensively taking medical help to the world's impoverished peoples. Dowie was so worthy he made Bill want to puke. Nor could this paragon be criticised for the seduction and abduction of Andrea. Dowie was not betraying anyone, his wife having died of emphysema 5 years before their meeting, leaving him with 3 children, all of whom were at university studying worthy subjects. He was devoted to his offspring, and though he and Andrea were mutually in love, had insisted for a long time that it would be better if they stopped seeing each other. Dowie didn't want to have the breakup of her marriage on his conscience. It was then, Andrea related to Bill with perhaps excessive glee, that she had told Dowie her relationship with her husband was a sham, and a marriage only in name. Now she had met the right person, all she wanted to do was to divorce Bill and make up for lost time. She also wanted to get to know Dowie's children and build up a relationship with the next generation that had been denied to her throughout her unfulfilled marriage. Andrea's logic and determination were difficult to argue with, and Bill didn't try that hard. When she was that clear about what she wanted to do, he knew from experience that there was little point in trying to dissuade her. So, unwillingly, but with as much good grace as he could muster, he bit the bullet and agreed to the divorce. Andrea said that it was the best present he had ever given her, a phrase that didn't fill him with delight, and she wasted no time in walking back from the altar as the new Mrs. Roberts. So, there Bill Stratton was, very nearly 60, and no longer married. And despite having had a continuous supply for nearly 40 years, he had very little experience of sex. One premarital fumble with someone else, and then wall-to-wall Andrea. He knew that men tended to be more numerical than women about such things, but he couldn't help counting. At the end of his marriage, Bill Stratton's score of women made love to was 2. Well, no, thinking back to that premarital fumble, to be accurate, it was 1.5. Actually, to be generous, it was 1.5. And he had no idea whether, at the end of his life, that would be latest score or result. But he'd be interested to find out. During the period of the breakup and divorce, Bill Stratton had felt many emotions, most of them new, and most of them unpleasant. The one he hadn't felt at any time, though, was guilt. Chapter 2. And by way of contrast, a Mr. Ablethorpe of North Yorkshire has named his dog Mrs. Ablethorpe, saying, "It's been a darn sight more comfort to me than my wife ever was." Married friends of a marriage have to be very even-handed. Conversations between couples in cars leaving after evenings spent with the marriage may be more honest, but in its presence the illusion has to be maintained that both members of each couple like each other equally. When a marriage falls apart, that convention also breaks down. That's when you really find out who your friends are. You also lose a lot of friends. Couples herd together in their detached pens like sheep, disproportionately paranoid at the idea of lone wolves prowling. A woman who, in the company of her husband at a dinner party, was cancelled out and anonymous, becomes, having shed the marital encumbrance, a potent threat to the integrity of coupledom. After one token invitation to show sympathy, she is quickly excised from the couple's dinner party list. A recently unshackled man fares better. He gets invited out more, though not so much by the couples he used to visit with his former wife. Invitations arrive from people he didn't think he knew. An unattached man in an urban area is like an expanding ladder or a petrol-driven garden strimmer. Sooner or later, everyone's going to want to borrow it. In the fallout of Bill and Andrea Stratton's marriage, the division of friends was predictable, working out pretty much on career lines. Those with medical connections gravitated automatically to the new Mr. and Mrs. Roberts. As a conversationalist, Dowie could add so much more than Bill's sympathetic nodding. He could actually contribute his own experiences of the National Health Service's shortcomings and whinge along with the best of them. As for Bill, he found himself still in touch with most of his media connections. This suited him well. Gossip of journalism and show business seemed incontestably more interesting than maundering on about the trust status of hospitals, and he was genuinely amazed when, in one of her tirades building up to the split, Andrea had announced how bored she had been at endless evenings of D-list celebrity trivia. Could she really be serious? So Bill still had his professional circuit of friends. His social life with them involved less dinner parties, more meeting at public events, launches, awards ceremonies, and so on. Conversations with such people rarely rose above amiable banter, which suited Bill extremely well, and he had a few closer friendships with a variety of individuals whom he would meet intermittently for lunch. Andrea's social life, and by extension his, while they were still married, had been more to do with seeing the same circle of friends time and time again. Bill's was also less couple-oriented, particularly because the coupling and uncoupling amongst his media associates was more frequent than it had been with Andrea's NHS friends. Bill's divorce made little impression on his group of casual acquaintances. Few of them had been aware that he'd ever been married. The one person with whom he was surprised to find himself still in touch was Ginny Fairbrother. Although she worked in the theatre, he had always thought of Ginny as Andrea's friend. That went back a long way. The two girls had known each other at boarding school, and even through the wide divergence of their careers, had stayed in touch. Andrea had gone to nursing college, Ginny to drama school. When Bill had become a permanent part of Andrea's life, Ginny had been an intermittent ingredient in his. She would disappear for long periods, months away touring, filming, or enjoying increasingly high-profile love affairs, but she'd always come back to share her experiences over the pine kitchen table of the Strattons' Putney home. Bill was very happy with this arrangement, which guaranteed him the continuing company of an undoubtedly attractive woman. Had he not been married, Virginia Fairbrother would have been way out of his league. But the coincidence of her having his wife as a childhood friend gave Bill Stratton unembarrassed access to this exotic creature. Their relationship had always encompassed a level of flirtatiousness, which Andrea, knowing how entirely safe she was, mildly encouraged. Ginny had also proved useful to Bill on a professional level. There were occasionally receptions or award ceremonies which Andrea couldn't make because she had some pressing hospital commitment, though, knowing what he did after the breakup, Bill wondered whether some of these had been fictitious. And if Ginny also happened to be free, she would often accompany him to these events. They enjoyed each other's company, they could share giggles at the display of egos around them, and generally have a good, relaxed time. Given Virginia Fairbrother's blossoming fame and Bill Stratton's own mild celebrity, their presence together sometimes prompted the tabloids to speculations of steamy romance. Neither of them minded the insinuations, they did their images no harm, but both thought the fact that they were made was hilarious. Despite their empathy, Bill had still always thought of Ginny as Andrea's friend. He was therefore surprised when, as the tsunami of the divorce was receding, one of the first nights he spent in his new flat, he received a telephone call from Virginia Fairbrother. "I've no idea where you are," said the voiceover, which had sold everything from anti-aging cream to annuities, "but I thought there was a strong chance you'd still have the same mobile number." "As you see, you were right. Really good to hear you, Ginny. So, how are you enjoying your resurrection as a single man?" "Quite honestly, I haven't had time to think about it. There's been so much practical stuff to do, selling the big house, getting this place." "Which is where?" "Pimlico. 2-bedroomed, according to the estate agent, but the whole lot would fit into the kitchen in Putney. Still, very sensible to move closer to the centre." "Do you think so?" "Definitely." "Good." The conversation was becalmed for a moment. Bill knew they had soon to get on to the subject of Andrea, not to mention Dowie, but he was in no hurry. He wanted to prolong the glow engendered by Ginny ringing him. But it was she who broke the impasse. "I think we should meet for dinner, Bill." He thought that was an excellent idea. Inevitably, it was a new place. Someone like Virginia Fairbrother was a barometer of aspiring London restaurants. She knew where to be seen, and knew how important her being seen in the same place twice might be to the venture's success. Although she had never been there before, the well-muscled greeter recognized her, took her to the appointed table, and made no demurral when she asked for somewhere less central. The decor was all cream plastic and stainless steel tubing, laboratory chic. The asymmetrical white crockery and thin cutlery maintained the image of kidney bowls and scalpels. "I wouldn't give this one very long," said Ginny, as she settled into a screened plastic booth, which might have been designed for the production of specimens. "No," Bill agreed, half expecting privacy curtains to be wheeled across the opening. "Still, I suppose its survival will depend on what the food's like." Ginny shook her head firmly. "With a couple of totally brilliant exceptions, most London food is of a good enough average standard these days. No, what matters to a place like this is what it looks like, and," she cast her discriminating eye around the room, "who comes?" She gave a little wave to a former soap star who had unwillingly died of cancer 3 months previously, and a footballer whose career as a pundit had been curtailed by his total inability to stop himself from swearing on screen. "No, I wouldn't think it'll be long," she confirmed. "Well, you are here, Ginny. That must give the place a lift." She reached across the table and gave his hand an appreciative rub. "Sweet of you to say so, darling, but I don't think I'm quite the level they need. Afraid my wrinkles are starting to join together and shape up into a sell-by date." Bill Stratton went to great lengths to assure Virginia Fairbrother how inaccurate her self-assessment was, and he meant it. When Andrea had first introduced him to her, Ginny had been tall and thin with striking red hair. She was still tall and thin with striking red hair. Though presumably Bill wasn't really up on such female secrets, the redness was now expertly assisted. That evening it was worn in relaxed curls, pulled back off her face with that artlessness which can only be achieved through extremely expensive artifice. The face itself, always sharp-featured, had not relaxed into fat. Rather, the years had tightened and burnished it like a much-polished bronze. Her skin glowed from a recent week's filming in the Mediterranean, and Virginia Fairbrother was far too skilled an operator for there to be any indication where the makeup stopped and the tan started. And yes, there were wrinkles, a fine tracery of lines which tightened and proliferated when she grimaced or smiled, and being an actress, she grimaced and smiled a lot. But Bill Stratton's eyes found nothing ugly in the wrinkles. They defied blandness and infused character into the famous face. Of course, Ginny knew how to dress, too. The hair and tan were set off by chunky matte brass jewellery, earrings, a choker, and an incomplete circle on her thin wrist. The dress, shin-length to show enough tanned leg, was in some ruched cotton material the colour of dried blood. Virginia Fairbrother looked stunning, but then she'd devoted her entire life to looking stunning. They ordered gin and tonics and consulted the menu. At least the medical theme wasn't carried through there, no entries for dialysis of devilled kidney or roast hip replacement of lamb. Ginny and Bill, following her example, made their selections quickly and gave the order to a waiter with an unfeasibly small bottom. "No," said Ginny, looking round the ward. "I don't think this place will last long." She raised her glass. "Cheers." They clinked. "So, how does it feel, Bill?" "How does what feel?" "Being single. Being free, having the world as your oyster." He let out a sardonic laugh. "Ginny, I'm pushing 60. So what?" She leant close, engulfing him in a perfume far too expensive to have a name. "Breathe this in the hearing of a tabloid journalist, and I will personally castrate you. But I'm pushing 62. He was taken aback. "Pushing 62? Virginia Fairbrother's mouth tightened into a little ring of disapproval. "No, pushing 60 as well. 2 in the sense of as well." "Ah, right. Come on. I can't pretend with you. You know I was Andrea's contemporary at school." "True. Anyway, what is this, Bill? I don't think of you as a depressive. No, I'm certainly not. You always seem to have had a reasonably sunny outlook on life." "Yes, I think I have." "You certainly needed it, married to Andrea." A moment of disloyalty. Ginny would never have said that while they'd still been together. Bill noted the lapse, but didn't pick up on it. Time enough to find out how much more disloyalty Ginny might be capable of. But the moment gave him a little frisson. It opened up the possibility of criticising Andrea. For the time being, though, he concentrated on his age. "I just feel, being 60, you're not 60 yet. Well, near as makes no difference. So, I've had my career, that's over. Not entirely. Again, near as makes no difference. I've had my marriage, that's over. I need to rethink, emotionally." "What do you mean?" "Do you need to rethink what your emotional needs are in your new circumstances?" "All right. Yes, I suppose I do." "Then you also have to think about what kind of woman will fulfill those needs. Ginny, I have just come through I was going to say long and painful divorce, but I know compared to some people I've got off relatively lightly. But it still has been quite traumatic, and the last thing I need at the moment is to remarry." "Who's talking about remarrying? You don't have to marry every woman you have a relationship with." No, I know I don't, but you sound almost as if you think you do." Bill Stratton assessed this claim and found, to his great discomfort, that it wasn't far from the truth. In the late 60s, he'd thought you had to marry someone with whom you wanted to have a relationship, hence his wedding to Andrea. And though he now knew the idea was as outdated as his concept of the menopause, he couldn't deny that somewhere in the recesses of his mind, its vestigial presence remained. "Andrea told me," Ginny went on, characteristically direct, "that you were completely faithful to her throughout your marriage." "So?" He didn't want to commit himself to a confirmation of that yet. Wait and see the direction in which the conversation was moving. But Ginny's next words suggested she didn't need confirmation. "I was always surprised you didn't have affairs, Bill." "Why should I have done?" "Well, because you're an attractive man, and clearly everything wasn't right with your marriage." "I didn't realize there was anything wrong with my marriage until Andrea told me there was." "Oh, come on. I know for a fact that you hadn't made love for 18 months before you split up." He couldn't deny the fact, but he wondered how she knew. and he also wondered which other of his bedroom secrets Ginny was privy to. He felt one of his gender's recurrent anxieties. What do women talk about when we're not there? Surely you must have resented the lack of sex? Yes, he conceded. Then why on earth did you put up with it? Bill wasn't about to give a straight answer to that. If he hadn't been able to talk to his own wife, ex-wife now, about the menopause, he certainly wasn't going to talk to another woman about it. But even as he had the thought, he realized that Ginny must know about the subject, must by then have gone through her own menopause, quietly or uncomfortably or melodramatically. Once again he was aware of the unbridgeable gulf between the male and the female experience. Well, he fudged, Andrea didn't seem keen. She didn't seem keen on making love to you, because she was screwing like a rabbit with whatever his name is, Huey, Dewey, or Louie. Dowie, Bill corrected, pronouncing the name to rhyme with Bowie in the approved Welsh manner. I think you've got a lot of ground to make up, Ginny announced firmly. On what? Asked Bill, genuinely puzzled. Sex, you fool. Ah. Fortunately, perhaps, further immediate discussion was halted by the arrival of their starters. Everything was wilted or drizzled in a marginally old-fashioned way. Ginny poked at hers. No, I don't think I'll be coming back here again. The waiter with the unfeasibly small bottom handed over to a waiter with a slightly more feasible bottom, who performed an elaborately choreographed wine bottle opening routine. By the time that was concluded, Bill hoped the conversation would have moved on, but Ginny was determined not to let it. When did you actually marry, Andrea? She asked. I know I was there, but I've forgotten the exact date. 11th of December, 1967. And had you had much sexual experience before that? Bill poked his scalpel at something wilted in his white kidney bowl. Not much, he mumbled. And you really were never unfaithful to her while you were married? He shook his head, aware of his colour rising. Why not? I don't know, it's just... Well, if you're married, you should be faithful, shouldn't you? Yes, you should, Ginny conceded. But we're only human. Bill shrugged, again hoping that the conversation would move on. It still didn't. Don't you think you missed something, Bill? What? Experience? Variety? I mean by getting married so young. I don't know. It felt right at the time. Andrea and I thought that's what we should do. Back to should again. Should seems to have been a dominant impulse in your life. Maybe. So you miss the summer of love. She managed to imbue the words with a throaty nostalgia, a memory of much-enjoyed excesses. Yes, apparently there was a sexual revolution going on, but Andrea and I got nowhere near the barricades. He couldn't completely exclude a tinge of wistfulness from his voice. Then, as he often did when he wanted to change the course of a conversation, he remembered a line from his professional past. Actually, there was a rather good by-way-of-contrast snippet about the sexual revolution. A man in Sidcup, but Ginny was not to be diverted. I don't want to hear about that. I want to discuss what we're going to do about your sex life. Nothing to discuss. I don't have one. Facetiousness wasn't going to deflect her either. That, Bill, darling, is exactly what we want to discuss. And she fixed her hazel eyes on him so piercingly that he had to look away. Look, I can't recreate the 60s in the 21st century. Why not? Because I'm actually in my 60s. Not yet. Near as damn it. Well, I think you could have a very good time, Bill. You're attractive, witty, still got your hair, white, though. Doesn't matter for a man. No, you're going to enjoy yourself. Maybe in time. Right now, I'm still pretty shell-shocked after the divorce. Are you really? Again, the hazel eyes seemed to bore through to the core of truth within him, and though he assured her of the genuine nature of his emotions, he wondered how honest he was being. In fact, now that the practical details of the divorce had been sorted, he thought very little of Andrea. Tucked away in a large house in Muswell Hill, comforted by Dowie and by constant phone calls from his worthy children, she had become a person in another life, and nearly 40 years of marriage had the residual impact of a brief meeting. Bill still felt the need to talk about other things, so he moved on to the one subject that, over the pine kitchen table in Putney, had been an infallible conversation deflector. "Anyway, how's your love life, Ginny?" She let out the long sigh that had held Chekhov audiences rapt at the National Theatre. "As ever, darling. All my relationships are absolute hell." "And who are you giving hell to at the moment?" "No one. It's just too painful to think of starting up with someone else. With each new relationship, the knowledge that it's going to end in tears kicks in nearer the beginning. I'm giving up sex," she drawled in a way that was incredibly sexy. "Too old for it." Bill could have argued that that wasn't what she had just been telling him, but he didn't want to sabotage his successfully manoeuvred change of subject, so instead he listened with relish to Virginia Fairbrother's tales of her lovers, almost all of whom were high-profile actors, whom she deftly excoriated with waspish wit. The evening passed in an amiable flurry of bitchiness. Although the dinner had been Ginny's suggestion, Bill insisted on paying the bill. When her taxi arrived and he dithered as to which cheek to peck first, he was surprised to find the softness of her lips pressed against his. And that night, alone in his double bed in Pimlico, there were stirrings inside Bill Stratton's pyjama trousers of something he had almost forgotten about. Chapter 3. And by way of contrast, a newsreader on a local television station in Indiana, who proposed to his girlfriend during a news bulletin, received 54 acceptances. In semi-retirement, Bill Stratton was actually well-heeled. He was a member of the last generation whose pension arrangements looked likely to meet their post-career needs. His income had always been reasonably good, at times exceptionally good, and he had been able to salt away the maximum allowable percentage into pension funds. And, unusually in such situations, he had profited from the divorce. Andrea had always had a dark secret, which she was at pains to keep from her right-on NHS friends. Her parents had money. As a result, they had subsidized the young Strattons' first house purchase, thus putting them a few rungs above their contemporaries on the property ladder. This bonus, at a time when only the deeply stupid could fail to make money out of buying and selling houses, had increased exponentially with each subsequent move, until by the time of the divorce, the value of the Putney house almost embarrassed Bill. It certainly embarrassed Andrea, so perhaps guilt was a factor in her ready agreement that the profits of the sale should be divided 50-50 between them. The purchase of the Pimlico flat, lavish though it was, had still left Bill with a wodge of capital, which he had invested in an unspectacular but safe savings account. And his earnings potential had not died totally with his retirement from full-time newsreading. His agent, Sal Juster, rang him regularly with requests for minor presentation or personal appearance jobs. These were random and unsolicited, but Sal assured him that he had only to say the word for her to start the positive marketing of Bill Stratton, which would bring a flood of new offers, and she kept urging he hadn't begun to explore the lucrative after-dinner speaking market. Bill found this knowledge a reassuring comfort blanket, but he hadn't as yet said the word. In the surprisingly benign haze of his post-divorce life, he didn't want to rush into anything. And then, of course, he still derived some income from BWOC. This was the acronym of his catchphrase, by way of contrast, which, remarkably, had turned into a rather effective small business. At the time of his maximum exposure on the nation's news bulletins, Bill had been approached by an enterprising small publisher. If the best of the by way of contrast sign-off stories were gathered into a small book, the entrepreneur suggested, they might make an attractive little package for the Christmas funny market. Producing the book would not involve any work on Bill's part. The publisher's editor would contact the television company's researchers to find the content and knock it into shape. All Bill Stratton would be required to do was to give his name to the project, have his photograph, showing his famous crooked smile, taken for the front cover, and, the publisher was deeply apologetic for making this final, outrageous request, write a 250-word introduction to the book. In return for these strenuous efforts, the book would be published as the work of Bill Stratton. He would receive a substantial advance and a generous scale of royalty payments. After a good nanosecond of self-questioning, he agreed to take on the project. Shortly before this offer, Bill had first been approached by Sal Juster, proposing that she should represent him. Regarding himself as a mere newsreader, he couldn't imagine that he'd ever need the services of an agent, but saw no harm in agreeing to her suggestion. Sal had taken on the By Way of Contrast book as their first mutual project, and to show how valuable she would be to her client in the future, had forced the publisher to make the advance even more substantial and the scale of royalties even more generous. The book had been published to catch the 1998 Christmas trade. As a familiar television face, Bill Stratton was wheeled out on all the daytime chat shows where he quoted a few By Way of Contrast oddities and smiled the self-depreciative crooked smile he had spent his entire career mastering. The Christmas funny market differs from many areas of the publishing business in that its books are never going to be read all the way through. Though it shares this quality with other categories, recipe books, gardening books, and certain literary novels, nowhere else is the lack of ambition so blatant. The aim of a Christmas funny is simply to ease the agony of an English Christmas Day afternoon. The food has been eaten, the presents distributed, the television listings ransacked in vain for anything watchable, and ill-matched family members are finally faced with the dreadful option of having to talk to each other. Old arguments about money seethe under the surface, resentments engendered in the nursery about to be revived, criticisms based on changing attitudes to child-rearing are on the edge of being voiced. The forced bonhomie of the last few hours is about to implode. Then, just before the fragile family shatters, someone picks up the Christmas funny, a desperate gift to a relative without any discernible interests, flicks it open, and lightens the threatening atmosphere by disclosing information about the size of the largest omelette ever made, or showing around the Japanese invention of a pocket-sized jacuzzi, or pointing out hilarious photographs of dogs and cats with amusing speech bubbles. Compendiums of fart jokes are riffled through, politicians' gaffes ridiculed, and in that moment of family panic, even the collected works of humorous columnists become funny. Hearty laughter follows, over-hearty laughter as the initial impact of the original joke gives way to the diminishing returns of repetition. But the Christmas funny has served its purpose. Staved off the renewal of family feuds, bridged that ghastly half-hour gap until it is legitimate to say, well, I think we probably ought to be off now. The Christmas funny may be called upon to perform the same function a second time on Boxing Day in those families unlucky enough to have two sets of ill-matched relatives to entertain, but otherwise it has achieved its end. Mission accomplished, the book can be relegated to a distant shelf or bedside table, never to be opened again, or to the loo as an aid to concentration. Because of people's desperation during the present buying run-up to Christmas, the Christmas funny market is now an overcrowded one. No idea is too silly, no celebrity too far down the alphabetical listings for a tiny volume to be rushed out in the hopes of winning the publishing lottery, of becoming the Christmas funny that gets into the bestsellers lists. Well, in 1998, Bill Stratton's By Way of Contrast was fortunate enough to achieve that envied status. He would never know to what degree the Christmas murder rate that year was reduced by tension-breaking readings about dysfunctional Welsh marriages, kittens trapped in handbags, and the exploits of amorous snake charmers. All he did know was that the book sold and sold. Suddenly, through no effort of his own, Bill Stratton had become a best-selling author. In 1999 and 2000, sequels followed. Rather imaginatively, they were called By Way of Contrast 2 and By Way of Contrast 3. Though not selling as well as the original, they didn't do badly, and for each one, Sal Juster negotiated an even more substantial advance and an even more generous scale of royalty payments. Though his only creative input remained writing the 250-word introduction, or in fact making minimal changes to the previous one, Bill Stratton's literary career blossomed. The By Way of Contrast books generated a great deal of correspondence. Members of the public sent in their own news snippets of human foibles. When the books hit the bestsellers lists, the flood of mail became so fierce that the publishers brought back a recently retired office manager 2 days a week to deal with it. She was a woman of engaging cynicism called Carolyn, whose blondness made no pretence at any origin other than a bottle. A well-rounded woman, spreading amiably towards fat, Carolyn had a taste for chunky gold jewellery, bright print dresses and cigarettes. Beneath the makeup, her face had the egg-box quality of a heavy smoker, but nevertheless she looked good. She possessed, in one of those withering phrases with which Andrea dismissed many women, an obvious sexuality, and whenever Andrea said that, the word brassy lurked behind the phrase. Carolyn also possessed, more importantly for Bill Stratton, a son who was an expert in computers. Jason quickly set up a database for his mother to organize the By Way of Contrast clippings, and soon progressed to the creation of a By Way of Contrast website. He also originated the acronym BWOC for the company that developed. Some contributions from the public were incorporated into the second 2 books, but the decision not to publish a 4th did not stop the flow of material. With the encouragement of Carolyn and Sal, Bill moved the operation away from the publishers. The investment was small, and Bill let himself be persuaded to set up the BWOC company out of curiosity more than anything else, just to see whether it took off. An office was rented just south of Vauxhall Bridge. Bill and his accountant were named as directors. Carolyn and Jason were the only staff. Jason was kept on a retainer as occasional consultant and computer fixer. Carolyn continued to go in 2 days a week at first, but soon there was enough business to occupy her for a full working week. Carolyn complained that she hadn't got to 60 simply to start work all over again, but she was very good at the job, and though she'd never give herself away by saying so, she clearly loved doing it. Gradually, the BWOC operation grew. As well as mail from members of the British public, the website began to attract amusing trivia from all around the English-speaking world. Carolyn built up contacts with news agencies and local press reporters, and stories came from those sources too. The thing that puzzled Bill Stratton about the whole operation was why, or perhaps more accurately how, it made money. He knew that the By Way of Contrast books still sold through the website, and he knew that Carolyn organised supplies of humorous snippets to after-dinner speakers, radio presenters and newspapers, but he still couldn't see that that was enough to bring in the profits it did. Carolyn and Jason had once tried to explain to him about the revenue from advertisers using the website and making links to other websites, but he didn't really understand. Never mind. So long as the money rolled in, how it happened was really a detail. And all Bill Stratton had to do to receive his substantial cut of the profits was to attend the odd BWOC board meeting, make rare promotional appearances, and every week or so drop in to show an interest in what Carolyn was doing. He was scheduled for a visit to the Vauxhall office the day after he had had dinner with Ginny, and he felt blithe as he walked from Pimlico to the Vauxhall office. The Thames was in a sparkling tourist postcard mood, rather than its more usual slough of Dickensian murk. On that June day, the city harmoniously blended the old and the new. Sunlight filtered out the fumes of pollution and despair. And, as ever, the sun seemed to bring the breasts out. Bill knew that all women had breasts all of the time, but some days they were a constant surprise to him. For months, the existence of women's breasts was simply a fact of life, seen but not remarked upon, like telephone kiosks and zebra crossings. Then, suddenly, one day, they were everywhere. It was impossible to be unaware of them. They pressed against the webbing of haversacks. They jiggled on cyclists. They objected to the restraint of T-shirts. Bill knew the phenomenon was partly an effect of the weather. The first really warm day of summer had rendered jackets redundant and brought out the breasts. Sleeveless tops emphasized that strange engineering of muscle between arms and breasts which was always so intriguing to men. Straps drew the focus tighter, and straps had proliferated since Bill Stratton's young day. For his mother, a visible bra strap would have been as appalling a social gaffe as a shiny unpowdered nose, but the girls he saw in the sun on Vauxhall Bridge seemed determined to show as many straps as possible, and in as many different colours, a lack of coordination which would again have appalled his mother. He didn't know if it was Virginia Fairbrother's kiss of the night before which was setting him off, but Bill found himself, for the God knew how many millionth time, puzzling over the mechanics of lust. The breasts, which had suddenly sprung up all around him, were undoubtedly attractive and undoubtedly made him think of sex. In an abstract way, he wanted to touch all of them, but he knew he couldn't, and indeed shouldn't. He also knew, because he was well brought up, that he wouldn't. And if he did, he knew the contact would only lead to disillusionment. The chances of actually getting on with a woman whose breasts you wanted to touch in a public place were, he knew, infinitesimal. That perfect face and body, glimpsed on the up escalator when you were going down, was never, outside the world of romantic fiction, going to lead to the perfect relationship. And yet the male lust reaction still responded every time, clicking into action like an automatic door everyone walks past but no one wants to go through. Breasts in public places are just a come-on which every man knows will lead to disappointment, but which every man, like one of Pavlov's oldest and shaggiest dogs, still responds to. By Bill Stratton's standards, that was quite a profound thought, but he didn't let it trouble him. Some days the prevalence of breasts could bring him down, make him reflect on his age, which was increasing, and his sexual experience, which hadn't increased for nearly 40 years. But that morning the breasts did not reproach him. They were just more of the beauties of London, sights to be seen. That morning nothing could shake Bill Stratton's mood. That morning Bill Stratton felt blithe. Not only blithe, but positively virtuous. Approaching 60, Bill had recently been summoned for a well-man MOT by his private health insurers, and the resulting report had been surprisingly positive. Yes, a few components were showing signs of wear, but no more than should be expected in a mechanism of that age. His teeth might need some attention before too long. He should probably drink less, and losing a little weight wouldn't hurt. But basically he was not a bad specimen of a male approaching his 70th decade. He was also encouraged to take more exercise, hence the small glow of virtue he derived from walking the short distance over Vauxhall Bridge. Since his check-up, he used taxis a lot less for short journeys. Without going to the lengths of buying a bicycle, he walked a lot more, and even paid a weekly visit to a gym. Bill was genetically fortunate in that he was never going to put on a lot of weight, but his new regime had reduced the incipient spare tire around his waist. He was well aware, and if he hadn't been, Sal Juster's constant reminders would have made him aware, that a continuing supply of presentation work required him to take care of his appearance. As ever, Carolyn had Radio 2 and a cigarette on, and didn't hear Bill letting himself into the office. She was photocopying with her back to him. Again, it was probably his meeting with Ginny the evening before that made him aware of what a particularly nice back Carolyn had. Like the breasts on Vauxhall Bridge, her curves were archetypally female, and Bill felt an urge he never had before to place his hands on his employee's ample bottom. Resisting was not difficult, but the fact that he had felt the temptation put him into a state of pleasant bewilderment. The confusions of the divorce had dammed up many of his feelings, and it was good to know they were beginning to trickle back. Hopefully unaware of his thoughts, Carolyn became aware of his presence and turned to face him. Her blue eyes held their usual scepticism, seeming to demand that everyone she met should prove themselves to her. Bill found himself wondering whether she behaved the same in more intimate circumstances. Would a lover, too, have to face the hard challenge in those eyes? He racked his brains to remember the little he knew of Carolyn's private life. The undeniable existence of Jason predicated the existence of a father for him, but Bill didn't know whether or not Carolyn had been married. He felt pretty sure she was no longer married if she ever had been, nor did he get the impression that she had a live-in partner. Perhaps in her 60s she had given up all thoughts of having a love life, which, given how nice her back and her curves were, Bill thought was a waste for someone. All he knew for certain was that Carolyn's generalized cynicism became particularly intense when she spoke of men. "So, the big boss?" she said, as she always did, her intonation at the same time confirming that Bill was the big boss and subtly questioning his right to the role. Her voice was unreconstructed South London. The years she had spent in publishing had not been allowed to sand down the roughness of her origins, and the cigarettes she had puffed throughout those years had accentuated it. There was no side to Carolyn. People took her as they found her, or not at all, and it had to be said throughout her career people had been very happy to take her as they found her. "How's it going?" asked Bill, as he always did. She shrugged. "The stuff comes in. People still want the stuff. What more can you ask?" "Nothing." "Tea?" He always said yes. The fact that he never drank tea outside the BWOC office was irrelevant. When Carolyn had first offered him tea without the option of coffee, he had accepted, and when she had produced a cup that was heavily sugared, he had not demurred. Though sugar in any other form rarely passed his lips, it was part of his tea ritual with Carolyn, and he didn't dare to change any detail. He wasn't exactly frightened of her, but he could imagine the derision with which she would greet his announcement of what he really liked in the way of beverages. "Oh, for God's sake, Bill, you idiot, why didn't you say?" It was the same with the cigarettes. Neither Andrea nor he had ever smoked, although quite a lot of her NHS friends did. Without actually asking them to desist, Andrea had always made much of opening windows and fanning the air in the Putney kitchen. As a result, though Bill had echoed his wife's opinion whenever the subject came up, smoking held a guilty allure for him. Though he had never taken up the habit himself, he got a charge out of sharing Carolyn's cigarette-fueled decadence. The sweet hot tea tasted wonderful. Sweet hot tea is a traditional treatment for people in shock, and that morning Bill Stratton did feel as if he were in a state of shock, or at least in a state of comfortable confusion. "Very good thing you and Andrea split up," said Carolyn, typically direct. "What?" asked Bill, who had not been expecting something quite so typically direct. "I was amazed you stayed together so long. You never had anything in common." "I think we did." "Like what?" A characteristically confrontational challenge. Well, we had the big house in Putney." Even as he said the words, Bill knew they weren't enough, but he was having great difficulty in coming up with any other answers to the question. Carolyn snorted a reaction, but didn't pursue the subject. "Anyway, how are you getting over the divorce?" "Don't feel too bad." Bill was relieved that the questions had got easier. "No. Well, it's all right for men. Always somehow come out of that kind of situation on top. Women need marriage. For many of them, it's the only security they've got. But come the break-up, it's men who always do best. Just one more of the advantages of being born with a tassel." Carolyn's views on the subject of the species had nothing to do with feminism. In fact, they predated feminism by a long time. They reflected the accumulated observations of working-class women over the centuries, that their menfolk were fundamentally lazy and couldn't be trusted any further than you could see them. Though he might have argued gender politics in more sophisticated company, Bill found Carolyn's attitude obscurely comforting. When a woman started from such a low base of expectation, there was much less chance of a man disappointing her, and men go through life in doom-laden fear of disappointing women. I like to think Andrea and I have achieved a civilized divorce. Carolyn blew out a derisive stream of smoke. No such thing. You'll both be seething vats of nitpicking resentments for the rest of your lives. You may be right, but that's certainly not the way either of us is feeling at the moment. How do you know what Andrea's feeling? She's married to Dowie, who is apparently the great love of her life. She's able to be a mother hen to his children, which is apparently one of her lifetime ambitions. She has all the relationships she's ever wanted. I would imagine she's very happy. And how about you? What do you mean? Have you got all the relationships you ever wanted? I still don't understand. I'm asking whether you've started on the geriatric dating trawl yet. I think it's still a bit early after the breakup. I thought you said that you were feeling fine. Yes, but I want to get my breath. I don't want to rush into another long-term commitment. I asked about dating, not long-term commitments. And I must say, you're unusual even to mention the idea. Most men I've met wouldn't recognise a long-time commitment if it came up and slapped them in the face. Carolyn's knee-jerk reaction had kicked in. The male gender could not be mentioned without a reference to its perfidy. I'm in no hurry. Well, you should be. I know how old you are from the biog on the books. How long do you reckon you got left? I hadn't really thought about it. Then you should have done. And don't just think about life expectancy. Think in terms of active life. You should be cramming in as much activity as you can before everything drops off. Is that what you're doing, Carolyn? Here was an opportunity to find out a little detail about her domestic circumstances, but the question was deflected by a brusque, "Chance to be a fine thing." I think your prognosis is a bit gloomy. You make it sound as if I'm in the Last Chance Saloon. Damn nearly. Bill took a swallow of the wickedly sweet tea before redirecting the conversation. So, any good new ones? This was another part of their regular routine. To maintain the illusion that Bill had something useful to contribute to the running of BWOC, Carolyn would read out to him the pick of the latest by way of contrast stories. He loved the way she did this, totally flat, without a flicker of intonation, always reminding him of a woman in a joke shop who had once sold him one comedy nose rubbery, one tomahawk through head, one dirty dog poo, without cracking a smile. But he knew Carolyn's choice of delivery was deliberate. She didn't lack a sense of humour. Her selection of the funniest items was unerring. She was just aware of the power of the deadpan. And by way of contrast, she concluded, reading from the screen in front of her, a man in Lytham St. Anne's has perfected a method of speaking to gerbils, though he cannot yet understand what they're saying back to him. Good, said Bill. There seems to be no end to the supply. The world's never going to run out of triviality or of people who prefer to hide behind it than face real life. Carolyn kept coming up with remarks whose profundity was at odds with her blonde image. Beneath the deadpan surface there was a lot more than met the eye. "Presumably you like them printed up," she went on, though the question did not need to be asked. Bill always wanted them printed up. His memory was still good, and he'd commit the latest list to heart. A new supply of funnies often proved useful at social occasions. Without waiting for his answer, Carolyn tucked a new cigarette into the corner of her mouth, clicked her mouse, and the printer lurched into action. Its sound was large in the silence. "Don't worry," she said. "Takes his time, but he'll come eventually." Bill instantly caught the reference. The printer did sound remarkably like an asthmatic approaching orgasm. He smiled, and was rewarded by the flash of a knowing grin from Carolyn. It was 12:30 when he said he ought to leave. For a moment, the unprecedented idea hovered in his mind of asking Carolyn to join him for a spot of lunch. But he didn't voice it.
End of CD 1. CD 2.
Chapter 4. And by way of contrast, a man in Cirencester, accused of disorderly behaviour after drinking 2 bottles of whisky, asked for another case to be taken into consideration. "The trouble is, said Trevor, "that life's too bloody short." Said Bill, neither supporting nor contesting the assertion. "And at the same time, it's too bloody long. I mean, what we're all looking for is something that changes time, speeds it up, slows it down, though usually we want it speeded up." "Why?" "Well, because otherwise it all takes too bloody long." "But what takes too bloody long?" "Life." "Ah." They were sitting in a pub in Bayswater, not far from Trevor's flat. In fact, very near Trevor's flat, the nearest pub which Trevor regarded virtually as an annex to the flat. In fact, he called it the Annex. "Fancy meeting up for a drink in the Annex?" was his customary summons, the one that got Bill there that evening. They'd known each other for decades. Trevor had been an aspiring television news editor when Bill Stratton had started reading the bulletins, and they'd stayed friends, riding the roller coaster of Trevor's professional and emotional life. Once, in a moment of sodden soppiness, he'd said, "Wives may come and go, but a good friend like you, Bill, mate, that's forever." Trevor's most recent wife had been his fourth, but she had left him, for much the same reasons as the first three. The BBC had indicated, too, that their relationship had had to end, but had at least left him with a pension which was sufficient for the maintenance of his small flat, and almost sufficient for the maintenance of its annex. Bill recognised the stage Trevor was at that evening. Stage 2. The effects of the lunchtime drinking had dissipated, leaving him low and self-hating. The first evening drink had diluted the gloom, creating a trance-like state in which he was prone to making remarks which sounded like profound gems of philosophy. Despite the portentousness of their delivery, all of these observations were complete cobblers. Later in the evening, Trevor would become raucous, and at least in his own estimation, extraordinarily witty. Then, as his drinking companions drifted away, he would grow morose, and mourn his single state, as, to his eyes, the nothing-to-write-home-about barmaid grew more and more beautiful. Bill reconciled himself to hearing more pearls of philosophical wisdom, and sure enough they came. "Thing is," Trevor went on, "life's a con trick, really, but by the time you realise that, you're too caught up in the whole business to do much about it. And you're too old, too. By the time you realise what you should be doing, you've already done most of it." Someone once said that experience is a comb that life gives you when you've lost your hair. Well, he bloody hit the nail on the head, Bill, that bloke, whoever he was. Trevor cast a mournful eye at his friend. "Why, you're doing all right in that respect. You've still got some hair. White, though. If I got as much hair as you have, you wouldn't find me being picky about the colour. Anyway, if it bothers you, you could dye it." "It doesn't bother me that much. Anyway, I don't want to go around with copper beech-coloured hair." Well, that's what always happens. Think of the men you know who've got dyed hair. Why is it that while women's hair colouring can rage through every subtone of the natural palette, not to mention the unnatural one, men's dyed hair always ends up the colour of copper beech? "I don't know." Trevor shook his head, apparently unwilling to pursue this interesting philosophical question. He took a long swallow from his pint and looked dolefully around the bar. "Alcohol speeds things up," he said. "Sorry, you've lost me." "What I was talking about earlier. We all need things that speed time up. Alcohol serves that purpose. Life's being a real drag. You can't believe how slowly the minute hand's moving. Then you have a few drinks and bang! That's the whole evening disappeared. 5 hours have gone without you noticing." "Are you saying that's a good thing, Trevor?" "Too bloody right I am. Think of the alternative." "Which is?" "Every minute has taken a full bloody minute to go by, 60 bloody seconds every time. Not even a 59-second minute. You have to go the distance on every bloody one of them." "Why is that so terrible?" "Because it's real. Full frontal reality, not good for you. Humankind, it has been observed by one wiser than me, cannot bear very much reality. I know I can't." But why not? Because the real world is so bloody depressing. Trevor raised his pint mug and peered through it. That's why I can only survive by looking through beer-tinted glasses. Early in every conversation with Trevor, there came a reminder that he was a depressive. Bill, who had never experienced the condition, could sympathise but not empathise. And secretly he reckoned his friend got a lot of mileage out of his depression. The drinking was justified on the grounds that he was a depressive. So was his appalling lack of responsibility in the matter of women. No bad behaviour was the fault of Trevor Rainsford. It was always the fault of whatever malign deity had made Trevor Rainsford a depressive. As ever, the mention of his depression seemed to lift it a bit. He raised his glass again, this time to Bill. Congratulations. On what? On being unmarried. I don't think I'm unmarried. Then what are you? Well, are you married? No. Then you're unmarried, by definition. This didn't seem right, but Bill couldn't fault the logic. And a good thing, too, Trevor went on. What is? That you got away from Andrea. But why? Because you were so unsuited to each other. Everyone could see that. Everyone except me, thought Bill. He was getting a little miffed about the way everyone was getting at his marriage. Ginny, Carolyn, now Trevor, not to mention Andrea herself. Was he the only person in the wide world who had thought they'd had a vaguely workable marriage? Well, apparently so. Do you hear from her much? No. Lucky bastard. One or other of my ex-wives is on the phone every day, moaning about something, usually money. Andrea and I managed to sort out that side of things fairly amicably. All right for some. Do you still see any of them? Not if I can help it. See any of the children? Not if they can help it. Trevor let out a deep sigh. His lack of relationship with his children caused him a lot of depression, though not enough depression to make him go and try to build bridges with them. On the whole, he preferred the depression to the children. You were lucky not to have kids. Yes. Bill didn't want the conversation to proceed any further down that route. The discovery of Andrea's deliberate avoidance of conception was the area of his former marriage which continued to hurt most. Are you still betting on the horses? He asked, uncontroversially, knowing that the question would usually unleash a catalogue of equine disasters. But to his surprise, Trevor answered, No, I'm giving it up. What's the point? Either a horse is going to win or it isn't. Oh, come on, that's not the gambler's spirit. True, though. Yes, everyone knows it's true, but I thought gamblers were impervious to the truth. Everyone knows betting's a mug's game. Everyone knows that statistically you're almost definitely going to lose, but gamblers ignore that. Keep their optimism in the face of the overwhelming justification for pessimism. That's how gambling used to work with me, Bill. But, as with all illusions, once you see through it, you can never really believe again. It's like losing your faith. And you've lost your faith in horses. Totally. Gambling just doesn't do it anymore, which is a pity, because that's another of the activities that used to speed time up a bit for me. The tension of picking a horse to back, the build-up to the off, the excitement of the race itself, the reaction to the result, even when it was a loss, which it usually was. Half hours could flash by during that process until you were aware of time again, and then you could build yourself up again for the next race. There was a stage when I'd bet on anything the betting shop would offer, horses, greyhounds, even virtual horse racing. I mean, how sad is that? Grown men getting excited about contests between computer-generated animations of horses. But now, Trevor shook his head mournfully. Doesn't do it for you. Nothing does. Another swig from the pint pot. Except this. What about women? Now you too are unmarried. A lugubrious shake of the head. No more sex for me. Why not? Can't seem to do it. Bloody thing doesn't work anymore. But don't you think that might have something to do with the alcohol? Who cares what it's to do with? All I know is that it's an unalloyed blessing. There was a period when even an undressed salad would get me randy, but that's all gone. When I think of all the time over the years I've wasted thinking about sex, trying to get out of sexual relationships, you can't believe how good it is to know all that nonsense is over. I've even stopped having fantasies. God, the brain activity I used to devote to dreams of making it with a younger woman, you know, pretty little thing in her 20s. For a moment, the nostalgic thought almost rekindled something, but only for a moment. The fire was truly out. All gone, I'm glad to say. I mean, Bill, if you stop to think how much of a man's life is wasted by women, trying to get them into bed, yes, trying to get them to like you, but also, and this is the real time waster, trying to understand them. That old Freud poser, what do women want? Well, the answer is nobody bloody knows. Even women don't know, so how the hell should poor, pathetic men have an inkling? The point about the question is that, like all the really important questions in life, it doesn't have an answer. It's taken me far too long to realise that, but finally I've got a handle on it. And you can't believe the relief. I no longer feel guilty about my inability to understand women, because now I know for a fact that the assignment is impossible. For the first time in my life, I can think straight. My mind is completely unclouded. So you cloud it up again with alcohol? I know. Trevor grinned. Bliss, isn't it? He looked across at Bill and once more raised his glass. Welcome to post-sex heaven. I beg your pardon? Count your blessings. You've managed to get out of your marriage that witch, Andrea, and now you can enjoy yourself. Yes, I intend to, said Bill cautiously. And you never have to think about women again. The memories of Ginny's kiss and Caroline's back were too recent for Bill entirely to endorse that sentiment. He couldn't quite envisage a definition of enjoying himself that involved no women at all. I think I'll let my mind follow its own course, Trevor. If it wants to stop thinking about sex, then fine. If not, well, I'll wait and see. There is stuff you can take to stop you thinking about sex, you know. What? Are you talking about bromide, given to the soldiers in the First World War, and supposedly during national service too? I'm not talking about bromide. I'm talking about this. Trevor gathered up their glasses. Come on, we'll have a couple more of these. Chapter 5. And by way of contrast, a man in New York has proposed to his psychotherapist, reckoning marriage would be cheaper than paying her by the hour. You're still nursing a lot of anger. I don't know that I am. Oh, believe me, Bill, you are. I've just read this book called Anger, Men at Work, and you fit perfectly into the 3B category. You're a Mr. Nice Guy. You match the profile exactly. Bill offered no prompt, knowing that Sal would elucidate anyway. They were having lunch in a little Turkish place in Fitzrovia, just round the corner from the office of Sal Juster Associates. Insofar as the vagaries of Sal's diets would allow, this was their most regular meeting place. It says in the book that Mr. Nice Guys like to be liked. Don't most of us? Yes, but with them, it's an obsession. And they're afraid that if they express anger, then people will stop liking them. Sounds reasonable to me. No, but the point is, they won't even express legitimate, justified anger. When someone's really shafted them, they'll still be nice to them. Anything for a quiet life, said Bill easily. It may be a quiet life, but it's not a healthy life. Mr. Nice Guys are prone to stomach ulcers, sleep disturbance, and depression. Well, then, I must be in the wrong category, because I don't suffer from any of those. Potentially. You suffer from them potentially. You mean they'll catch up with me one day? Yes. I can wait. Bill, repressing anger is very dangerous, and you must have so much hatred of Andrea inside you that you're just not vocalizing. You don't know how much I vocalized it. When she first said she wanted a divorce, some fairly vicious comments were exchanged. Yes, but that was just between each other. And now that you no longer have Andrea around to vocalize your anger too, you're suppressing it. You're suggesting that I should moan on to everyone I meet about what a cow my ex-wife was. Why not? That's what most divorcees do. Well, I don't need to. Sorry to disappoint you, Sal, but I think I've pretty well got over the divorce. Oh, you may think that, but you haven't. I read in this book, The Relationship Amoeba, Splitting and Starting a New Life, that to get over a divorce, it takes a month for each year that you were married. Well, maybe I'm one of the lucky ones who gets off more lightly than that. I do worry about you, Bill. That's very kind of you, and it's much appreciated, but it's not necessary. He grinned across at his agent. Sal Justo was small, with short dark hair, and rather endearingly stained teeth from the cigarettes she kept giving up and going back to again. Her navy-blue eyes were surrounded by wrinkles of permanent anxiety. She wasn't just anxious for herself, she was anxious for everyone else, and particularly for her clients. Her role in life was as a little Miss Fix-It. If she saw something was wrong with the circumstances of one of her friends, then her God-given mission was to sort it out. The trouble was that her friends were often totally unaware of the problems that she set out to fix for them. Still, Bill appreciated her as a good agent and a pleasant lunch companion. She didn't look as old as the 60 years which mere mathematics dictated she must have lived, and she never talked of retirement. "Agents don't retire," she said. Her makeup was heavy, with punctiliously defined lips and eyebrows. She was full-breasted and would probably have been plumper but for the ever-changing regimes of dieting and exercise to which she subjected her body. Her emotional life had been checkered, indeed positively tartan, and she changed partners as frequently as she changed belief systems. Given her history of relationship disasters, she remained surprisingly optimistic. Just as she continuously believed she would one day find the perfect lifestyle, so she was certain she would eventually find the perfect man, or woman. She'd tried both. In spite of her moments of sheer loopiness, Bill liked Sal, and in his newly awoken state found himself wondering what it would be like to go to bed with her. Interesting, certainly. He felt sure she'd put as much research into sexual technique as she had to all other aspects of her life. No, the sex would be fun. What might not be quite so much fun would be the inevitable deconstruction of the act afterwards, and the quotations from all the books she would have read on the subject. "I still don't believe you," Sal went on. "You must be bottling up a lot of resentment." "Why?" "All those years with Andrea. The corrosion of continuity." "I beg your pardon?" "It's a quotation from a book called Throttling the Individual, An Analysis of Marriage. It says how destructive living with someone totally unsuitable for you can be." "You're saying Andrea was totally unsuitable for me?" "Always. Totally." Another to add to the list of gloomy commentators on his marriage. If they all thought that, why had none of them said anything before? He suspected there might be an element of hindsight here. He knew the divorce had polarized his and Andrea's friends. Those who had decided to join his faction perhaps felt they needed to be extravagantly anti-her, and possibly, gathered round a sizzling nut roast in the Roberts household in Muswell Hill, Andrea and Dowie's friends were equally dismissive of Bill Stratton. "Yes, well, if you don't mind, Sal, I'd quite like to move off the subject of my marriage. When I arrived here today, I was feeling quite good about it, had come to terms with the situation, but now—" "No, you only think you've come to terms with the situation. There's a very good bit on that in this book, Front-Loading, The Masks We Make for—" He raised both hands in supplication. "Please, could we just talk about anything other than my marriage?" "Like what?" "Well, why not my so-called career? You are my agent, after all." "Yes." Sal hesitated for a moment, unwilling to give up the opportunity of sorting out Bill's post-divorce trauma, but decided she could always come back to that. "All right. I did want to talk to you about work anyway. I think the moment has come for us to get proactive." "Oh?" "Now you no longer have Andrea holding you back, it's time for us to maximize your earning potential." "Just a minute. I wasn't aware that Andrea ever held me back." "Of course she did. She disapproved of you capitalizing on your commercial appeal." "She never said that." "She didn't have to say anything. She'd just wrinkle her nose at the idea of you being paid for opening supermarkets or handing out prizes at award ceremonies." When he thought about it, Bill realized that Sal was probably right. Andrea had always been dismissive of celebrities prostituting themselves, and she had been pretty sniffy about the personal appearances, or PAs as they were known in the business, that he had done. The further he got away from the marriage, the more he could sympathise with the outsider's view of it. Andrea and he really had very little in common. She thought that stuff was beneath you, Bill. Maybe. But you don't, do you? God, no. I might question the sanity of someone who'd be prepared to pay me for doing that kind of stuff, but I have no reservations about doing it. Good. I'll do some ringing round. Lots of people always looking for PAs. Any name from the television, doesn't matter who it is. Bill had known this reality for so long that it had no power to wound him, and I really do think it's time you were launched on the after-dinner speaking circuit. You always used to say your evenings were sacrosanct, you liked spending them with Andrea. Yes, though from various other things you said, I gather she was out most evenings doing health service committee work or what have you. Once again, Sal had come very close to the truth. There had certainly been more busy evenings for Andrea towards the end of the marriage. Idly, Bill wondered whether they had been genuine health service committees or what-have-you cover-ups for evenings spent with Dowie. Presumably the affair had started with clandestine snatched moments and paroxysms of guilt. Bill wondered how much the knowledge would have worried him if he'd been aware at the time. It certainly didn't worry him now. He seemed to be coming round to the consensus view that the only remarkable thing about his marriage was that it had lasted as long as it did. Anyway, now you don't have that problem. I can really start building up the after-dinner bookings for you. Whoa, Sal, just a minute. One thing you're forgetting is that I've never done an after-dinner speech in my life. Not technically, but for heaven's sake, you've spent your entire professional life talking in public, reading in public. Big difference. No, it's not. For an after-dinner speech, you just learn what you would otherwise have read. Easy peasy. But people who do after-dinner speaking are usually people who've done something with their lives, so they have something to talk about. Oh, a lot of them have never done anything. They're just people who the audience recognises from the television, who stand up, drop a few names, and tell a few jokes. You fit the profile perfectly. Thank you. I would point out, though, that I don't know any jokes. Oh, Bill, you have the biggest archive of jokes of anyone I know. How do you mean? Are you being deliberately dense? BWOC. Oh, what is BWOC but an infinite resource of funny stories? I suppose you're right. I've never thought of using it in that way. Really, Bill, you have the commercial instinct of a frozen pea. Of course you can use it, all tried and tested lines, and all, however unlikely they sound, genuine news stories. Exactly. They're perfect, combining humour and journalistic integrity. What a formula! Oh, they go down a storm on the after-dinner circuit. And also, the great thing is, that's what the audience expects of you. They see your name, and they immediately think, by way of contrast. The fact that you then tell a stream of by way of contrast stories is exactly what they want from you. He was rather coming round to the idea. Tell you what, I'll make one booking for you sometime in the next few weeks, just to try out. You knock together 20 minutes of BWOC stories, or get Colin to do it for you, and we'll give it a go. Well, if you're really scared, I'll come and hold your hand for the first one. I might be glad of that. By the way, Sal, can I ask, what sort of money would we be talking for doing this stuff? She told him. It seemed a ridiculously large amount. But then, of course, as you get better known, we can ask for quite a lot more. The waitress offered him more chili sauce on his Iskender kebab, and he accepted. But it wasn't the spiciness that brought a glitter to Bill Stratton's eye. It was the feeling of a new life, or perhaps a whole number of new lives, opening up in front of him. Oh, another thing, Bill. Could you come to dinner on Saturday? Dinner? Where? My place. Though he had known Sal for more than 10 years, they had always met at lunchtimes in the anonymity of restaurants. To be invited to his agent's home for an evening was another new departure. Sal seemed to read his thoughts. I never invited you before because of Andrea. What was so wrong with Andrea? But it was a token protest. Rather than leaping, he was shuffling to his ex-wife's defence. You know, she was just so worthy. She'd make me and my friends feel unworthy about being obsessed by the media. She'd make us all feel guilty. Bill pondered this. Maybe that was what Andrea had done all through their marriage. Made him feel guilty. Made him feel guilty for what, though? Back to his being shallow, he supposed. He hadn't been aware of feeling guilty during the marriage, but distance was certainly giving him a new perspective. He also began to wonder why Sal had issued this sudden invitation. Had she interests in him beyond the purely professional? Had she found some book in the mind, body and spirit section about mixing business with pleasure? But the notion was dispelled by her next words. "It's a dinner party I'm giving on Saturday night, got odd numbers, and I can even them up." "Yes," she replied with disarming frankness. "You see, Bill, you have now become something even more useful than a Swiss Army knife." "A spare man." "Exactly." She smiled smugly at him. "I'm going to use you shamelessly." "Oh?" "Dinner parties, meals out, theatre, cinema. You can be my tame companion." "How do you know I'd be tame?" "Because I know you, Bill." Fair enough, she was probably right. "You can be my front." "Front for what?" "Front, to stop people asking me if I'm in a relationship or not." "And are you in a relationship? Or not?" The wrinkles between the navy blue eyes deepened at the difficulty of the question. "Oh, these things are so difficult to be specific about, Bill. There's a very good chapter on the definition of two-ness in a book called What We Mean When We Say What We Mean." And so the lunch continued. Chapter 6. And by way of contrast, a matchmaker in New York gave up the business after one of his clients went off with his wife. Sal Juster's flat was in a mansion block in Maida Vale, a surprisingly spacious set of interconnecting rooms that seemed to go on forever. Because he was making his first visit there, Bill Stratton was unaware how frequently the positioning of the flat's furniture was changed according to Sal's latest readings of feng shui or other lifestyle advocacies. What he saw, however, looked very opulent. He didn't flatter himself that Sal could afford such luxury on 15% of his earnings, but he knew she had many other higher profile and therefore more lucrative clients. To his surprise, he'd felt quite nervous at the prospect of the evening, marking as it did a change from the purely professional relationship he'd hitherto enjoyed with Sal. Though not an excessive drinker, he had fortified himself with a couple of large scotches in Pimlico, and Sal's introductions over welcoming champagne went by in something of a haze. There were 3 couples there. 2 were married, but even the unmarried set carried that unmistakable air of coupledom about them. One pairing was clearly second time around for the man. The wife had to be 20 years younger, and there was much talk of children. In the husband's old eyes, pride in his trophy wife had long since given way to sheer horror at the thought of going through small children and school fees again. To Bill's surprise, there was also a guest who had a distinctly proprietorial attitude to Sal. Had he not announced the fact to everyone, his grey, straggling ponytail would have proclaimed him to be something in the music business. He spoke dated black slang in an accent from which he had not totally managed to eradicate his public school education. He announced that he was called Eli, but the challenging way he did so suggested that it probably wasn't the name he had been christened with. From what was said during the evening, his relationship with Sal was relatively new, and, Bill suspected, unlikely to get very old. Then there was Maria. Though normally good with names, the Scotch or his nervousness made it hard for Bill to fix the identities of the other guests. He remembered all the names he'd been given on introduction, but he couldn't be precise about which was attached to which guest. With Maria, though, he had no problems. She was a short, what his mother would have called petite, woman with sparkling brown eyes, in a face oil of Olayed into a fine sheen, and then cunningly touched with makeup. Her skin was tanned from a recent visit to somewhere more exotic than the British Isles, but was taut, without that crumpled look sun-browning can give to an older woman. Her body was thin, but her breasts full, with an endearing crinkle of flesh between them. She wore a light silk print dress and high heels which flattered her slender legs. There was a lot of gold jewellery, which didn't include a wedding ring. She had worked in PR, or maybe still did work in PR. Bill hadn't quite got that clear. Maybe he hadn't been concentrating, or maybe Maria had deliberately left such details obscure. Obviously, she recognised him as Bill Stratton from the television. Everyone over a certain age did, and within minutes of meeting she had mentioned his by way of contrast catchphrase. Again, everyone over a certain age did. This prompted him to tell her a few choice gems from the BWOC collection. They were mostly lines he had trotted out on chat shows when promoting the books, but he was surprised how well he remembered them. Maybe Sal's idea of his converting them into after-dinner speaking material wasn't so daft after all. Maria didn't seem to know the other guests very well, though she had the social skills demanded by her profession and could clearly maintain a conversation with anyone about anything. But in fact she spent most of the pre-dinner drinks being amused by Bill, and when it came to eating, the serendipity of the seating plan also put him next to her. As he drank more and presented his BWOC lines to a more general audience, he was aware of showing off for Maria's benefit, of gauging her reactions and feeling gratified when he gained a big laugh from the assembled throng. The insistent feeling came to Bill that perhaps life with Andrea had suppressed his social skills. Her circle of friends never wanted to hear anything funny, and since all he knew of NHS iniquities was what Andrea had told him, he rarely had much to contribute to their conversation, whereas, at Sal Juster's dinner party, the consensus seemed to be that Bill Stratton was rather a witty fellow. Maria certainly seemed to appreciate his company. Bill couldn't believe how quickly the evening passed. He seemed only just to have arrived when the young wife and her haunted husband began murmuring about babysitters and leaving. Then the other guests started looking at their watches too. Nor could Bill believe how smoothly things were going between him and Maria. When it came to Sal calling cabs, geographical logic dictated that since they were both going south, Bill and Maria should share one down as far as her flat near Marble Arch, from whence he would continue to Pimlico. But then when they arrived outside her block and she suggested his coming in for a final drink, continuing to Pimlico didn't seem so important. Any disquiet the cabby might have felt about the shortened trip was dissipated by an absurdly generous tip, although that still didn't wipe the smug, knowing smile off his face. Bill didn't care, anyway. In the lift, Maria seemed to stumble against him, and it made sense to put his hands on her shoulders to steady her. Then her fragrant hair seemed very close to his face, and giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead was entirely natural. When her face turned up to his, their lips automatically engaged. The interior of Maria's flat had recently been done by a very exclusive designer, but Bill didn't take in much of the makeover. The minute they were inside the door, Maria's mouth and his re-engaged. Their hands started to scrabble at the frontiers of cloth and flesh, and all he was really aware of was overpowering lust. He tried to remember when he had last felt lust on that scale. The routine of sex with Andrea had regulated his passion to a kind of twice-a-week supply and demand basis. When she showed reluctance to continue, he had reconciled himself to the ending of that particular phase of his life, and though, like most men, he could still be suddenly inflamed by a cleavage on a poster or a flash of thigh on the tube, most of the time his lust was subdued into a kind of half-life. Lacking the expectation of fulfillment, his sex drive had gone into neutral. But touching Maria had brought it back to life in turbocharged splendour. The fact that everything still appeared to work made him feel wonderful, or he would have felt wonderful were it not for the sensation of intense urgency. She separated herself far enough away from him to ask, "Shall I get that drink?" "Do you think we'll need it?" "Be as well." And she'd slipped out of his grasp into the kitchen. Bill stood disconnected. For a moment he contemplated sitting down, but decided it would be too painful. She appeared from the kitchen with an open bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. With a knowing wink, she led the way to her bedroom. After hurried gulps of champagne, they entangled together on the bed. Fingers scrabbled, poppers popped, zips unzipped, inhibitions melted in a silkiness of underwear. Fortunately, alcohol worked its timeless magic, and Bill was naked and in bed with Maria before he had time to worry about the white hairs on his chest, or his pale, incipient paunch, or the purple threads of veins around his ankles, and the immediacy of lust made him equally blind to any imperfections of her body, assuming, which a gentleman wouldn't, that there were any. But to his surprise, moments before they conjoined, he found himself asking, "Should we?"
"What do you mean, should we?"
"Well, just—" He couldn't come up with a satisfactory verbal answer, but he seemed to be coming up with an unarguable physical one, and the should question became irrelevant. After nearly 40 years of Andrea's, another body was strange. Maria's mouth tasted different, felt different, was at a different angle. The outline of her bottom was different, the contours of her breasts different. Everything was different. Different, but by no means unappealing. Bill Stratton was making love to another woman, and it all seemed to be going rather well. Or so Maria, through her moans, asserted. Bill had never really known whether or not he was a good lover. Inside a marriage like his, such a question had not arisen. Neither he nor Andrea had much grounds for comparison. And when she had had grounds for comparison, in other words, Dowie, she had given the impression there was no comparison. Dowie was what she'd been looking for all her life. He made her feel like a woman. So Bill, having failed for so long to give Andrea either of these satisfactions, concluded that he probably wasn't a very good lover. But that was not the message he was getting from Maria. Even through the distractions of what his body was feeling, his mind was sufficiently detached to know that her commendation might be part of a routine. Flattery, women's magazines insisted, was a necessary stimulus to the male libido, but Maria did sound as though she meant what she was saying. And Bill began to wonder whether, in fact, Andrea hadn't taught him rather well. She had certainly known what she wanted in bed, and guided him to the actions that gave her pleasure. These involved the use of hands, lips, and tongue, at least as much as any other part of his anatomy. And Maria seemed to appreciate such ministrations too. Also, though it was only during the very earliest moments of his married life that Bill had suffered from premature ejaculation, it had to be said that, with the years, his ejaculation had become increasingly mature, and Maria seemed to appreciate that slowness too. At the moment when he finally came, he saw over her shoulder on the bedside table a framed photograph, taken fairly recently from the way she looked, in a garden, with a woman who had to be her daughter, and a young man who logic dictated was her son-in-law, and 4 small children, undoubtedly 4 grandchildren. But in the haze of Maria's carefully lit bedroom, he didn't feel as though he were cuddling a grandmother, or, to put it another way, cuddling a grandmother. It didn't seem like such a bad idea. Even though, after his orgasm, he became more aware of the difference of her body from Andrea's, the different way her flesh was distributed, the different areas of hardness and softness. Gallantly, he disentangled himself from her, only to pour them more champagne, which they drank before returning to their cuddle. They didn't say much. There didn't seem much to say, but the silence between them was benign. They must have dozed. Bill woke blearily to a totally unprecedented sensation, Maria's hand working with some determination between his legs. "Come on," she murmured throatily. "I'm sure there's a little more where that came from." This was uncharted territory for Bill, uncharted since the very early days of his marriage, when a certain rampancy had ruled. At least 30 years must have passed since he last came twice in the same session. Marital sex tends to stop after the orgasm, certainly after the male orgasm, though hopefully the woman has got something out of it too. A little friendly kiss, perhaps, then roll apart to continue worrying about the mortgage. With Maria, though, he didn't even know she had a mortgage, but he sure as hell knew he didn't have a joint one with her, which was very comforting. As his body came reassuringly back to life, Bill realized that he knew almost nothing about Maria. Their dinner-table conversation hadn't been very revelatory. All he knew about her was that she was manipulating his body with a great deal more enthusiasm than Andrea had ever shown. He let himself go with the flow, or at least go till the flow. And the second flow was even more enjoyable than the first. But again, once the expressions of flattery and gratitude had been made, there didn't seem a lot to say. The remains of the champagne were consumed, and eventually Bill Stratton said the inevitable, "Well, I suppose I'd better be on my way." He wasn't sure how this was going to be taken. Maria knew he was divorced, so wouldn't be assuming he had a wife to get back to. Equally, he didn't feel up to the effort of inventing reasons why he had to get back to Pimlico, fictional dogs to walk, dependent aged relatives, demands of an early start in the morning. But Maria took it like a lamb.
Yes, all been very nice, but we don't want the magic to fade, do we?
"Well, if you want me to stay," he began, not sure how he could end the sentence. Fortunately, she didn't give him time to.
"No, that's fine. Keep your illusions. I don't look so good in daylight."
"Nor me," he chuckled, as he eased his body off the bed. He did now feel very tired, and the accumulated alcohol was getting to him as well. He also felt awkward. No one looks good getting dressed, and he didn't know whether to reassume his scattered clothes facing Maria or with his back to her. Facing, she'd see his white chest hair and incipient paunch. Turned away, she'd see his rather creased bottom and the little knot of bluish veins behind his right knee. Instinctively, Maria seemed to sense his dilemma. Lifting herself up off the bed, she moved towards the bathroom door.
"Going to run myself a bath. Don't know if you fancy one, or a shower?"
She didn't make the invitation over-pressing. "No, I'll do that at home. Maybe just a quick wash." She drew aside to let him into the bathroom. He washed a small part of him, a very small part by now. Then they changed rooms and he dressed in private. When he was ready, he knocked on the bathroom door. Maria opened it, revealing herself dressed in a fluffy dressing gown. She had started to take off her makeup. Her brown eyes were deeper set in wrinkles. There were slight lines of puckering around her mouth, and when she smiled he could see the skilled bridgework of her teeth. "I just wanted to say thank you for having me," said Bill fatuously.
"The pleasure was all mine."
"I can assure you it wasn't."
"Good. Can you let yourself out? Just make sure the door clicks shut after you."
"Of course."
"Goodbye."
She puckered her lips further. He gave them a dry kiss. "Be in touch."
"Yes."
It was nearly 3:30. He found a roaming late-night cab with a mercifully taciturn driver whose silence was rewarded with a large tip when he drew up outside the Pimlico flat. And as Bill Stratton entered his domain, he felt really good. He had a sex life again. Even ignoring the dubious qualification claims of his pre-Andrea fumble, his personal total was now undeniably 2. He knew that there were people who had achieved that milestone before they were 60, but that didn't take away from his achievement. His other response was entirely masculine. At the welcome moment of the first climax with Maria, he hadn't thought, "I look forward to doing this many more times with this woman." He had thought, "I look forward to doing this many more times with lots of other women." Chapter 7. And by way of contrast, a local authority initiative to cut down gossip in a Gloucestershire village failed because everyone knew about it 3 weeks before it was launched. "So?" asked Sal on the phone at 11 o'clock the following morning. "So what?"
"You and Maria?"
"What about me and Maria?" "Oh, come on. You went off together. We shared a taxi because we were both going south." Yes. But you spent the entire evening gobbling each other up with your eyes." "So?"
"I want to know how far the gobbling continued."
Bill felt rather shaken by this interrogation. He had woken only half an hour before, tired, but surprisingly not hungover. His head felt light and scoured, but his mind felt good. The events of the previous night had left him with a warm, almost complacent glow. And for a while he wanted to enjoy that glow. He certainly didn't want to analyse its causes. Sal, though, evidently did. "Come on, tell me." He played for time. "Oh, I did want to say thank you for the evening. Lovely dinner. I was going to ring you, but never mind that. I want to know what happened last night." "What makes you think anything happened last night?"
"Call it woman's intuition. Or, in fact, don't bother with woman's intuition. Maria told me she fancied you."
"Oh? When?"
"When she nipped out to the kitchen, ostensibly to help me with the coffee. She'd really come out to thank me."
Thank you for what, the dinner?"
"No, you fool. To thank me for setting it up."
"Setting what up?"
"God, you're being obtuse, Bill. To thank me for setting up you and her."
"You mean it was a set-up?"
"Oh, of course it was. I'm not an agent for nothing, you know, and being a hostess is very much the same job. You find the right people, you put them in touch, you hope something will come of it. Ah. Stop sounding so innocent, Bill. Surely you could see what was happening. Maria was the only single woman there, you were the only single man. What about Eli? He's a single man. Last night, Eli was with me. Though, Sal continued with an edge of steel in her voice, this morning he's about to become single again. Oh, what? Are you going to tell him to... Don't change the subject, Bill. We're not talking about me and Eli. We're talking about you and Maria. Come on, give me the dirt. Bill was in a state of bewilderment. Obviously, he was aware that matchmaking happened. During their marriage, Andrea had occasionally set up dinner parties where some sad, bereaved anaesthetist was meant to get off with a recently dumped nurse. But Bill hadn't anticipated finding himself in that situation. The divorce must have affected him more than he realized. Preoccupations with its details had fuddled his thinking, slowed down his reflexes, allayed his suspicions. So, he and Maria had been set up. Obvious now you came to think about it. Why had he been so innocent the night before? He tried to work out whether this new knowledge changed his reactions to the previous night's events. What had felt totally spontaneous now seemed in retrospect a little calculated. But that didn't worry him too much. More disturbing was the fact that what he had thought of as a private encounter now had a public dimension. Sal knew all about it, and if Sal knew, a lot of other people would also soon know. But was that such a bad thing? He wasn't betraying anyone. Given the difference in their social circles, news of his assignation with Maria was very unlikely to have reached Andrea. But if it did, so what? It could be a rather good thing, actually, demonstrating that he wasn't moping for her, wasn't envying her domestic coziness with Dowie, was, in fact, getting on with his own life. It's still rather Sal didn't know about it, though. But undeniably she did, and what's more, she wanted every last gory detail. "Give me the dirt," she repeated. "I don't think," Bill replied, in a voice of aristocratic decorum, "that it is proper for a gentleman to reveal the secrets of a lady's boudoir. But if you don't tell me, I'll find out from Maria." "Maybe she, too," said Bill, maintaining his formal manner, "has some instinct for discretion, and will not respond to your vulgar interrogation. Dare you believe it, Sunshine? Been such a long time waiting that now Maria's finally got laid, everyone in London will know about it within 24 hours. This was another ramification of his actions that Bill had not anticipated. Indeed, the more he thought about his situation, the more he realized how little he had anticipated of anything. He wondered what the chances were of anyone he knew hearing about his amorous adventure. How different from his own were Maria's social circles. He realized he hadn't a clue, except that she worked or had worked in PR, and that she was a grandmother. He knew absolutely nothing about his previous night's sexual partner. With slight shock at his own callousness, he recognized that he wasn't that interested in finding out more about her either. "Well, if you're going to be a spoil-sport and clam up on me," said Sal, affecting the tone of an aggrieved child, "I'll just have to get the dirt from Maria herself. Have you rung her yet?" Bill was puzzled. "No, why should I?" "Oh, heaven's sake, Bill! You have been out of the dating loop for a long time, haven't you? I've been married to Andrea for most of the last 40 years. Yes, of course, you poor bugger. Sorry, allowances must be made. The thing is," her voice took on a school-teacherly quality, "even though there is now more equality between the genders, even though men and women act as free sexual agents, a woman who invites a man into her bed does still appreciate the courtesy of a thank-you call the next day." Her final screech was so strong he had to move the phone away from his ear. "Yes, of course, Sal. Of course I'm going to be in touch with Maria. Give me a chance, though. I've only just woken up." "All right." His words had calmed her. "Just make sure you don't forget." "I won't." "Good. Meanwhile," Sal continued gleefully, "I'll get on to her and find out your marks out of 10, not to mention bonuses for artistic impression. I'll phone her straight away." Doubt crept into her voice. "Or maybe I should dump Eli first, then call Maria." "I can't possibly advise you on that. I think I'll dump Eli first. I can't really tell Maria what crap he was in bed while he's still here." Another shadow flickered across Bill's sunny disposition. Was Maria about to give Sal a blow-by-blow? Damn, they hadn't got round to doing that. Account of his sexual prowess?
"Well, sorry it didn't work out with you and Eli," he said formally.
"Never had a chance. You see, I'm a Virgo and Eli's Sagittarius. I should have remembered what I read in that book, Astro Turf Out, How to Dump Incompatible Lovers. With the configuration of stars at Eli's birth, there was no chance that we were going to have a physical conjunction that was anything but—"
Bill Stratton was thoughtful as he set his coffee maker to produce some really brain-kicking espresso. The phrase "whole new ballgame" kept rising to his mind. Dear, oh dear, had he somehow managed to enter the murky world defined by the awful word dating? He had had a really enjoyable and very necessary sexual encounter with Maria, and he wouldn't mind at some point having the same again. The one thing he didn't want to have with her was... He felt another awful word creeping into his mind, a relationship. He knew that was a very masculine response, but for God's sake, he was a man. What else did anyone expect from him? And yet, he didn't want to be thought a heel. The pathetic desire to be liked had been the guiding principle of his life. For most of his marriage, that hadn't been a problem. He had believed that Andrea liked him, though that may have been an illusion, and her earnest friends at least tolerated him as her trivial appendage. But now he needed someone to explain the rules of the complex new world in which he found himself. The espresso was ready. He took perverse pleasure in scalding his mouth as his system took in its first caffeine shock. Sal had been right. He did need to contact Maria. Not to do so would be simply churlish. He stretched out his hand towards the phone. But immediately, doubt assailed him. What should he say to her? He trusted himself to come up with something more gracious than a "thank you, ma'am," to follow his wham and his bam, but exactly what would be appropriate to his new circumstances? He tried to remember their conversation of the night before, but all that came back to him were BWAC lines. Maybe that was all their conversation had consisted of. No, tricky to talk to her. He might end up revealing too much about himself, or taking on the role of porter for her baggage. There had to be a safer way. He reached for the yellow pages. Surprising how many florists there were in central London. He supposed they had always been there, but when you're not looking for something, you don't see it. Surprising also, for a rare user of the service, how many of them offered same-day delivery at no extra cost. He dialed the first number on the list, and the transaction was quickly concluded. Rejecting red roses as hazardously symbolic, he settled on a large hand-tied display of summer blooms. He decided against adding Belgian chocolates or a bottle of champagne. Yes, that would do. A gentlemanly gesture, a holding operation. While the details of his order were being checked, he decided how he'd spend the rest of his day. There was a local pub near the Thames, where he had enough acquaintances to ensure a pleasant, boozy lunchtime. Then he'd catch up on some of the previous night's sleep. When the patient florist at the other end of the line asked what message he wanted to send with the flowers, Bill came up with, and by way of contrast, "Thank you for an unforgettable experience." Then he went down to the pub to try and forget about it. It was about 6 when the phone rang. He felt better after a couple of hours' sleep and had recovered from the bleariness of waking. A contentment about the events of the previous night had returned. "It's Ginny." "Oh, hello." Good heavens, did she know about Maria too? But the anxiety was quickly diffused. The actress had never met Sal. She moved in completely different social circles. He was being paranoid. "I'm ringing because I find myself at a loose end this evening." "Oh? I was meant to be taking part in a programme of readings in support of a writer who's imprisoned in China, but it's been cancelled." "Why?" "Chinese authorities released him on Thursday." "Oh. No sense of theatre, these totalitarian regimes. We've had to pull the plug on the whole show. Bad luck. I'll survive. So anyway, I find myself with this lovely, juicy Sunday evening free. And since there's never anything to watch on television on Sunday evening..." This was absolutely true, but Bill had still intended to watch it. That's what he felt like, a little undemanding cosseting. Mindless television and a few glasses of wine would do the trick. So, anyway, Ginny went on, I'm at a loose end, and if you happen to be at a loose end too, well, I thought we could meet up for a bit of supper. I'd love to, but I'm afraid I'm committed elsewhere. Bill was surprised by the speed and the instinctiveness of the lie, also by why he'd lied. An evening with Ginny had got to be more interesting than Sunday night television schmaltz. Oh, she was too professional to sound put down. Don't worry, very short notice, just the off chance. We must do it another time. I'd love that. Give me a call. Oh, I will, Ginny. Of course I will. After he had put the phone down, he found himself still in a state of mild shock at his behaviour. Ginny meant far more to him than the woman he had been with the previous night, and yet he'd instinctively turned down the offer of her company. Surely he hadn't done it for reasons of guilt. No, he didn't feel guilty. Maybe he feared that, caught in the beam of Ginny's perceptive hazel eyes, he wouldn't be able to keep his encounter with Maria a secret. But why would it matter if he did own up to what he had done? He wasn't betraying anyone. He had no one to betray. It was still the speed of his knee-jerk instinct to lie that surprised him. Maybe now he had entered into the world of different women, surreptitiousness had become essential. There was no necessity for everyone to know everything. Kissing and telling was a course which held no attraction for Bill Stratton. He would become more cautious, secretive even, controlling the flow of information that he felt safe to his various friends. 10 minutes after he had put the phone down, the thought of seeing Ginny that evening had become more attractive. He contemplated ringing her back, telling her he had managed to untangle himself from his previous commitment, that he'd love to meet up with her for supper. But he didn't. On the Monday morning, Bill paid another visit to the BWOC office. Determined to be organised about the after-dinner speaking possibilities Sal had mentioned, he decided he was going to build up a file of suitable by way of contrast lines. The facility with which he had remembered so many, in what he now recognised had been a chat-out routine with Maria, encouraged him. So did the reaction the lines had received at Sal's dinner party. His spirits were high that morning. The varied responses to his encounter with Maria had settled down into a warm glow. Bill Stratton had been rehabilitated as a sexual player. The world was full of new possibilities. And old possibilities, he thought, as he entered Caroline's world of cigarette smoke, sweet tea and Radio 2. The fullness of her body looked more attractive than ever. What Andrea had described as her obvious sexuality was that morning very obvious. And yes, all right, her brassiness was obvious too. Bill knew he had never been mad enough to come on to Caroline, but he enjoyed his awareness of her sexuality. She also seemed aware of the change in him. Was he being paranoid to detect a new knowingness in her blue eyes as she said, "You're looking very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. You're looking good yourself." It was the first time in their relationship that he had complimented Caroline on her appearance. Perhaps his new self was more relaxed about that kind of thing. Not an easy woman to flatter, she snorted back. "Yeah, but I don't look like you. Not like I'm the cat that got the cream." The possibility that she did know about him and Maria could not be ruled out. Caroline knew Sal. They hadn't met many times, but had talked a lot on the phone, coordinating the BWOC books and promotion. Had there already been a phone call between them that morning? On balance, Bill thought it unlikely. He was just so conscious himself of what had happened that in spite of 4 showers since the event, he still felt as though he reeked of sex, and he felt rather proud of the fact. "I can look cheerful if I want to," he riposted lightly. "I just have a natural sense of well-being." "Oh, yeah? With most men I've known, they only get that Cheshire cat grin when they've had their oats." Surely she didn't know, did she? Deftly, Bill turned the conversation round. In the past, he wouldn't have responded to Caroline's frequent innuendos. Now he felt empowered to do so. "And would that explain why you're looking so bright this morning?" But any thought that the inquiry might bring him information about Caroline's sex life was doomed to disappointment. Expelling a derisive puff of air from her mouth, she said, "I've done with men, thank you very much," before continuing, "Right, so presumably these BWOCs you want are going to be in different categories according to the kind of audience you're speaking to." Chapter 8. And by way of contrast, in the recent Bristol West by-election, the candidate for the More Sex for All party lost his deposit. The after-dinner speaking bookings flooded in. So did the dinner invitations, and the number of Bill Stratton's sexual encounters increased too. He may have missed out on the 60s summer of love, but he certainly enjoyed the Indian summer of his own 60s. He thought of them as sexual encounters rather than anything else. He certainly didn't think of them as conquests. A conquest suggests the subjugation of one participant by another, and all of Bill Stratton's sexual encounters were consensual. He couldn't see the attraction of any other kind of sex. He may have had a bit of the atavistic male rapist in him when younger, but now found sex no less satisfying, but less urgent. It was all a lot simpler at 60. Any seduction involved was verbal. He didn't make passes, he didn't put unsanctioned hands on thighs or breasts. When he met a woman he fancied, and he seemed to be getting on with, he would gently ease the conversation towards talk of sex. If he got no response, he'd move back to less controversial topics. But when the response came, he would tease the talk onwards until some kind of agreement was reached. The negotiations, he knew, could always break down at the last minute, and sometimes they did. But at such moments his reaction, which in his youth would have been an agony of seething frustration, was now mild disappointment. The sex itself sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, but usually it was at least interesting. And Bill Stratton, having spent most of his adult life with one woman, came to realize how much he liked women as a gender, how much he enjoyed being in the company of women. What he remembered about sex from his minimal premarital experience was the difficulty of finding opportunities to do it. He thought back to a time of constant frustration, when he didn't have a flat or even a car, when parents proved obstinately determined not to leave the house for any length of time, when bus shelters were too public and golf courses too wet. But now, for a single adult, the opportunities were infinite. Most of the women he coupled with in London were single too, with homes of their own. When he was travelling round the country doing his after-dinner speaking, his contract always provided him with that philanderer's essential, a hotel room. And, of course, his own flat was permanently available. But he never took any of the women back there. He didn't want them to know about his domestic life. Despite being recognised as a minor celebrity, he wanted to preserve an element of anonymity. The fact that his life had become a sequence of one-night stands caused him little guilt. The majority of the women with whom he shared his enthusiasm were equal players and wanted no more. Often divorcees, they were as wary of relationships and commitment as he was. Yes, there was the occasional tear or harsh word, but they were the exception. And Bill Stratton deeply felt that he deserved a lot of sex. He remembered seeing a television interview with John Betjeman towards the end of his life, in which the old reprobate, asked if he had any regrets, stated the plaintive wish that he might have had more sex. Bill Stratton never wanted to find himself in that position. Only once he was out of his marriage to Andrea did he realise how much he had felt cheated of his part in the 60s sexual revolution. He had a right to as many lovers as possible before age finally took its toll, before the descent of that final shutter which would indicate the end of all sexual activity. Bill was also surprised by how easy it was. After his should we moment with Maria, he suffered no more such qualms. The shoulds and should-nots, which once ruled his life, had lost their potency. Finally, he felt grown up. He knew that not all his friends would agree with his definition of maturity. Though he felt confident it wasn't, his behaviour might be seen by some as predatory. Sal would psychoanalyse the hell out of him for seeking sex rather than relationships. Carolyn would shake her head wearily at further confirmation that you men are all the same. And Ginny... He tried to shut his mind to conjectures about what Ginny might think. The way he avoided hearing such unsolicited opinions about his rediscovered sex life was by the simple expedient of telling nobody. And that went for male friends as well as female. He knew that some men liked nothing better than to share details of their conquest with others, but to Bill the idea of spilling the beans to someone like Trevor was anathema.
End of CD 2. CD 3.
He liked to think his reticence was a point of honour, an unwillingness to make public the name of ladies with whom he had shared an intimate moment. But really, he knew that such self-justification was casuistry. Remarkably, even in London, his policy of not going to bed with any woman more than once had not led to any embarrassing subsequent encounters. Dinner parties to which he was invited always tended to be in different circles of acquaintances. Being an unattached, presentable, straight male was valuable currency in London social life. He was also fortunate that the women he chose, or who chose him, seemed to have the same desire for discretion, which suited him fine. He was sure this was partly because of their age. Though, like all men, he could be turned on by the sight of a pretty young actress on television or in a movie, what appealed to Bill Stratton was his own generation of women. He fancied the women he should have been making love to in the late 60s, when he should have been sowing his wild oats. Meeting Andrea had consigned those wild oats to rot away in the large barn of marriage, but now he lusted after the women he had missed out on, the women he should have had, the women who were his by right. So almost all of his bedmates were around his age or older. Despite occasional wistfulness for the resilience of young flesh, he found mature women infinitely attractive. Maybe having lived with Andrea all that time, having watched her body imperceptibly change, made him more forgiving of the flaws of age. The glazed cotton of young skin might have turned to muslin, but it was still warm. The touch of flesh remained unique. Hands might be veined and freckled, but they could still hold and caress. For the first time he encountered stretch marks, the silver flashes of unknowable experience. Like old houses, older women's bodies wore their quirky histories with a pride that he found more appealing than the slick, convenient brand-newness of a starter home. And then there were their eyes, infinitely various, infinitely wise. The eyes of young women had a bland, anonymous beauty. It was the surrounding wrinkles that created character. There was also a basic fairness about Bill Stratton. How could he possibly blame women for the changes time had wrought on their bodies when it had worked the same malign magic on his? Whitening hair, prominent veins, and general sagging had caught up with him. What right had he to criticize their other victims? One of the big advantages older women possessed was that they were knowledgeable about sex. Procreation, or the prevention of procreation, had long since ceased to be relevant. The only purpose of sex was to achieve pleasure. The potentially coy ones dropped out early in the course of mutual chat-up. Those who stayed the course revealed themselves to be at least as keen on a sexual encounter as Bill himself. They knew what they wanted, and they weren't afraid to instruct him on how to help them achieve it. As a result, Bill Stratton's sexual technique improved beyond recognition. He was a diligent and generous pupil, ready to pass on to his next partner the benefits of what he had learnt from the previous one. And though he wouldn't have been so crude as to subscribe to the line that it's better to make love to older women because they're so grateful, he was pleased that his efforts usually seemed to be appreciated. He rather suspected his current lifestyle could not last forever, but he felt no qualms about it, and had anyone asked him to explain his behaviour, he might well have used the justification of that great arbiter of contemporary morals, Bill Clinton, because I could. Could, in Bill Stratton's book, was a great improvement on should. Varied and wonderful were the sexual encounters of his period of freedom. Bill, that was stunning. Thank you, Rachel. We aim to please. Oh, God. Her hand leapt to her mouth. I haven't taken my pill. But surely you're, well, not to put too fine a point on it, at your age. Not that. Blood pressure. Ah. Cheryl, you're insatiable. No, I'm not, Bill. I can be satisfied. Oh? By the right person? Ah. Sheila, was that from a car crash? No, hip replacement. And by way of contrast, let's try this. Ooh, Celia. He never stayed the night. Some of the women claimed they wanted him to, but most made no demurral when he left. Partly they had learnt by experience, and that was what they expected of men, and partly they were realistic about the unforgiving focus daylight might bring to their charms. God is merciful as we get older. He gives us failing eyesight, together with the instinct to take our glasses off in bed. But he still hasn't managed to fix the way we look in the cold light of day. Bill knew anyway that his magnetism was finite. He didn't want to stay the night with any of the women. He didn't want to risk getting too close to what he thought of as his GCD. In Bill's mind, GCD stood for Guaranteed Charisma Duration. It's the length of time for which a man can still stay attractive to a woman who doesn't know him that well. In other words, it's how long he can stay fiendishly witty, charming, caring, fantastic in bed. The length of time before he becomes tired, selfish, thoughtless, short-tempered, sexually drained himself. The length of time during which the magic of a relationship can be sustained. In other words, until he needs a shave, a fart, or a crap, just like every other man she's met before. Bill was punctilious, though, about his expressions of gratitude. Even when the sex hadn't been that good, a graceful message of thanks was always conveyed. And having tried it out satisfactorily on Maria, he saw no reason to change the formula in which the message was expressed. His online Interflora account was kept busy, nor did he bother to think up a new form of words to accompany the flowers. And, by way of contrast, thank you for an unforgettable experience. It sounded all right, it was gracious, and it reminded the woman that she had been made love to by a minor celebrity. So far as he was concerned, the flowers closed the transaction. The moment he had given the woman thanks for an unforgettable experience, he was at liberty to forget her as soon as possible. Bill was generally very impressed by the efficiency of the Interflora website, though from his point of view it did have one flaw. The service would remember a customer's credit card details and an address list of the recipients of the customer's floral gifts, but it didn't have a memory for the messages sent with each bouquet. Bill Stratton would have found that a convenience, but it seemed to be a service for which there wasn't a demand. Most Interflora customers, Bill was forced to conclude, sent different messages to different people. And in his late-flowering promiscuity, did Bill Stratton himself change? Very little. Oh, he visited the gym more often. He had no illusions that he would ever recapture the physique of a young, muscle-bound Adonis, which he had never had, but since his body was going to be on display, he tried to ensure there was as little of it as possible. He wasn't obsessive about fitness, though. He didn't need to be. Nobody was going to see that much. Generally speaking, the women who shared his sexual encounters were even keener on muted lighting than he was. The one big change he made was to his underwear. He found the small black briefs, variations of which he had worn throughout his married life, were greeted too frequently in bedrooms with suppressed giggles. In boxer shorts, he felt less tethered, but they did get fewer laughs. Which was actually strange to Bill, because when he'd been growing up, the only times he'd seen boxer shorts were in American cartoons, on men who were meant to look funny in them. And as for negative feelings, the suspicion that there might be something rather sad about a 60-year-old man whose relationships were reduced to sexual scalp counting, he managed to force such thoughts out of his mind. Bill Stratton had always been good at forcing unwelcome thoughts out of his mind. Chapter 9. And by way of contrast, an 18-year-old woman in Macedonia has been granted a divorce from her 97-year-old husband on the grounds of his unreasonable sexual demands. Bill Stratton did not let his sex life impinge on his friendships. He still saw Carolyn at the BWOC office, had lunches and the occasional dinner party with Sal, and downed mournful pints in the annex with Trevor. But he never mentioned his sexual encounters. Carolyn probed with her customary innuendo. Sal, in her Miss Fix-It role, tried to set up new trysts and get the lowdown on old ones, but it seemed to Bill that he had no difficulty in deflecting their inquiries. And, of course, Trevor was no problem. Like most men, he was entirely uninterested in anyone's sex life but his own. Since that appeared to be moribund, he just maundered on about his past failures with women, which, transformed in the telling, increasingly took on the form of past glories. And Ginny, Bill didn't see much of Ginny during that period. She had taken over the part of Mother Superior in a long-running television series about medieval nuns that was shooting in Croatia, where the cheapness of locations and labour made recreating the England of the Middle Ages much more attractive to television producers than it would have been in England. As a result, Bill and Ginny had little contact other than snatched telephone conversations when she briefly touched base back in London. Bill was in many ways quite relieved about that. He had no problem in keeping his sex life secret from his other friends. He didn't know, though, whether he'd be able to withstand interrogation from the famous hazel eyes of Virginia Fairbrother. There was no curiosity about his new lifestyle from his ex-wife. Andrea showed no interest in him at all. Occasional necessary phone calls about final financial details were conducted quickly, without animosity, but neither of them volunteered information about themselves. Presumably, Andrea was enjoying Muswell Hill and domestic vegetarian bliss in the company of Dowie, which brought with it a licence for unbridled whinging about the NHS. She had reached her nirvana. Only once did Bill feel tempted to share some of the secrets of his new emancipation, and that was surprisingly with Trevor. They were sitting in the inevitable annex, and Trevor was working through his inevitable depression about how old he felt. And you keep asking yourself, what's the point? Why should one go on when there's nothing to look forward to? I mean, I see my body decaying by the minute. Every morning there are more dead, irreplaceable hairs on my pillow. My teeth feel more brittle every time I brush them. The veins on my legs look like the Piccadilly and Metropolitan lines have taken over the entire tube map. He took a long swig of beer, luxuriating in his misery. Even this is having less effect. It takes more booze to dull the pain, and the more booze you have, the more pain you feel when you wake up the next morning, which means you need even more booze to... He sighed with satisfaction at the completeness of his despair. And there are so many things that you just know you're never going to achieve. So many ambitions that will never be realized. I mean, I used to dream about being alone in a bedroom with a girl in her 20s. And as Trevor lifted his unfocused gaze towards his beer-tinted horizon, Bill Stratton felt really tempted to say, "Actually, I've done that." But of course he didn't. Not least because he did feel a degree of embarrassment about the whole episode. The younger woman was encountered at a book launch. She worked in some capacity Bill never quite established for the company which had taken over his original publisher. The enterprising young publisher who had seen the potential of the By Way of Contrast books had, in the way of enterprising young publishers, sold out to one of the big publishing conglomerates. He kept some minor advisory role in the business, but mainly he just enjoyed spending the huge amount of money he had made from the deal. And in the way of big publishing conglomerates, the big publishing conglomerate which had bought his company for its flexibility, low overheads, and ability to react quickly to the market, proceeded to make their new purchase inflexible, to increase its overheads, and make it as slow to react to the market as all the other publishing houses under its umbrella. The girl's name was Kirsty, and her job was something to do with rights. Rights in what, or whose rights, or rights to do what, Bill never did find out, but she seemed happy to chat to him at the launch. She said she vaguely recognised him from television, from when she used to watch with her parents. Bill wasn't very good at judging the ages of people younger than himself, but he reckoned she couldn't yet have reached 30. The conversation followed a predictable format. He entertained her with some of his well-remembered By Way of Contrast stories, in the constant expectation that she would shortly move away to join some of her contemporary colleagues. But she didn't. She seemed more than happy to stay listening to him, and they were still together when the trickle of departing guests became a gush. Asking her to join him for a bite to eat seemed an entirely logical next step. They'd both had quite a lot to drink at the launch, and they continued to drink throughout their dinner at a convenient nearby Italian. Precisely the sequence of words that led to Kirsty suggesting that they should adjourn afterwards to her flat, Bill could not remember. But again, logic seemed to be on their side. The idea made perfect sense to both of them. As soon as the cab deposited them outside her block, it was clear that Kirsty had a private income. Nothing anyone did with publishing rights would earn enough to pay for a flat in that neighbourhood of Fulham. Rich parents would be the probable explanation, but Bill didn't ask. He had no wish to hear that the girl's parents were younger than he was. The interior of the flat confirmed the impression of wealth. So, now Bill came to think of it, did Kirsty's vowels. Their cut glass had been engraved to a very expensive standard by all the right schools. She gestured him to a large white sofa while she disappeared into the kitchen to find yet more wine. Alone, Bill was able to take in his surroundings. His first impression was that he was in a child's playroom. Carefully displayed on purpose-built shelves all around the walls were figurines of characters from Disney cartoons. He recognised the line-ups from 101 Dalmatians, Fantasia and Snow White. All those bloody dwarves, of whom no one can ever remember more than 6 at any one time. Even with the 7 little figurines in front of him, Bill couldn't get all the names right. He gazed around in bewilderment. Surely no one would actually choose to have this stuff on display? "I see you're looking at my collection," said Kirsty, returning with the wine. "You collect these?" "Why do you say it like that? What did you think? Someone dumped them on me?" That had been so close to what he'd been thinking that he didn't dare make any response. But Kirsty didn't need any. She was keen to talk about her hobby. "My 101 Dalmatian set is almost complete." "Ah, really?" "Yes, that Cruella in bed is terribly rare. It's one from the Walt Disney Classic Collection, obviously." "Obviously," he echoed. "And there's puppies on newspaper," Kirsty trilled. "How sweet are they?" Bill decided that this was a rhetorical question. He had been aware recently of a new syntactical interrogative creeping into the speech of younger people, inquiries taking the form, "How good is that?" He did not apparently expect answers. Bill didn't understand the grammatical construction, he was just aware of it. All he knew was that if he had used that kind of sloppy speech in his news-reading days, he would have got letters. Still, Kirsty's collection did seem a viable topic for conversation. He couldn't spend the entire evening quoting by way of contrast lines at her, and the brief forays they'd made over dinner into popular culture had not been encouraging. She knew the names of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, but only as a shorthand for a state of embarrassing geriatricity, and her own musical favourites were equally unfamiliar to Bill. In fact, only the context made him realise that she actually had been talking about musicians. The names of the acts could otherwise have been mathematical formulae, firms of estate agents, or skin infections. And there had been an awful moment when he had managed to flood Kirsty's face with bewildered disbelief by asking her how often she went to discos. By the time he had realised that the right word was club, he had decided that music was probably a good subject to keep away from. The cinema had proved over dinner to be an area of similar mutual incomprehension. Bill enjoyed films, but chose what he went to with care. He always based his decision on reviews by critics whom he respected, whereas Kirsty appeared to be influenced only by a film's pre-release hype. As a result, her cinema diet consisted of worthless comedies with pretty boys in them, failed attempts to launch the Hollywood careers of American sitcom stars, mindless blockbusters full of special effects, and, worst of all, inevitably inferior remakes of movies which had been perfect the first time round. Though he had never seen any such films, Bill Stratton knew them all to be meretricious rubbish. He decided to keep off cinema as a subject for discussion. So, though Kirsty's collection of China figurines may have been inspired by cartoon films, they still provided an innocuous topic. Chiefly because Bill had no opinion about them at all, except the vague conviction that they were rather hideous, and because Kirsty seemed prepared to go on about them at great length. Until that evening, he had not known that a world of collectibles existed, nor the passion and energy that a true aficionada could invest in trawling endless websites for the vital piece of china that would complete a set. So he dozily sipped his wine and issued the occasional sympathetic grunt when she explained the difficulties of tracking down Beauty and the Beast busts, or limited editions of Cinderella's dress, or a holiday goofy with cello ornament. This conversation, or rather monologue, only lasted the duration of one glass of wine, but it felt longer. Then, deciding that he had misinterpreted Kirsty's intentions for the rest of the night, Bill took an elaborate look at his watch, yawned and said, "Well, perhaps I'd better be off." But then she threw him totally by asking in a slightly disappointed tone, "Aren't we going to get to bed together?" "Well, yes," All right." As he said the words, Bill realised they could have sounded a little more gracious or enthusiastic. Nor did he feel the situation was entirely retrieved by his adding, "if you like." Still, his clumsy response didn't appear to worry Kirsty. "I'll get the wine bottle. You go through to the bedroom." She was a long time getting the wine bottle. Maybe she was also making some intimate feminine preparations in one of the flat's bathrooms. Bill sat gingerly on the edge of the bed, wondering whether he was expected to start taking his clothes off. He decided against the idea, unwilling to expose his ageing body earlier than was strictly necessary. There were rather more lights on than he might have wished. Feeling something of a prat, he just looked around the room, which was a shrine to Bambi, Beauty and the Beast, and Winnie the Pooh. This last collection was displayed on a shelf above Kirsty's double bed. To Bill, who had grown up with them, E.H. Shepard's original illustrations were sacrosanct, and the crude Disney versions of the characters were as great an aesthetic affront as the New English Bible had been to the authorized version. But that was another opinion, ideally not to be shared with Kirsty. As he waited in this temple of Disneyana, Bill didn't really feel lust, just curiosity. When Kirsty returned and kissed him gently on the lips, she smelt of fresh perfume and tasted of toothpaste, proving that she had indeed titivated herself up for him. He wondered with mild anxiety what, after the evening's drinking and the Italian food, his own breath smelled like. Still, he couldn't bother about that. There was kissing to be done, and Kirsty did seem extremely keen on kissing. As their bodies stretched out together on the bed, lust returned, and a bit of fumbling with clothes began. Kirsty drew apart from him. "We'll be more comfortable in bed," she announced practically, and then, thank the Lord, she switched off the overhead lights. Bill stayed seated to remove his shoes and socks. He had reached the time of life when perfect balance could not always be guaranteed, particularly after an evening of wine. Already uncomfortably aware of his age, he didn't want to compound the stereotype by falling over. Kirsty's clothes were off, and she was under the duvet whither he crept with some relief to join her. For this encounter he was really glad he had made the transition to boxer shorts. He looked deeply into her eyes, then realised he still had his glasses on. Deciding clear vision must be sacrificed to avoid the laughable image of a bespectacled naked man, he took them off. He wished Kirsty, too, had glasses to take off, so that she'd only get a fuzzy outline of his ageing body. "Have you got one with you?" she asked suddenly. I'm sorry, what?" This confused him. Basic sex, the kind of sex they were about to indulge in, surely didn't need any props. "A condom." "Ah. Do you have one with you?" No, actually." When he considered the matter, it was remarkable that the question had not arisen before. There were enough earnest newspaper articles and television documentaries about safe sex. Primary school children seemed to be taught condom use before they were taught their alphabet, and all this earnest advice repetitiously pointed out that condoms were not just mandatory for their contraceptive properties, but also as a means of avoiding infection. And yet no one of the women with whom Bill Stratton had made love during his post-Andrea flowering had mentioned the word condom. None of them had been at risk of pregnancy, but equally none of them knew his sexual history. The first post-AIDS panic seemed to have died down. The fierce questioning about previous partners which had happened then, when a potential lover virtually had to get planning permission for each sexual encounter, seemed to have become less urgent. Certainly none of the women with whom Bill had conjoined recently had mentioned the idea of his taking a medical before Congress, or of wearing a condom. Probably a generational thing, he decided. For his contemporaries, condoms still had wartime connotations. They were Johnnies or French letters, devices to protect our brave but randy boys from disease-ridden foreign whores. For the original post-pill generation, they were slightly distasteful. People whose first experiences had happened in the 60s didn't like the idea of having their sex shrink-wrapped. The average heterosexual of his generation, Bill concluded, was extremely irresponsible about safe sex. Kirsty's questioning did prompt another thought in him, though. She regarded him as a procreational threat. He couldn't remember when he'd last seen himself in that role. In the very early days of his marriage, he'd entertained the possibility of Andrea becoming pregnant. But since then, sex for Bill had been totally separate from the idea of reproduction. Good heavens, he still had within him the capacity to become a father. He had read somewhere that the sperm men produced declined in quality as they got older, but it still worked. Charlie Chaplin, Saul Bellow, Des O'Connor. There were a whole lot of men who had become fathers at very advanced ages. When Bill reflected on those names, he decided it was not a club that he particularly wanted to join.
"It's all right," said Kirsty resignedly. "I've got some."
The readiness with which she found the packet in her bedside drawer showed how well equipped she was for life as a single woman in the early part of the 21st century. Deftly, she popped a latex circle out of its foil and placed it on top of the unit.
"For when we need it," she said,
and leant forward to kiss him. The kissing was again very pleasant and gentle. So was the caressing. With a slight feeling of guilt towards his other post-Andrea women, Bill couldn't be unaware of the superior skin quality he was now touching. He began to understand why so many men worshipped at the shrine of the younger woman. During what he hoped would turn out to be foreplay, Bill couldn't prevent his eyes from wandering to the shelf above the bed. Eeyore looked down at him disapprovingly. He didn't let himself be put off by that. Eeyore disapproved of everything. In the Eeyore catalogue of unacceptable behaviour, making love to a girl less than half one's age was no more reprehensible than Kanga losing Roo or Tigger bouncing. Bill still wished he was looking, though, at E.H. Shepard's definitive images rather than these winsome, Disneyfied travesties. The purposeful movement of Kirsty's hands distracted him from nostalgia.
"I think maybe we need that protection now," she said.
This was a new challenge. Though Bill Stratton was familiar with the concept, he had never actually put a condom on. And of course the important thing about putting a condom on is that there has to be something for it to be put on. And he found the nearer the point of putting it on came, the less there was to put it on. Panic began to flicker in his brain. Remarkably, in his recent glut of sex, the one thing he hadn't encountered had been personal malfunction. Oh, God, and it has to happen now, when I'm with a younger woman, a woman who spends her life surrounded by her contemporaries, men who go through life in a permanent state of semi-arousal. All the jokes he'd ever heard about old men not being able to get it up stampeded into his mind. But Kirsty proved a surprisingly sympathetic and generous sex therapist. From what she said, this was by no means the first time she had encountered such a problem. As vigour returned to him, a marginal sense of superiority came with it. Maybe young men of Kirsty's age weren't such stallions after all. After the initial hiccup, everything proceeded smoothly. Bill Stratton's first sex with a condom definitely felt different, a bit remote even, but it was perfectly satisfactory. And Kirsty's responses seemed to suggest she got something out of the experience too. After a mumbled, "Thank you," Bill lay in silence beside her, his mind full of the automatic masculine post-coital question, "How soon can I leave?" Books of etiquette are sadly inadequate in defining the recommended time-lapse between an act of intercourse and the first, "Oh, well, I'd better be on my way." But here, too, Kirsty surprised him, and anticipated him. With a brisk look at her watch and a "got to be at work in the morning," she made it quite clear that Bill's cue to get dressed had arrived. There was no resentment or edge in her tone, just practicality. She put on a bathrobe, and he quickly dressed. As he did so, he found his mind focusing on Kirsty's motivations. Was this how all of her sex life was conducted? Was it all quick pick-ups and goodbyes? Wham-bam, thank you, sirs? And most of all, why had she picked him? He'd been quite willing to go along with the scenario, but everything that had happened had been on her initiative. Politely, she led him out through the sitting room. "That was really nice," he said. "Thank you." His words sounded pretty flat, but they would be reinforced the next day by an interflora bouquet with a note reading, and by way of contrast, "Thank you for an unforgettable experience."
"That's all right," said Kirsty. "I've never had an old man before."
As he looked at the figurine-loaded shelves of her sitting room, Bill Stratton knew exactly where he fitted into the scheme of things, and he decided that in future he'd stick to women nearer his own age. Chapter 10. And by way of contrast, a recent survey in Canada has revealed that 13% of married couples had stopped having sex because they couldn't think of anyone else to think about while they were doing it. Bill would have been lying if he said all the sex was good, but it was all sex. Sex that was his due. Sex that he should have had in his 20s, when he had instead been putting everything into a marriage which ultimately had turned out to be worthless. Saving it for marriage had been his mother's strong recommendation, but she had failed to warn him that investments can go down as well as up. Meeting so many women, albeit on a superficial level, prompted Bill to think a lot about gender differences. He kept coming back to the same question. How different are women? And he kept coming back to the same answer. Bloody different. Any man who aspires to spend time with them had better recognize that early on. First, there were the simple biological differences, particularly that strange business of menstruation, which, remarkably, women don't find that strange. They make much less of a fuss about menstruation than men do. Men continue to find it bizarre, imagining how they would feel if their bodies were invaded in that way on a monthly basis, whereas women behave as if it were, well, natural. But with the women who shared Bill Stratton's sexual encounters, that was no longer a problem. The menopause had sorted it all out, and Bill found that in many ways a relief. He had quite enough to think about without unpicking the chronology of menstrual cycles. He remembered back to the days of his marriage, when an entire weekend's plans could be dashed on a Friday night by the rustle of a cardboard box heard from the lavatory. Also, he felt the menopause put men and women back on an equal footing, like when they were children. Basically, men have never understood menstruation and never will. They spend the major part of their lives when they're dealing with women thinking, oh, I shouldn't have upset her, she has just had, might be about to have her period, and they feel guilty. At least, Bill reckoned, the menopause restores a vaguely level playing field. Must be odd, though, having that happen to you. Though in one sense, women are luckier than men. They have the menopause as a sort of early warning system. Hello, dear, just a reminder that you're well into the second half of your life. Nothing like that for the chaps. For men, death is a total surprise. No signposts in the masculine life between puberty and senility. Oh dear. And there were so many gender issues Bill Stratton didn't reckon he'd ever get the hang of. For instance, the fact that the end of menstruation didn't spell the end of female difference. The divide between the way men and women thought seemed to increase with age rather than diminish. Women's priorities remained totally at odds with those of men. For instance, women seem able to summon up infinite interest in a relationship per se. Anyone's relationships in the abstract, whereas the only relationships men are interested in are their own. If the world were peopled only by men, one thing that would vanish pretty quickly would be romantic fiction. For that to work, the reader has to give a toss who ends up with whom, and men just don't. Men's and women's fantasies, too, follow totally divergent paths. The trouble with men's fantasies is they're also unrealistic. Most of them involve playing for England in some sport for which you never had much aptitude, and for which you're now far too fat and beat up to be a contender. Whereas women's fantasies encompass the possible, the romantically possible. It is just possible that you'll go to Greece and meet some stud so naive and pissed that he'd think you're attractive. It is just possible that after a divorce you might find your true self by pressing olives in Tuscany. Unlikely, but still possible. And that's before you even open the can of worms labelled sexual fantasies. What are women's sexual fantasies about? One thing's for sure, Bill Stratton concluded. I bet they involve a lot more talking than men's sexual fantasies do. But women's fantasies are really no odder than the realities of their lives. Although in his sexual encounters he'd always tried to keep conversation on a light-hearted level, Bill had inevitably heard a lot about other people's relationships. Everyone has baggage, and everyone over 60 has so much baggage that if they had to pay the excess, it would bankrupt them. Not having children of his own to bring to the conversation, Bill managed to avoid the bulk of his women's whinging about their offspring, but there was no such easy escape from the whinging about the men in their lives. His sexual partners, almost by definition, were not in warm and totally fulfilling relationships. Most were divorced or separated, and though they all said they didn't want to talk about their past and previous partners, very few of them could carry that intention through. So Bill did hear rather more than he might have wished about ex-husbands and lovers. Though none were accused of actual domestic violence, the men, it has to be said, didn't get a very good press. After the first few diatribes, Bill could quickly have filled in the blanks himself. The men had all started off all right, but they had changed. In many cases, it was marriage itself which had changed them. Before the wedding, they had been generous, loving, caring, but the minute the rings were on their wives' fingers, they were transformed. The mild-mannered Dr. Jekyll was gone forever, and the domestic tyranny of Mr. Hyde prevailed. The fact that so many of the women seemed to have endured bad relationships for such a long time reminded Bill of what Andrea had said about their own marriage. But surely he had never been as thoughtless as the husbands these women described. Had he? The effect getting married had had on these former husbands had been devastating. They had instantly become jealous, possessive, and controlling. They had become watchful of their wives' every activity and deeply resentful of any attempts they made to set up social or commercial ventures that didn't involve their husbands. The men had become acutely critical of their wives' appearance and homemaking skills. Their sole aim in life seemed to have become the total undermining of their wives' confidence. Bill heard the litany so many times, and the details tallied so exactly in each case, that after a while an irresistible fantasy developed in his mind. His sexual partners were not talking about different husbands. For each of them, it had been the same one. That was what must have happened. All divorced women had been married to the same man. Whoever the man was, he certainly got around a bit. Chapter 11. And by way of contrast, a man in Powys, who thought he had been conducting a secret affair for 12 years, was disappointed to find out that his local nickname was Jones the Adulterer. I'm still right. You're angry about what Andrea did to you. I've just read this book called Revenge, Relationship as a Blunt Instrument. It divides men up into categories. You are a classic rebound wrecker. Except, Sal, what am I wrecking? The feelings of all these women you're bonking. For heaven's sake, I'm not hurting them. I'm being very nice to them, and they like it. None of them is any keener to have a sustained relationship than I am. No, I've just read this book called Sex Objections, 101 Legitimate Reasons for Women to Refuse Sex. They're not refusing sex. That's the whole point. Nothing happens that isn't consensual. Bill, said Sal patiently, will you allow me to finish? I was about to say that in this book it says that the worst offence in relationships is to forget that the other person is a human being. Even in the current state of feminist thinking, there is nothing more demeaning for a woman than to be used as a sex object. I do not use them as sex objects. That had come out rather louder than he intended, and turned a few heads in the Turkish restaurant. Fortunately, though, most of the lunchers there were Turkish, a tribute to the place's authenticity, and had no idea what he meant. Bill was still in a state of shock at Sal's revelation that she knew about his recent phase of promiscuity. Obviously, she had known about Maria, who had, as it were, started his balls rolling, but Sal appeared to know there had been others too. How? Come to that, if she did know what he was up to, why hadn't she mentioned it before? Still, the how did she know question was more important. He had tackled her directly about it the first time she described him as a naughty boy. One hears things, Bill. That's not very helpful. Look, I'm your agent. I make it my business to know about what my clients get up to. Like how? OK, after you've done a gig, the organisers sometimes ring up to say that it went well. Oh. He felt rather gratified. More often, though, they don't ring. Ah, he felt less gratified. So I give them a call just to see that, there weren't any disasters. And do they often report disasters? He asked, alarmed. No. Most of the time they're very happy with you. The fact that they don't ring means nothing's gone wrong. God, if there had been a disaster, I'd hear soon enough. He was sidetracked by curiosity. What sort of disasters do occur? Well, drink, usually. I have one or two clients who have a tendency to take the dinner part more seriously than the after-dinner speaking part. Oh. But they tend not to get booked again, and pretty soon I stop representing them, so don't get any ideas. But I've never... No. Your behaviour has always been exemplary in that department. Everyone's very pleased with what you do. Ah, gratification returned. Nothing a mildly pissed audience likes better than hearing all those hoary old by way of contrast lines again. Oh, the gratification was diluted. Well, at least they're all genuine. Yes. She'd heard all this before. Your journalistic integrity remains intact. So there aren't any criticisms of what I do, then? No. Then what's the problem? No problem. As I say, there are never any criticisms, but there sometimes are sniggers. Sniggers? What kind of sniggers? Sniggers of the kind that go, oh, yes, I think Mr. Stratton had a very good evening. He looked set to have a pretty good night, too. Ah. You asked how I knew you'd been leading a life of wild promiscuity. Now you know. He was thoughtful for a moment. But nobody's complained. You'd know if the women had complained. I wasn't talking about the women. I was talking about the organisers, as you know full well. No, none of the organisers have complained. As I say, they just snigger. But how do they know? It's not very difficult. What thoughts go through the average prurient masculine mind when they see a man and a woman leaving a hotel bar together? Oh, well, yes, I suppose so. Also, in a lot of cases, they're not surprised by what's happened. How can they not be surprised? They've never met me. They don't know that I might be on the lookout for, he came back to, for a sexual encounter. No, Bill, they don't know you, but quite often they do know the woman. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I mean, I'm sure you think it's all the work of your amazing animal magnetism, but it does, as they say, take two to tango. The kind of woman who's an easy pick-up for a one-night stand has quite frequently done that kind of thing before. Right. Bill wasn't enjoying this downgrading of his amorous adventures. It was as if he were becoming equated with the kind of man who drank too much, not so good after lunch, you know. He asked the next question. You're not saying you reckon they must all be scrubbers? Sal's navy blue eyes looked steadily into his. I didn't use the word. He took a long swallow of the dusty red Yakult wine. Sal did the same. Then he re-engaged his eyes with hers. So, if my recent behaviour is, as it seems, common knowledge, what effect do you think it's had on my image? That's hardly my problem, is it? The bookings are still coming in. Mind you, if being a randy old goat was a disqualification for celebrities doing PAs and after-dinner speaking, well, there'd be hardly anyone left on the circuit. All right, put it another way. What effect does your new knowledge have on the way you think about me, Sal? He didn't know what response he'd been expecting. Certainly not the one he got. A shrug and, well, let's say it doesn't raise you in my estimation. He couldn't deny feeling a bit shaken by what Sal had said, particularly the bits about his using women as sex objects and going for easy lays. He closed his mind to the word scrubber. His own vision of what had been going on was much more positive, romantic even. He saw himself as the rather dashing lover, bringing a little sunshine into the women's clouded lives. But he wondered, after what Sal had said, whether he'd ever be able completely to recapture that self-image. Still, Sal was a woman. Women had never been great advocates of male promiscuity. She might even be a bit jealous. There was an undoubted attraction between them, and she had probably just read some book called You Got to Hide Your Love Away, Necessary Pretenses in Interpersonal Relationships. Bill could do without a woman's sniping. What he needed was some mindless male solidarity. He rang Trevor and fixed to meet that evening in the annex. And you really have given up sex? I told you, yes. Or rather, sex has given up on me. The bloody thing doesn't work anymore. But, Trevor, maybe if you met the right woman... I've spent my whole bloody life trying to meet the right woman. It hasn't done me any good. If I couldn't find the right woman when I was firing on all cylinders, or at least on the one important cylinder, then I'm hardly likely to meet her now. I haven't got anything in the way of cylinders to offer her. No, I meant that maybe the right woman might be able to make you change your lifestyle. You know, someone who really cared about you, could nurse you back to a more cheerful outlook on things, get you off the booze. Doesn't sound like the right woman to me. Trevor put a full stop to the line with a long swallow of beer. So you reckon sex really is over for you? Yes, I've told you. Why do you keep asking? My body has penetrated its last female body, and a good thing too. Oh, you've no idea how much clearer my brain is since I've stopped thinking about women all the time. So if your brain's empty of thoughts of women, what's come in to fill the void? Trevor took another long pull from his pint glass. It seemed an adequate answer. Don't you think back nostalgically to the women you did make love to? He shook his head. Never. Forgotten all of them. You can't even remember how many women you have gone to bed with in your life? No. There was a long silence before Trevor said, 17. Ah. Bill resorted to his pint. How about you? Sorry? How many women have you gone to bed with? Bill had a moment of fear. Did Trevor's question imply that he too knew about his friend's recent behaviour? After the bombshell from Sal, he was beginning to wonder whether details of his sexual encounters had been posted on some international website, so that there wasn't a person in the world unaware of them. Cautiously, he replied, Well, I spent nearly 40 years only going to bed with Andrea. That wasn't the question I asked. How many women have you gone to bed with? Bill was tempted. After a slow start, his total was now getting quite impressive, certainly exceeding Trevor's. There was an atavistic masculine attraction in the idea of crowing over his friend. But then again, if Trevor didn't know about Bill's recent liaisons, maybe it would be better for him to remain in ignorance. Oh, Bill lied. I don't know. He had a brief moment of anxiety with Carolyn, too. Something she said made him wonder about the confidentiality of his private life. He had dropped into the BWOC office to pick up the latest haul of by way of contrast lines. There was no necessity for him to do that. They could easily have been sent by email. But his visits were a regular part of his routine, one of the few elements of routine his life offered, apart from the round of PAs and after-dinner speeches. And being in the office as BWOC's director gave him the illusion of being part of a busy business life. Also, he couldn't deny that he enjoyed being in the same room as Carolyn. Andrea, he was sure, had been right about her, but a little bit of obvious sexuality never did anyone any harm. Being with Carolyn made Bill think of being in a bakery and of other warm, rounded, fresh things. Of course, he was never going to come on to her. He'd heard far too much of her cynicism about men to risk that kind of tongue-lashing. But he did find her presence comforting, and he found the whiff of tobacco and the warm, sweet tea and the schmaltz of Radio 2 comforting. She was talking about her son, Jason, guru of the computer, creator and maintainer of the website which allowed BWOC to run with such painless efficiency. He could be making millions, she was complaining. But what's he done? Only cut back on his IT work to concentrate on trying to become a stand-up comic. But is he funny? He always seemed rather serious when I've met him. God knows whether he's funny or not, she drawled throatily. He was funny when he was about 3 years old, but that's not the point. I made a lot of sacrifices to get him properly educated, and now he's turning down the chance to really clean up financially. Still, if that's what he wants to do, surely as his mother you'd support anything. He sod that. Ah. So, how is he otherwise? Otherwise, he's behaving like anyone else who had the good fortune to be born with a tassel, like he owns the whole bloody world, at least as far as women are concerned. No regular girlfriends, then? No, and far too many irregular ones. Jason doesn't go for quality, he goes for quantity. He's not going to commit himself to being responsible for a woman. He's a real notches-on-the-bedpost man. And then she said the words that gave Bill a little trickle of anxiety. Just like you. Just like me? How could she know? How could she possibly know? Maybe there actually was a website called BillStrattonSexualEncounters.com. But no. It must be through Sal. Carolyn and Sal had to talk from time to time about the By Way of Contrast books. That must be the source of Carolyn's knowledge. Oh, God. The whole bloody world knew. Probably even Andrea and bloody Dowie knew, and spent evenings over tofu bakes with their NHS harpies castigating his moral character. Why'd you say just like me? Bill asked cautiously. Her blue eyes x-rayed him. Because you're a man. Phew. Nothing personal. Just one of Carolyn's regular diatribes against his gender. He couldn't believe, and was rather surprised by, the level of relief that he felt. Chapter 12. And by way of contrast, a Salt Lake City Mormon with 9 wives married one more so that he could get a discount on air travel. The restaurant style this time was Moroccan riad. Tables on the ground floor, matched by those on the 2 galleries above, were set against the walls around a central fountain. A glass covering at the top of the space gave an illusion of openness to the sky. Multitudes of candles in spiky metal holders twinkled against engraved cedar doors and zealous tiles of deep blues and greens. Their light flickered over carved stucco, up tall pillars to ornately geometric friezes. Beautiful white-clad waiters flitted through the shadows. Rose petals were scattered over every surface. Bit over the top, Virginia Fairbrother grimaced wryly. Ever since Marrakesh was rediscovered by the B-list, this has been inevitable. Have you been there? Oh, yes, Bill. Of course. She looked around disparagingly. Don't know how long this one will last. Is the food just straight Moroccan? No. They couldn't charge these prices if it was. But the chef's wife's Japanese, so they reckon that adds some kind of fusion element to the cuisine. You can always charge more for fusion. It was well written up in one of the Sunday papers. Yes, but that's easily arranged. Invite the right people to the launch, you'll get the coverage. The difficult thing is to keep the right people coming when you're up and running. She looked around at the other diners. Her expression indicated that the new restaurateurs had failed in their mission. It had been a last-minute arrangement, an unexpected break in the Croatian filming schedule. Ginny had managed to wangle a flight, and she had called Bill as soon as she got back to London. He had very much wanted to see her, but wished it hadn't been the weekend when he was still feeling raw after Sal's revelations. Still, Ginny was looking stunning. Her hair was short in deference to her role as a nun in the television series, but it was cut with consummate skill. The Croatian sun had topped up and burnished her tan to a new glowing splendour, perfectly set off by the white linen trousers and minimal pink silk top she was wearing. "I never quite understand," said Bill, "why your hair has to be short if it's covered all the time. Then you've clearly never seen the series," purred Ginny. "Mine is very definitely a Wimple off-roll. The whole show is Sound of Music meets Prisoner Cell Block H. I'm sorry, I should have seen it. Quite honestly, darling, I'd rather you didn't. Rather a dilemma for me, actually. For the show to succeed, it needs millions of viewers. All I hope is that none of them are people I know. It's on ITV, though, so I'm in with a chance." She shuddered. "There is such a thing as actors paying their mortgages too publicly, and I'm afraid that's the situation I'm in. Still, nobody's doing anything mildly intelligent on television these days, and since the theatre work's virtually dried up..." She shrugged her magnificently slim shoulders. "Beggars can't be choosers." She flashed him a sudden grin. "Enough of my problems. Is your new career on the after-dinner circuit burgeoning?" "Seems to be going all right. Don't know why, really. I mean, I say exactly the same things every time. So, Bill, darling, if you were an actor, no one would complain about that. When I gave my Lady Macbeth, I said exactly the same things every time. If I hadn't, the audience would have asked their money back." "Yes, but what I trot out is far from Shakespeare. I mean, they're genuine, but they're basically just tired old snippets of yesterday's news. That's how they may appear to you, but what you have to remember is that that's not how the audience sees it. They are hearing it for the first time." "I suppose you're right." "Of course I'm right, Bill. Come on. This is not your usual perky self. Why are you down?" He couldn't give the real answer. That being with her, realizing how much he liked her, relaxing in the company of a real woman whom he knew well, made his sexual encounters of the last month seem a bit, well, tawdry. The lunch with Sal had planted the seed of self-disgust within him. Being with Ginny made it grow. Yeah, I don't know, he concluded unsatisfactorily. Something going wrong with your love life? Good heavens, no, he said with too much vehemence. I hope you do have a love life. Well, when we last had dinner, you said you were still technically faithful to Andrea. I didn't exactly say I do hope that's no longer true. For your sake, remember all that ground you've got to make up. Well, go on, Bill. She leant forward, teasing, provocative. Tell me the truth. You've been picking up women and shagging them at every one of your after-dinner speaking gigs, haven't you? It was hopeless. They all knew. There probably was a BillStrattonSexualEncounters.com website. Nothing for it. He'd have to bite the bullet. Yes, he admitted sheepishly. Well, not at everyone, but... Ginny's indrawn breath and the change in her expression told him too late that he had made a big mistake. She had just been teasing him. She hadn't really thought he'd been picking out women and shagging them at every one of his after-dinner speaking gigs. Oh, God, talk about having blown it. Joking, he said hopefully, just joking. But he could see she didn't believe him. Mercifully, the waiter arrived to take their orders. Ginny went for a Berber sushi salad starter, followed by the inevitable lamb teriyaki with apricots tagine. Bill, at a loss to think about anything other than the gaffe he had just made, asked for the same. Any hopes he might have had of the waiter's interruption shifting the topic of conversation were dashed as Ginny went on. So, how many has it been? How many? He echoed feebly. How many what? How many women have you shagged since your divorce from Andrea? I don't know. You mean you don't know because there have been so many you've lost count? No, I don't know because, well, it's not the kind of thing that one does count. Nonsense. Men always count. The hazel eyes bored into him, but he wasn't going to tell her. So, Bill, you've suddenly become the oldest swinger in town, have you? Joining the Rod Stewart and Peter Stringfellow Brigade? He was repelled by the image. No, nothing like that. Anyway, he said defensively, last time we had dinner together, you were encouraging me to get my sex life up and running again. Yes, but I wasn't encouraging you to shag everyone. I haven't shagged everyone. Oh, goodness, you mean here and there a woman exists who has yet to receive the infinite blessing of your body. Ginny, I don't know why you're going on about it. Can't we talk about something else? Possibly. In a minute, but not before. I've got a little more detail about what you've been up to for the last few months. Oh. He looked glumly down at his right thumb and forefinger, which had been unconsciously rolling together rose petals. The debris of tiny broken red pellets lay on the tablecloth. Do I take it these were all one-night stands? A lugubrious nod. Nothing that you would term a relationship? Another. And don't you think that's rather irresponsible behaviour? That did surprise him. No, none of them were of an age when they were likely to get pregnant. That's not the only kind of sexual irresponsibility, Bill. Don't you think there might have been an element of disloyalty in what you've been doing? No. For heaven's sake, I haven't got anyone to be disloyal to. You seem to be forgetting that Andrea and I got divorced. While I was married to her, I was completely faithful. Now the marriage is over, I can do what I like. I don't have any responsibility to anyone. Not even to the women you've had all these one-night stands with? No. He'd never really thought of that possibility. No, they weren't under any illusions. They were just like me, only in it for a quick sexual encounter. God, Bill, you talk like an adolescent who's just discovered sex. Well, maybe that's what I am. He grinned, trying to get their conversation back to its usual level of banter. As one keeps reading in the Sunday papers, 60 is the new 30. In your case, 60 is more like the new 16. Come on, tell me. The hazel eyes once again impaled him like a butterfly on a pin. Have you really enjoyed having this random sequence of quick screws? He certainly wasn't going to deny it. Well, yes, I have. Most of them. Anyway, I was due a few. You told me so when we last met. Did I? Yes, your exact words, if I recall them correctly, were, you don't have to marry every woman you have a relationship with. But apparently you aren't having relationships with these women, you're just having sex with them. It comes to the same thing. Ginny looked at him appalled, and slowly shook her head. Surely you don't believe that? Sex must mean something, not just passionless promiscuity. What's wrong with promiscuity? It's not funny, and it's not clever. No, but it is fun. Ginny shook her head in disbelief. You just don't get it, do you, Bill? Don't get what? You must be so full of anger against women. I'm not full of anger. I'm very nice to them. I give them a good time. She didn't seem even to hear that. I suppose it's your revenge for what Andrea did to you. Oh, don't you stop. Sal keeps saying that. Sal, your agent? Yes. Oh. A new thought came to Ginny. She isn't one of your conquests, is she? Good heavens, no. I don't do it with women I know. Her expression made him wish that those words, too, had been left unsaid. What I mean is, I know exactly what you mean, Bill. And I can't deny that I'm disappointed in you. Oh, for heaven's sake, Ginny, you're the last person I would have expected to go all moralistic on me. And I have to say, there is an element of pot and kettle here. Your emotional history hasn't been an unblemished record of fidelity, has it? You've had lots of lovers. Yes, but they were lovers. There was love involved. I went into each relationship thinking it was going to work out. None of them were just anonymous carnal transactions. You don't know that's what mine were. If you only see any of the women once, that's very much what they sound like. One step up from using prostitutes, and with the big advantage that you don't have to pay. That stung him. Petulantly, he said, Look, I'm still recovering from my divorce. I'm not ready for a long-term relationship. Oh, don't come that one with me, Bill. God, you really are having a second adolescence. Most boys realise by their 20s how meaningless sex is without emotion. Most grow out of the notches on the bedpost mentality. For nearly 40 years of marriage, I didn't have a notches on the bedpost mentality. So that justifies your having one now, does it? Yes, it does. The response was instinctive, but he didn't vocalise the words. Jenny had hit the nail on the head with uncomfortable accuracy. She had spelled out exactly what he thought. Their Berber sushi salads arrived, but again the break didn't deflect the implacable Ginny. I feel really sorry for you, Bill. Well, that's very sweet of you, but you don't need to. I'm perfectly happy. Are you, though? Listen, you're a nice guy, not from what you've been saying. Yes, you are. And you've got a lot to give emotionally, which is why I was so pissed off to hear that you're just playing a numbers game, ticking off the lists of your conquests. They're not conquests. It's all consensual. They must all be the same kind of women. Maybe they are. Well, thank God I'm not that kind of woman. I can't imagine anything more demeaning than being just another name in a man's point-scoring roll call of lovers. That silenced him. Not because of the criticism, but because of the implication, however ambivalent and veiled, that there might be circumstances under which she would have contemplated being his lover. The idea was so potent, it took his breath away. He wished even more forcibly that their recent conversation had never started. Compassion had replaced anger in her voice as Ginny said, I just feel sorry that there's no love in your life, Bill. Perhaps no love in you. That's hardly my fault, he responded instinctively. I tried nearly 40 years of love, and then discovered that it wasn't reciprocated. The hazel eyes looked pityingly at him. God, you're so angry. Well, all right, maybe I am, he conceded. She shrugged. No, it's your life, and sorry I shouldn't have come the heavy moralist with you. It's just, you're someone I care about, and so I want you to be happy. He didn't bother insisting again that he was happy. Ginny had managed to devalue his idea of happiness. Instead, rather grumpily, he repeated, I'm just not yet ready for another relationship. No, but you can still have some love in your life. It doesn't need to be exclusive love, like you had for Andrea. You can have love for friends, for people you meet. You should let yourself be open to love. How do you know I'm not? He asked truculently. I know. Serial philanderers shut off the possibility of love. Shagging lots of women is their way of immunizing themselves against it. Maybe. Come on. Think. Isn't there anyone in your life for whom you feel a bit of love? There were people, but he didn't think it tactful to mention either Sal or Carolyn to Ginny. Instead, boldly, he said, I feel a bit of love for you. She grinned, reached across the table and put her hand on his. And I feel a bit of love for you. A bit. She removed her hand, but rather less than I did at the beginning of the evening.
End of CD 3. CD 4.
Chapter 13. And by way of contrast, a Bengali woman accused of marketing a fraudulent love potion was acquitted by a judge who subsequently married her. Bill Stratton could not deny that he was shaken by what Ginny Fairbrother had said. Her perspective on his recent life did make it appear slightly shabby. That, coupled with Sal's words about people sniggering, diminished his self-image as a magnificent love god. He was just another more-than-middle-aged man trying to cram in as much action as possible before the final shutter fell. He was also intrigued as to why Ginny had taken him to task with such vigour. Fair enough that she should disapprove of his late-flowering promiscuity, but she seemed to be taking it personally, as if it was her he had let down rather than her entire gender. Bill didn't allow himself to think why she should have behaved like that. He just wanted to see her again as soon as possible and find a way to reinstate himself in her good books. But that was not going to be easily achieved. The morning after their dinner, she had flown back to Croatia, where she was scheduled for many more months of convent capers. Bill's bridge-building with Ginny would have to wait. But he did think a lot about what she said, particularly about the lack of love in his life. While he had been with Andrea, even though she subsequently denied its presence, he at least had had the illusion of love surrounding him. And it was true that love had not been a component in any of his sexual encounters since the divorce. Men were, of course, proverbially bad at using the L word. The commitment implied in it was so total. Telling a woman that you loved her was tantamount to signing a binding contract never to stop loving her, undertaking to protect and look after her for as long as you both shall live. Or at least that was the way Bill had always seen the situation, and he reckoned that was the reason why most men avoided all mention of love in their dealings with women. It was safer that way. But what Ginny had said made him wonder whether his definition of love was perhaps too narrow. Ideal married love to one person was a nice idea, but how many people achieve that? Bill Stratton thought he had, but he'd been wrong. Ginny had hurt him when she said there was no love in his life. Maybe there wasn't that one exclusive love, but perhaps by a more relaxed definition. Well, he certainly felt something for Ginny. That was a kind of love. He had told her so. Perhaps he felt something similar for Sal, come to that. Even Carolyn. Maybe he should tell them all that he loved them. Mind you, he wasn't quite sure what response he would get. Baffled incomprehension, most likely. Interesting idea, though.
It might, he thought, be quite easy to say, "I love you," once he got used to the idea, once he managed to break the habit of thinking in terms of exclusive love, just for one person. But when he'd done that, and when he had actually said it to more than one person, well, maybe it'd be open season on "I love you." He could say it to anyone. The important thing, though, Bill told himself, mindful of Ginny's criticisms, is that it's true. You only say it to people you love. But the number of those, and the different ways in which you love them, well, the older you get, the bigger that number might become. He wished he'd been more forceful when he'd told Ginny that he loved her. But he'd been on the back foot all that evening, not really a time for being forceful. He supposed he could write to her or phone her. She'd made a point of telling him how well her mobile worked in Croatia. But he didn't want to put the delicate balance of their relationship at risk. Even when she gave him an ear-bashing, being with Ginny meant a lot to him. Saying the wrong thing or making a wrong assumption about her interest in him could spoil everything. Virginia Fairbrother was a wonderful and attractive woman, but she was way out of his league. A couple of days after their Moroccan-Japanese fusion experience, Bill Stratton had an after-dinner speaking engagement in a hotel in Nottingham. There was an unattached woman there who was giving all the signals of availability. They chatted in the bar afterwards. She laughed at his by way of contrast lines and seemed in no urgency to leave. At about midnight, Bill looked at his watch and said it had been a pleasure to meet her, but he must be off to bed, where he went, alone, feeling incredibly virtuous. He found over the next few weeks that his mind kept coming back to things Ginny had said to him. He wondered about the anger. Had he really been using promiscuity as a way of getting back at Andrea? Not directly, of course, because she knew nothing about what he had been doing. But maybe there was something in the theory. Sal, after all, had said exactly the same thing. Bill also thought about Ginny's description of him treating 60 as the new 16. He did feel as if he was going through a change in his life. Maybe, he wondered, second adolescence is a necessary stage before second childishness and mere oblivion. His behaviour certainly couldn't be covered by the catch-all title of a midlife crisis. If this was his midlife, then by the time he died he was going to have an entry in the Guinness Book of Records. But he did need a little time to reassess his situation. He was glad he had done his stint as a serial philanderer, but that wasn't how he wanted to spend the rest of his life, as an old goat being sniggered at by event organisers. Maybe in future he should be on the lookout for more than sex, possibly even for love. When he next had lunch with Sal, he told her that he loved her. Their meeting had started rather oddly, because Bill knew there was something different about his agent, but he couldn't quite identify what it was. A disproportionately long time elapsed before he realised it was her smile. Ever since he had known her, she had had the yellowed teeth of a continually reoffending smoker. Now suddenly he was faced with 2 rows of gleaming whiteness. He didn't quite know what to say. It was a bit like seeing a bald man the first day he wears his toupee. Presumably he knows that he had no hair the previous day, and he knows that his colleagues know. New acquaintances might possibly be impressed and fail to notice that nothing on his head moves. But what is the recommended behaviour for old friends? Is the correct form to say nothing, pretend you haven't noticed? Or is it more polite to extend your hearty congratulations to him on the fact that he has suddenly got a large shredded wheat on his head? Sal's sudden orthodontic makeover presented Bill with a similar social dilemma. But he needn't have worried. She wanted to talk about her new teeth. In fact, there was no way she was going to be stopped from talking about them. "Porcelain veneers," she said. "Aren't they wonderful?" "Yes, you look splendid. Cost an absolute fortune." "I bet. All those 15% of my earnings. Don't you believe it? Thank God I've got other clients. You only paid for that tiny little one at the back. Anyway, it's part of the new me." "Another new me? You're some kind of new you every time I see you." "Oh, yes, in the past," she conceded. "I have gone for all kinds of self-help books, you know, trying to change my personality. But I've given up on that. Now I'm going to change the shell and let the personality develop inside it." "By the shell, you mean your exterior appearance?" "Yes." What, so you're going to wear more makeup?" I don't think that'd be possible. Ah, light dawned. You mean you're going to change your body? Exactly. The teeth are only the start. I'm having a consultation with a cosmetic surgeon tomorrow. Soon you won't recognise the new me.
Don't make too many changes, he said. I really like the old you.
Yes, but that's what's wrong with it. It's old. Soon I'll be totally transformed.
Well, do be careful. Then he added, boldly, I love the old you. She didn't seem to notice this avowal, if that's what it was. Certainly Bill had never used the word love to Sal before. Without even registering the novelty, she started on at him about how he ought to get his teeth fixed too.
You're in the public eye, you know. You've always got to look your best. It's a cutthroat business you're in. A lot of younger, better-maintained men out there, snapping at your heels.
Maybe, but I don't need cosmetic dentistry. My teeth are part of me. They've got a lot of character.
You could say the same of Stonehenge.
She looked disparagingly across at his uneven bite.
And actually, the similarities don't stop there.
Bill didn't really like this talk about his teeth. They had always been sensitive, and he had always been sensitive about them. He had had a lot of trouble with them over the years, though now they were so full of fillings there wasn't much left that could go wrong with them. They probably could do with porcelain veneers, but he reckoned, having got this far into his life without them, the unadorned original teeth would probably see him out. And when he had been regularly reading the news, his crooked smile had been referred to frequently. He had even once had the accolade of his facial expression being mimicked by an impressionist in a television sketch show. Still, thinking about his teeth always upset him. Maybe because of their similarity to tiny tombstones. They made him aware of his own mortality. Fortunately, the conversation did at last move away from matters orthodontic. Sal was in very good form, seemingly liberated by the decision to lay off her mind and concentrate on improving her body. She was funny and relaxed, and they went for a second bottle of the dusty red Yakult. As they parted outside the Turkish restaurant, they went into a more effusive clinch than usual. Bill could feel the outline of her body against his. Clumsily kissing her hair, he mumbled, "I do love you, you know."
"I love you too,"
she murmured. Then, with a tipsy giggle, she tottered off on unfeasibly high heels back towards her office. Sitting on the tube, back to Pimlico, Bill Stratton glowed. Maybe there was love in his life after all. He had never really thought about fancying Sal until that moment when she pressed her body against his. So there was something between him and Sal, and definitely something between him and Ginny. It was rather nice, the idea of being a little in love with more than one person. Suddenly he felt a huge surge of well-being, possibly buoyed up by having sunk a whole bottle of the Yakult. He felt the capacity to love every woman in the world. They were so gorgeous. The curves of their breasts and legs, the infinite variety of their skin tones, the way their hair sprang and curled and shimmered from their heads. At Green Park, a woman of incredible beauty boarded the tube and stood opposite him. Probably under 30, she had short blonde hair and honey-dappled skin. A short skirt and sleeveless top showed her perfect contours, long legs, slender muscular arms, and immaculate cleavage. The well-being within Bill Stratton surged again. She was so beautiful. He was instantly in love with her, and he wanted to tell her so, to let her know how much she was appreciated. Surely any woman would want to know that a man found her beautiful. Since they spend so much time and artifice trying to achieve that effect, they must want to be informed when they have succeeded. Bill decided he would tell the woman she was beautiful. He might even say that he loved her. The unsolicited opinion of a man of taste. That would really give a lift to her day. The tube was slowing down for Victoria, and she started moving towards the door. That was why she hadn't bothered to sit down. She was only travelling the one stop. She was going to walk right past Bill, and when she did, he would stand up and tell her she was beautiful, and possibly that he loved her. He timed it beautifully. He stood up when she was directly in front of him, and he opened his mouth to speak. But then he saw the expression which had taken over her beautiful face, the expression which only he could have inspired, contempt and distaste with an undercurrent of fear. Someone so beautiful got men coming onto her all the time. She loathed it. Bill wanted to explain that he wasn't a threat to her, he just appreciated her aesthetically, that he really wasn't coming onto her, that it was over in a matter of seconds. No one else in the carriage saw the look of loathing that had passed from her to him. She was gone. The doors closed, and the tube sighed on towards Pimlico. Bill Stratton slumped back in his seat, and saw in the window opposite, in ghostly reflection, rather like an X-ray image, exactly what the young blonde woman had seen. A white-haired, wrinkled figure with irregular teeth. An old goat. A dirty old man. Chapter 14. And by way of contrast, a new Christian society for teenagers has been founded in Ohio. It is called the Affirmative Response Group, and its slogan is, "Say no to everything." Lee was different from the other women, though the circumstances in which Bill met her were pretty similar. An after-dinner gig in London for some charity. Not that his own involvement was in any way charitable. Sal had sorted out a contract for his usual fee and his usual hotel room. So far as she was concerned, and so far after brief initial qualms as Bill was concerned, a booking was a booking. A charity could always try approaching a speaker direct and ask if he'd give his services for nothing, but if they went through Sal Juster Associates, they were by definition entering into a commercial transaction. Many charity events, and particularly charity balls, actually lose money, because the initial outlay has been so huge that no amount of ticket sales or donations on the night are going to cover it. Enthusiastic people on charity committees rarely have much understanding of event finances. Still, that wasn't Bill Stratton's problem. He couldn't remember what that night's particular charity was. Something to do with a heart scanner or a new hospital wing for sick babies. He took a perverse pleasure in not knowing the details. Being of a medical nature, it was one of the few such events at which Andrea might have joined him, had they, of course, still been married. Except, of course, had they still been married, he wouldn't have embarked on his career in after-dinner speaking, so he wouldn't actually have been invited to... Such speculation was pointless. Anyway, rather than Andrea, he met Lee. She was tiny and vivacious, with that combination of very black hair, lightly freckled skin, and pale blue eyes that ought to be Irish, though in her case apparently wasn't. She wore a trouser suit that looked black until the light caught it and made it shimmer with dark green. The first thing that distinguished her from his other women was that she had not come to the function alone. Seated next to Bill, on the top table at the dinner, she introduced him to a broad, bald man with glasses on her right, who seemed to have been melted down and poured into a rigid dinner suit. Bill couldn't remember the man's exact name, but it was in the Keith Derrick Allen range. Anyway, throughout the dinner, Keith Derrick Allen seemed surplus to Lee's requirements. She spent the whole meal listening to Bill, laughing appropriately at his well-remembered by way of contrast lines. She laughed too, as the BWOC routine was wheeled out during the actual speech, but when he sat down to his customary flurry of applause, she said, "You don't give much of yourself away, do you?" "What do you mean? Lots of second-hand funny lines? Nothing about the real Bill Stratton?" "All the punters want is a laugh. They haven't come here to hear about the real Bill Stratton, which is just as well, because the real Bill Stratton is not particularly interesting." "Difficult to know, since you won't reveal anything about him. I would have thought—" Her words trickled away at an admonitory look from the events chairman, who was about to start the evening's auction of promises. In a much lower voice she murmured, "Let's go and have a drink at the bar." Well, although he didn't have any role that evening as auctioneer, award presenter, or raffle ticket picker, slipping away straight after his speech was on the margins of bad form, and slipping away with a woman might cause more sniggering in Sal's post-mortem with the organisers. But what the hell? Lee was very attractive, and what the hell? The bar was empty. except for a lethargic young man who hadn't been expecting anyone until the proceedings in the dining room had finished, but still served them with reasonably good grace. Lee opted for a malt whisky, and Bill went along with the same.
"So, why is the real Bill Stratton boring?" she asked, once they were ensconced in a plushly upholstered alcove.
"Well, You heard what the guy who introduced me said. I've had a fairly easy ride in career terms, and in a career that has a disproportionately high public profile, but that doesn't make me interesting."
"The guy who introduced you just chronicled a list of television companies who'd employed you, and the different times at which you'd read the news."
"What's wrong with that? There's nothing more to say."
"He didn't say anything about the kind of person you are."
"That's not his job. No one here is interested in that stuff."
"I am."
"Oh?
"So, come on then. Let's get the basics. Are you married?"
"Divorced."
"How long ago?"
"Coming up for a year."
"Children?"
"No."
"On good terms with ex-wife?"
"Not adversarial. Hardly ever see her. She remarried."
"Was her new husband the cause of the break-up?"
"Yes, I suppose he was. Though, from what Andrea says about the situation, no need to confide that stuff. Not important." Actually, there was a very good by-way-of-contrast line about a divorced woman in Caracas who...
"I don't want to hear any more of those by-way-of-contrast lines. I want to hear about you."
And she did. To his amazement, Bill found himself telling her more than he had told almost anyone. Andrea obviously knew greater detail, but she had received the information at a trickle effect through many years of marriage. He had never talked about himself for such a sustained period. He kept trying to divert the conversation onto Lee and her life. He reciprocated her questions about marriages, divorces, and children, but the answers didn't come. Lee wasn't deliberately evasive. She just always asked for some other detail about his life that he couldn't resist responding to. The auction of promises and subsequent money-spongy events came to an end, and the other guests drifted through into the bar, but Bill was hardly aware of them. He was caught up in Lee's interrogation and in the translucent beam of her pale blue eyes. At one point, a rather anxious-looking Keith Derrick Allen broke into the aura of their conversation. "Lee, I was thinking maybe it was time to be going."
"Fine."
She gave no signs of moving. Keith Derrick Allen stood loitering like a man outside a sex shop. "Well, he said after a time, "are you coming with me?"
"No."
It wasn't said with any edge or vindictiveness, just as a statement of fact. "Ah." The idea took a while to percolate through into Keith Derrick Allen's understanding. "Right. Well, I'll be off then." He made 2 bold steps towards the door, then reassumed his loitering posture. "So, I'll call you, shall I?"
"Wouldn't bother."
Though this was spoken as charmingly as Lee's previous response, this time Keith Derrick Allen was quicker to get the message. With a vainglorious "Cheerio, then," he strode off through the bar. "A long-term relationship?" asked Bill.
"Couple of months. Never going to go the distance. He was boring. Should have recognised it earlier. Not enough time left to waste on non-starters."
"How do you recognise a non-starter?" He was fishing, trying to gauge her reaction to him.
"That's the problem. When you start out, you don't know they're going to be non-starters. Otherwise you wouldn't have started out, would you?"
He nodded, assimilating the logic of her words. "So have you ever met anyone who wasn't a non-starter?"
"Given the fact that I am unmarried and not currently in a long-term relationship, the answer has to be no."
That was more information than she'd given him all evening. Not currently in a long-term relationship. But maybe 5 minutes before, she had been in a long-term relationship with Keith Derrick Allen. Did 2 months count as long-term? "But presumably you're still looking for Mr. Right?"
Mr. Right was a concept I'd grew out of in my teens. The most I aspired to is Mr. Right for the time being, and what I usually end up with is Mr. Right for this brief moment, shortly to be re-identified as Mr. Totally and Utterly Wrong.
"Ah.
Still, one of the very few benefits I've found in getting old is that I have lowered expectations and I'm quicker to cut and run. If something doesn't work,
I no longer feel any obligation to hang around and make it work, and I wish a lot of women had caught on to that idea a good deal earlier in their lives. I wish I had come to that. God, the time I've wasted trying to turn men into something for which they'd never had the basic aptitude. But now I recognise the great truth, summed up by some country and western singer, shoes don't stretch and men don't change. Does that mean you're anti-men, Lee? No, I still like them. I just don't expect much of them. That way I'm less often disappointed. But you still go out with men? Oh, yes. But if there's no empathy there, or if the sex isn't any good, then I only do it the once. Just like a man. Yeah, just like a man. The crowd of guests, their wallets emptied by an evening of charity, was beginning to thin. A few glanced towards the cocooned couple in the alcove. More sniggering to Sal on the phone, Bill thought mildly. Still, let's hope we can give them something to snigger about. They'll be closing the bar soon, he said casually. Maybe we should continue our conversation up in my room? The pale blue eyes looked at him sceptically. So that you can make a clumsy pass at me? No, I promise I don't make clumsy passes. If we were both up in the bedroom, and if we discussed sex, and if we agreed we both wanted to, well... He shrugged in a manner that he hoped was eloquent. She said after a silence. That sounds like a reasonably good system. Well, it does make things kind of mutual, doesn't it? Yes. Consensual. What a good word that is, Bill. A lifesaver for men, isn't it? Makes them feel better about coming on to women. I don't come on to women, no. What have you been doing tonight? We've been talking. She nodded thoughtfully. Well, look, let's have the sex or no sex discussion right here rather than going up to your room. Fine by me. Well, I do find you very attractive. She smiled and looked at him. You're not without attraction either. We're both grown-up people, and how? Neither of us will see 60 again. So. There was a very long silence. Bill was aware of the clatter of glasses being tidied up. So, no, we don't go and make love tonight. Oh. He wanted to ask why, but didn't. But if you want to meet again... She handed him a card. There's my number. Then Lee leant across, kissed his cheek, and before Bill had time to reciprocate, was on her way across the bar to the exit, in a glimmering of dark green. This was different. Bill recognized the change. If he rang Lee, he would be entering the arena of dating. The other women he had picked up on his after-dinner speaking jaunts had not been dates. They'd been the products of opportunism. But by refusing the invitation up to his room, Lee had immediately put herself into a different scenario, and Bill was not sure that it was a scenario of which he wished to be part. Asking someone out for a date involved forward planning. The datee had to be contacted, and if she was agreeable, a mutually acceptable day and rendezvous then had to be arrived at. All of this seemed to Bill a rather stressful amount of organisation. To his surprise, the prospect also made him feel rather nervous. So many years had elapsed since he had last asked someone out that he had forgotten the volatile panics that attended such bold gestures. In a hotel bar, emboldened by alcohol and isolation, he could be glibly confident, but the formal business of picking up a phone and asking Lee to go out with him took him straight back to the jitteriness of adolescence. Also, going on a date did seem terribly public. In the varied groups of businessmen, sportsmen and charity supporters amongst whom he usually strutted his after-dinner speaking stuff, there was never anyone he knew, and though the organisers might snigger to Sal about the women he went off with, she didn't know any of the individuals involved. But if he invited Lee out, it would have to be to a decent restaurant where he might well be seen by someone he knew, and the news would soon get around. Bill Stratton would be seen to be dating again for the first time since his divorce. This fact, for some reason, made him feel under a lot of pressure. He wasn't really worried about the press. By now he was too far down the alphabet of lists to be of much interest to them, and as, of course, Lee were famous in her own right, he realized, with a little shock, that he had no idea whether she was or not. In fact, he knew nothing about her, just about her attitude to men. But he did want to know more. The deeper worry he had about going out with someone was the fear of being defined by the person he was with. He remembered the feeling from the very early stage of his relationship with Andrea. Most of the time they'd got on fine, but he recalled occasions when she had annoyed him, particularly by something she said in company, and he had wanted to disown her. He had wanted to say, "No, she's not with me. I have an identity that is separate from hers. I'm not like she is." The feeling was one which, as they settled into the routine of marriage, soon dissipated, and he had completely forgotten about it until the prospect came of his being seen in public with a woman again. Strangely, no such worries assailed him when he was with Ginny or Sal or Caroline, but then he'd known them and often been seen out with them while he was still married. The divorce hadn't changed anything so far as those three relationships were concerned, or at least the public perception was that nothing had changed so far as those three relationships were concerned. He did find he was thinking a lot about Lee, though. He wouldn't have dignified his feelings with the description of love, but he was certainly interested. He wondered for a moment whether that was simply because she had said no to him. Though not a great expert on the psychological advice doled out in women's magazines, he did know about the recommended principle of playing hard to get. Saying no to a man was supposed to be the surefire way to stimulate his interest. But other women had said no to Bill. He had gone down his after-dinner conversation route a good few times without a result. When the suggestion of adjourning up to his hotel room had arisen, there had been some who had turned down the rich gift on offer, and except for a mild immediate tug of frustration, he had felt and thought little more about them. But he did keep thinking about Lee. He was going to have to ring her. Hello, it's Bill Stratton. Yes? He'd expected more, some hesitation in recognizing him, possibly even some enthusiasm at recognizing him. Is that Lee? Of course it is. Otherwise I wouldn't have known who you are, would I? Unless, of course, you rung the number of one of your other girlfriends by mistake. One of your other girlfriends? Surely she didn't know Sal, or hadn't logged on to BillStrattonSexualEncounters.com, had she? But he was being paranoid. No. Well, I'm glad it's you, and I'm Bill Stratton. I think we've established that. We met at that charity do at Bill. I may be over 60, but I'm glad to say that the Alzheimer's hasn't kicked in yet. I do remember the occasion. Yes. Well, we did, talk about possibly meeting up again. I remember that, too. Good. Having successfully negotiated the conversation so far, Bill felt he needed a little breather, so took one. When she thought she had waited quite long enough, Lee asked with some exasperation, "So, do you think it's a good idea? Or have you taken the trouble to ring me to tell me you think it's a bad idea?" No, I think it's a very good idea. I just wondered if you did too think it's a good idea, that is. Yes, fine, she said airily. So you would like to come out with me? Sure. Good. That significant point having been achieved, he felt in need of another breather. On the other hand, she said after a while, it would be easier for me to sort out the logistics if you actually had a date in mind. Yes, of course. He suggested the following Friday. She couldn't do it. The Saturday. She could. He mentioned a restaurant which was swish enough to show he was making an effort, but not one of his regular haunts. There was only a minimal chance of his being spotted there. So, he wound up slowly, I'll look forward to seeing you then. So will I. Bye. And the line went dead. Bill didn't know exactly what he felt after that. Was he being hypersensitive, or had Lee sounded a bit low-key? Business-like, perhaps, rather than warm. What did she actually think of him? Did she think anything of him at all? What was going on inside her head? For the first time in a long period of negative thoughts on the subject, he became aware that his early marriage to Andrea had had benefits too. At least it had saved him from the endless second-guessing involved in the dating game. Chapter 15. And by way of contrast, in a Galashiels hospital, there is a notice on the door of one of the male wards which reads, "Afternoon visiting, wives only, 1 per patient." The restaurant had been a good choice. Excellent food, low lighting, discreet service, and not a face Bill had ever seen before in his life. Lee was looking good, in a linen suit the colour of wholemeal bread. She once again dictated the direction of the conversation. Bill hadn't realised before quite how strong her personality was. But that strength didn't deter him. Lee was just direct, and by implication honest, and she wouldn't let him take the easy option of wheeling out his by way of contrast lines. Again, she wanted to find out about him. And again, Bill was surprised by how much he let his defences drop in what he told her. By the end of the evening, she knew all about his marriage to Andrea and its demise. She knew about Dowie and his ready-made family. She even knew quite a lot about Bill's relationship with his parents and his reactions to their deaths. But he, frustratingly, still knew very little about her. There was an ex-husband in the background, and he managed to infer from things she said 2 children somewhere. But details like their names, their professions, or how Lee felt about them were not offered. Nor, though there was an implication that it might be something in the world of psychiatry, did he get a precise definition of the kind of work she had done, or indeed whether she still did it. Somehow, each time, at the point when Bill should have asked a supplementary question, the conversation had moved on. The reason the conversation moved on was that Lee always got in her supplementary question first, and Bill, who hadn't had much experience of it recently, found he rather enjoyed talking about himself. He was conscious on some level that Lee was doing what he had done in all of his recent sexual encounters, maintaining personal privacy by expressing a lot of interest in the other person, but he was quite enjoying her interrogation. A pleasant change to meet someone new who was actually interested in him. And there was something to be said for actual dating rather than shuffling anonymous women off to anonymous hotel rooms. He was surprised how nervous he had been all day about the prospect of meeting Lee that first evening. His anxiety had made him pee a lot, and peeing a lot had made him anxious about whether he had got a prostate problem. But once he was actually with her, the worries melted away. Until ordering coffee heralded the end of the evening. Then he started to get nervous again. He couldn't forget Lee's strictures about the men she went out with. But if there's no empathy there, or if the sex isn't any good, then I only do it the once. To him, there seemed to have been empathy during their evening together, but he didn't know whether it had come up to her standards. And if he had passed the empathy test, whether he had come up to her standards sexually. Once again, he was made aware of the perils of dating, of not knowing what the other person was thinking, of not knowing how to bring up the subject of what the other person was thinking. Lee's typical directness dealt with his second anxiety. "We seem to get on all right, don't we? At least, so far as talking's concerned." Bill agreed that indeed they did. "So, shall we see whether the sex works too?" As she said this, she put her hand on his and tickled along the top of it with her middle finger. "Well, that would be very nice." He knew it sounded feeble as he said it. "Right, 2 rules. We go back to my place, and when I ask you to go, you leave. Happy with that?" Bill agreed that he was indeed happy with that. Lee had a small house in Clerkenwell. A whole house, but there was no evidence of anyone else living there. No photos on the mantelpiece to open windows onto the rest of her life, though a collection of books on psychology reinforced the impression Bill had received of the kind of work she did. The decor of the house was affluent without being flamboyant. As she gave him a drink in the sitting room, Lee said, "Another ground rule, no love." "How do you mean?" "We're going to bed together because we like each other and we think the sex might be enjoyable, but neither of us need pretend that there's anything more than friendship involved. No clingy emotions, all right?" Fine. They were the words men had been wanting to hear from women since Eve refused to say them to Adam. "Okay." She gulped down the remains of her wine. "Let's see how we go." They went pretty well. Lee knew what she was doing, and she knew what she wanted. Bill, after his long schooling by Andrea, knew what he was doing, and could supply what she wanted. Good, Lee sighed, after an hour of other contented sighings. Do I pass the test? Asked Bill. Or wasn't the sex any good? He wouldn't have asked if her body hadn't already given him the answer.
No, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Lee, we could do it again? She sat up in bed and shrugged.
Could happen. No reason why it shouldn't from a purely qualitative perspective.
Then from what perspective might it not happen?
Oh, Bill, there are so many reasons why things don't happen. Let's just not go into them.
Okay. She rolled over and consulted her watch. He looked with pleasure at the firmness of her back. Yes, the skin was a little more crepey than it had once been, but still beautiful.
I need to sleep, Bill. You'd better go.
A bit abrupt, but not too hurtful. He might have worried if she hadn't so patently enjoyed the last hour. He kissed her gently on the nose, got up and started to dress. Lee luxuriated in the space of her bed.
One of the great benefits of no longer being married is no longer feeling I should share a bed with anyone. I sleep so much better. Have you found that?
Well, he hadn't thought about the question before.
Yes, I think I probably have. Beds are wonderful for making love in, but sleeping together, who needs it?
A lot of your attitudes are very masculine, Lee.
Yes, they are. A few years ago I did a kind of overview of relationships, a cold, hard look, and I asked myself which gender did better out of them. There was no question men had it easier. So I thought I'd take a few leaves out of their book.
And has it worked?
Certainly has. I've learnt the skill of compartmentalising my life.
And sex has a compartment all its own, does it? She gave him a foxy grin, which was at odds with the innocence of her clear blue eyes.
At least one.
He was dressed. So, shall I ring you?
Do that.
As a late cab drove him back to Pimlico, Bill played the evening back in his mind. Pretty good, he thought. He'd rather have got in the, well, I'd better be on my way before Lee had done the you'd better go, but that was a small negative in what had been a generally very positive experience. He decided he wouldn't do the customary interflora order the next morning. He'd ring her instead. This one he wanted to continue. And it did continue. The pattern had been set. They never planned their next meeting as they parted from the last one. Bill would ring Lee the following morning, and they would fix a date for their next encounter. Her diary was full and unpredictable. His was cluttered with after-dinner speaking bookings, but they managed to meet every 10 days or so. The pattern set by the first evening was also maintained. A good dinner, somewhere off Bill's beaten track, which he paid for, then a return to Clerkenwell for an hour of good sex. And though he did finally establish that she worked as a psychotherapist, Lee still found out more about him than he did about her. But that didn't worry him. He respected and sympathized with her need to compartmentalize her life. Time passed. Bill realized with a shock that he had been dating Lee for 3 months. He found he was increasingly looking forward to their meetings. Having someone in his life was a good feeling. Soon he might consider introducing her to some of his friends, or Trevor for sure. The former director's depressed ramblings in the annex had got so boring that Bill needed something to liven their sessions up. Lee might be just the thing. Then Ginny. Well, Ginny was still away in Croatia, playing nuns with dirty habits. And when he thought about it, for some reason, he didn't really want to introduce Lee to the actress. His relationship with Ginny was obviously platonic, but it was an exclusive one nonetheless. They worked best on a one-to-one basis. Carolyn. Well, Lee had expressed so little interest in, indeed, had been so positively bored by the whole BWOC concept. That maybe was another introduction that could wait. But Sal... Yes, he'd like to introduce his agent to his new... what was the word? Girlfriend? Yuck. Mistress, maybe? Except, could a man without a wife actually have a mistress? Well, introduce his agent to Lee. Anyway, The sexual frisson he felt when he told Sal he loved her had been rather forgotten in the flurry of real sex with Lee, and it would be quite fun to surprise Sal with the news that there was another ongoing woman in his life. But he didn't get the chance to surprise her. His agent, perhaps predictably, already knew about Lee. But how on earth? Another of my clients recognise you in a restaurant with the same woman twice. Ah, and he didn't snigger, as he told you? Nope, no sniggering. He said she was a very pretty lady. She certainly is, Sal. And you're seeing her regularly? On and off, but more on than off. I suppose so. So, are you going to introduce me? Do I get to meet her? It's funny, I was just thinking it'd be nice if you did. Bill, you're maturing. What do you mean by that? You've stopped picking out women you're ashamed of. Now you've got one you want to show off. Well, yes. Maybe I have, in a way. The more he thought about it, the more functions he could imagine attending with Lee. He wouldn't drag her out on after-dinner speaking dates, but there were plenty of receptions and launches he got invited to, where it would be nice to have an attractive woman on his arm. Yes, it was about time his relationship with Lee became a bit more public. Lee herself, however, proved to be remarkably unkeen on the idea. Bill, I'm of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it school. What we have works well. We both enjoy it, and we have no external factors to spoil anything. From my experience of marriage, most start out with the couple themselves getting on okay. It's the pressure of other people that drives them apart. Other people in the form of fathers and mothers, particularly mothers, children, friends who one partner likes better than the other partner does. That's what drives wedges between lovers. Other people. What we have, Bill, is very good. But it'll only stay good if we keep it compartmentalized. That was the very word I was prompting you to utter. Right. Bill found it odd. With all his other sexual encounters, the last thing he had wanted was to introduce the woman to any of his friends. Now Lee had denied him that option. He wanted more and more to parade her as his, to get her to meet some of his friends. Sal, if nobody else. But do you think in time our relationship will develop so that we do want to be a bit more generally sociable? Who knows, Bill? Like I say, if it ain't broke. Chapter 16. And by way of contrast, a member of the Australian Parliament, exposed by the tabloid press for maintaining 7 mistresses, has just been appointed Minister for Employment. So, I gather you have a new girlfriend. What? Sal? Carolyn nodded. Bill wasn't sure how he felt about her knowing, but he should have anticipated it. Forget the imaginary Bill Stratton SexualEncounters.com website. That wasn't needed as long as Sal was around, and Sal and Carolyn were regularly in touch about BWOC business, so nice, is she? Yes, very nice. Good. Anything like Andrea? No, I don't think so. This was the first time he'd thought about the question. Lee certainly didn't maunder on about the NHS, and she wasn't vegetarian, but whether she'd consider going on holiday to a nice hotel in a nice resort as being in a tourist trap, he didn't know. In fact, it struck him he didn't really know a great deal about Lee. Nor, when he came to make the comparison, did he remember a great deal about Andrea. It was amazing how a body of information built up over more than 3 decades had eroded away to leave only the vaguest vestiges of memory. Because in my experience, Carolyn went on, after a divorce, however messy, a lot of men go back to the same type of women, like dogs returning to their vomit. You always did have a way with words, Bill. Well, I'm pretty confident that Lee has absolutely nothing in common with Andrea, except for the number of legs, and breasts, presumably. Since she'd brought the subject up, he couldn't help admiring the comforting curves of Carolyn's bosom. Her nipples looked hard and prominent. What was that expression he had heard from some raucous male friend? Her headlights were on, yes. Again he came back to the eternal question. Why do men think about sex all the time? Surely by the age of 60 that knee-jerk reaction should have trickled away to nothingness. But it hadn't. He found himself idly wondering what Carolyn would look like naked. "So will I be meeting her? Lee, was it?" "That's her name, yes. But you won't be bringing her into the office." "Doesn't feature in my current plans, no. Just a very casual relationship at this point. We enjoy each other's company." "Company?" The brazen look in her eye managed to encompass all the innuendos that could be contained in that innocent word. "Yes." "Well, I'm glad you got someone," she said, totally matter-of-fact. "Means I don't have to worry about you mooching alone round your flat in Pimlico." "Did you worry about that?" But Carolyn wasn't the sort to bite at such blatant emotional fishing. "Worry? God, no. Incidentally, Jason wants to set up some more links on the website. It'll cost a bit." "Sounds all right?" "Yeah. As his mum, I feel slightly guilty asking, because I know how much he needs the money. Setting up as a stand-up comic and writer wasn't the greatest career move he ever made. But I don't think he's having us on. The website does need to keep being developed. And Carolyn, you know I trust you implicitly, and I trust Jason too. I'll agree to anything you want me to do." She was a woman who could never resist a double entendre. "Really, Bill? When was the last time I had an offer like that?"
"Had a call from one of the ex-wives today."
"Oh, yes? Which one?"
"Doesn't matter. She's got a bloody nerve, though."
"Asking for money, was she?"
"No, not this time. It was something else."
They were sitting, predictably enough, in the annex. A televised football match meant the pub was full, collectively sighing, moaning and shouting to the rhythms of the game. Bill and Trevor had pints in front of them. Even more indulgent, each had a packet of pork scratchings. An archetypal masculine nirvana, except that, try as he might, Bill had never managed to find football interesting. Still, the pint and the pork scratchings gave him a sufficient sense of machismo. He waited, letting Trevor time his own narration.
"The bitch wants me to go out with her."
"What? Rekindle the flames of passion?"
"God, no. She's just got this work gig where, as she put it, I'd look better with a man with me. And then she did all this, "Oh, surely we've known each other long enough, and the divorce is long enough ago for us to be civil to each other. We're grown-ups, I'm sure in the same situation. I'll be happy to help you out. Go on for old time's sake."
"So, for old time's sake, did you agree?"
"Did I? Hell. I know what she wants to do. She wants to impress whoever it is at this work thing with how mature she is. What a modern, sensible woman, having such a good relationship with her ex-husband that they can spend the odd evening together with no embarrassment or recrimination. What she bloody forgets is that our entire marriage was nothing but embarrassment and recrimination. When we split up, we loathed each other. No, I'm sorry, when she asked me, I told her, stuff that for a game of soldiers."
"So do you still loathe each other?"
"That, Bill, is not the point."
There was a collective howl of frustration from the pub as an open goal was missed. Trevor waited for the noise to subside before continuing.
"It's about my self-image."
"I didn't know you had a self-image."
"Well, I do. And it's not one I want let down by being seen in the company of that bitch."
"Ah, that's the trouble.
As a man, you're judged by the woman you're with. On my own, I'm fine. I don't know what people think of me."
"They probably see you as a bitter, disappointed, impotent alcoholic."
"Well, they probably do. And that's all right. I can live with that. It may not be a particularly attractive image, but at least it's mine. What they see is what they get. Whereas, if I turn up to this gig with the ex-wife, what kind of image of me does that project? Well, I'll tell you. It makes me look like the kind of wimp who's so mature and broad-minded and grown-up that I can have an enjoyable evening with my ex-wife. Well, bloody hell, I don't want people to think that of me."
"No, I suppose I can see your point."
"When you're on your own, Bill, you have control over the image you present. Minute you're seen out with a woman, that's what you're judged by."
"Yes, but many people make that into an advantage. Why do all these older men marry trophy wives? Why does every man want to be seen with a supermodel on his arm?" Bill tried to assess whether he had ever been guilty of such an ambition, and he decided amongst the many things he could have been accused of, that wasn't one.
"Well," said Trevor, "maybe it works for some of them. All I'd say is, think hard before you're seen in public with a woman, 'cause it's the woman people will judge you by."
There was a silence. Bill assimilated what his friend had said. Yes, there was something in it. Maybe he shouldn't rush into displaying Lee in public. Maybe she should stay under wraps for a little longer. Keep his options open. He took a long, contemplative swig of beer. and bit down hard on a pork scratching, he heard a cracking sound and felt a strange sensation on his tongue. This time there was a goal. The pub erupted. In the chaos of masculine ecstasy, Bill spat out the contents of his mouth. In the palm of his hand lay the intact pork scratching and half a yellowed tooth. The next day, he was glad he had made the decision to maintain as much secrecy as possible about Lee, because he had a call from Ginny. One of her co-stars, playing a precociously sexually aware novice, had developed shingles. Though the producers had tried to organise a rewrite to transform the whole convent into a veiled order of nuns, it hadn't worked, nor had the proposal to introduce an epidemic of Black Death to justify the spots, so shooting had been rescheduled to get other stuff in the can until the actress's face cleared up. Since the bulk of the novice's scenes were with her Mother Superior, Virginia Fairbrother also had an unexpected break. Was one of our dinners possible? Bill said it certainly was. The restaurant this time had the trendily ambiguous name of Cruising. The theme, obviously enough, was 30s cruise ship, even to the point of having false portholes set into the walls. It was a huge space with lots of sweeping staircases and mahogany railings. There was a large dance floor and a live band playing such classics as Nice Work If You Can Get It, Basin Street Blues, and Cocktails for Two. Inevitably, the place was a concept restaurant which encouraged clients to dress up and make an evening of it. People who wanted to sit at the captain's table had to wear full evening dress. Converting the premises had cost millions, and since its opening 2 weeks before, the restaurant had been wildly popular. Bookings for names that weren't on special lists could be months away. But the wrinkle on Ginny's fine nose suggested she didn't think the good times would last. Trouble is, a place like this costs so much just to keep running, and to generate any atmosphere it has to be full. Once the bookings start to drop off, the whole enterprise will go bottom up very quickly. Like the Titanic, which it rather spookily resembles. Yes, Bill. The name of Virginia Fairbrother had instantly secured their table, and the cocktails really were good. She looked wonderful again, this time in a minimal black halter-necked dress that showed acres of her smoothly tanned skin. God, this is nice, thought Bill. Sitting at a restaurant table opposite a beautiful woman, I could happily spend my life doing that. Then the thought occurred to him that he actually did spend a lot of his life doing that. Still, seeing Ginny was doing him a power of good. He had had one of his rare down moments after leaving the annex. Trevor's gloom hadn't infected him, he was inured to that. But the broken tooth had. The accident seemed symbolic, a reminder that his body would not last forever, a little dental memento mori. He could still feel the unexpectedly rough edge against his tongue, but it didn't worry him now, not when he'd got Ginny to look at. The hazel eyes shrewdly took him in over the frosted rim of her cocktail glass. So, are you still working your wicked way through the desperate and grateful older women of Britain? He had known the question would come up. The vehemence of her denunciation at their last meeting had shocked him, and what she'd said then had made him change his behaviour. He had wanted to save up telling her that, like an unexpected present hidden away in a pocket, but he wasn't going to get a better cue than the one she had just given him. Actually, Ginny, he said, serious for once, I did think a lot about what you said to me. I'm honoured. No, you were right, I was just using women. All those anonymous pickups in anonymous hotels, there was something slightly sordid about it. I'm glad you recognise that. The phrase of yours I couldn't get out of my mind was passionless promiscuity. Honoured to have made an impression. So, anyway, I have sort of, well, it sounds like something out of a social worker's report, but I have changed my behaviour. Oh, goodness, the effect a woman's words can have. Not any woman's words, Ginny. His eyes met hers. There was a moment of stillness between them. So, all these desperate and grateful older women are still desperate, but have no cause to be grateful. Well, you could put it like that. Haven't you been tempted, though? Yes, I have. He recounted the non-encounter in Nottingham. And I didn't do anything, he concluded with some smugness. Good. Well done. So, having rediscovered your libido, you've now put it firmly under wraps again, have you? Well, Bill couldn't really see anything to be gained by telling Ginny about Lee. It would only confuse the issue, and it might very probably break the current atmosphere of complicity at their table. The longer he spent with Ginny, the more he enjoyed the experience. He felt glad he hadn't gone down the road of making Lee a more public part of his life. I decided, he said piously, to do what you suggested. Which bit of what I suggested? The bit about waiting till I feel something for someone before I go to bed with them. Ginny cocked a sardonic eye at him. Really? Well, I must pat myself on the back, I think. I've never before seen myself as a sentimental educationalist, but I seem to have succeeded at my first attempt. I've made you give up your wicked ways. I've made you realize what an arid experience sex can be when it doesn't come with love attached. She was laying on the irony, but he knew there was an underlying truth in what she said. Part of him wanted to tell her that he had progressed even further than that he was currently enjoying sex with a woman for whom he was beginning to have quite strong feelings. But the other part of him, fortunately, realized that such confidences might be better unshared. With the lightning speed that her profession had refined in her, Ginny's manner changed from mocking to intimate. Love often arises where you least expect it, she breathed. I mean, the coup de foudre is wonderful, seeing someone for the first time across a room and just feeling this huge surge of necessity, the knowledge that you want to be with them. But it's not the only way. Increasingly I'm coming round to the view that the other kind is better. What other kind? The love that grows slowly. The person you've known forever, whom you suddenly see with new eyes. I have a director friend, she murmured, who maintains that there is no relationship between a man and a woman that does not have a sexual element, that if you find you go on wanting to see a member of the opposite sex, then there's going to be an element of fancying there. Bill looked deep into the famous eyes. Well, I've never pretended that I don't fancy you. Then, feeling this might be too direct, he lightened his declaration by adding, but then every man in the country fancies you. Ginny's voice was even throatier as she said, there's a big difference between being admired as an abstract image and being admired for oneself as a real woman. He didn't trust himself with anything more than another She leant across the table and laid her hand gently on top of his. The band was playing I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm, and Bill was thinking boldly that they might have a dance after dinner. It must have been the movement of Ginny's hand that made him look suddenly across the room. Up until then he'd been cocooned, hermetically sealed in the force field between their eyes. But as Ginny put her hand on his, Bill's peripheral vision glimpsed a matching gesture at another table. He looked across. On the other side of the dance floor, like a mirror image, another man and woman sat at a table. The woman had just placed her hand over the man's and was tickling along the top of it with her middle finger. The man he had never seen before in his life. But the woman was Lee. The man, who, Bill noticed with some chagrin, was a good 15 years younger than him, laughed in response to her tickling. He rose, and taking her by the hand, led Lee out of the restaurant. As they left the room, he put his arm around her waist in a way that contrived to be both comforting and intimate. Bill looked back open-mouthed, to find Ginny's hazel eyes fixed curiously on him. Both her hands were back on her lap. "Someone you know?" "I thought it was, but, no, I must have made a mistake." The evening was ruined. Whatever intimacy had built up between them quickly seeped away. They talked in generalities. Ginny entertained Bill with stories of hilarious doings on the set of her sister saga, and he even found himself quoting by way of contrast lines at her. Their conversation was bright and brittle. They laughed a lot, and at the end of the evening they didn't dance. By the time he got back to his Pimlico flat, Bill Stratton was feeling wretched. The broken tooth ached, and his mood was not improved by a message on the answering machine. He immediately recognised the irritating, prissy Welshness in Dowie's voice. "Bill, Andrea wanted me to let you know that she's in hospital."
End of CD 4. CD 5.
Chapter 17. And by way of contrast, a member of a French swimming team was too embarrassed to turn up for a regional competition because he had been experimenting with Viagra the night before. Bill rang through to Dowie's surgery the following morning. The receptionist said Dr. Roberts would be with patients until about 11, but she would pass on the message. It was nearly 12:30 when the call came. While he waited, Bill was uncharacteristically twitchy. He wasn't really worried about Andrea, though her hospitalization added another layer of unease to his feelings. Mostly, his discomfort sprang from what had happened the night before. He felt doubly unfortunate. The growing closeness of his relationship with Ginny had been put into reverse, and God only knew where he stood with Lee. He thought of ringing her, but he didn't want to risk missing Dowie's call back. Also, he wasn't quite sure what he would say if he did get through to her. His mood wasn't improved by the fact that he had a dull, dry hangover. Overcompensating for the diminishing sense of intimacy with Ginny, he had ordered 1 bottle too many and drunk most of it himself. The face that bleared out of his shaving mirror at him that morning, with its white fuzz of bristles, had been that of an old man. On top of that, the broken tooth was really hurting now. He'd have to make an appointment with his dentist, a procedure he never particularly relished. At one stage of the morning, he picked up the phone to do the deed, but replaced it quickly, still worried about missing Dowie. When the call finally came, Bill's ex-wife's husband made no pretense of wanting to talk to him. "I'm only calling because Andrea insisted. She said you ought to know." "Yes, well, if she's in hospital, I'd want to know." But was that true? He had thought so little about Andrea in the 18 months since the divorce that perhaps the details of her life really were of no interest to him. "So what's she done? Broken something?" He hoped the tone of his inquiry contained the right mix of lightness and concern. "No, it's rather more serious than that." Dowie's voice was full of righteous reproof. No doubt Andrea had talked to him at great length about her ex-husband's shallowness. Bill Stratton couldn't be expected even to take serious things seriously. "What is it, then?" "Andrea has cancer." God. He felt winded by the answer, and struggled for words. What? I mean, where?" "The lungs." "Lungs? But Andrea never smoked." "Lung cancer is not always smoking-related." It was the medical man's rebuke to the non-specialist. "But I mean, how bad is it?" "Bad enough." Dowie managed almost to sound smug as he said the words. "She's had a course of chemotherapy, which hoped has reduced the tumour. She's in hospital at the moment for some tests to see whether they're going to have to operate." "Oh, God, but how long ago was it diagnosed?" 4 months. "Why on earth didn't anyone tell me before?" "There was a general view," said Dowie, building up an image of Bill being discussed at Robert's family councils, "that you wouldn't be interested." "Of course I'm interested. I was married to Andrea for nearly 40 years. There was a wealth of disapproval in the monosyllable. "So, Dowie," he managed to bring himself to use the name, "what's the prognosis?" "Andrea's not my patient," came the prim response. "No, but you must have some idea." "Her future is very much dependent on the outcome of these tests. Depends how effective the chemo has been. We'll have to see what her consultant says." "But how is she?" As soon as he said it, he knew it was a stupid question. "Nobody tends to be at their best when they've got lung cancer." "I know that. Still, how is—" "Well, of course, Andrea's a wonderfully strong woman. She's being very brave, doing everything not to upset the children." Yes, of course, the Roberts brood would be involved too. But she's being looked after all right, is she? Dowie took that as a direct insult. I can assure you she is. She's having the best medical care available. I go and see her every day, and the children have worked out a rota of visiting. Andrea is in very good hands. I'm sure she is, yes. I didn't mean to give the impression that... Well, you did. I'm sorry. No, I do have a surgery to run, so... Dowie... The name didn't get any easier to say. Would it be possible for me to see Andrea? There was a sharp intake of breath from the other end of the line. I don't see why that should be necessary. Please, I would like to see her. She might not want to see you. I agree, she might not, but would you ask her? The idea clearly didn't appeal. Bill, if I had my way, I wouldn't be speaking to you now. I'm only doing so because Andrea asked me to. That's what she wanted. In just the same way, she might want to see me. I doubt it. Please, will you ask her? I'll discuss it with the children, see what they think. God, thought Bill as he put the phone down. Another bloody Roberts family council will be summoned to discuss more of my shortcomings. He was shocked by the news of Andrea's illness, but he felt so detached from her life that it hardly seemed real to him. On his shelf was a small medical dictionary which had somehow survived the dispersal of belongings from the Putney house. There was no specific entry for the lung variety, just a general piece on cancer. One sentence from the article stood out. Some cancers can be caused by physical factors. A broken tooth or badly fitting denture can give rise to a chronic mouth ulcer, which does not heal and undergoes malignant change. He tried not to think about it. He made an appointment with his dentist and decided to find some undemanding company over lunch in the pub. Then, in an attempt to drive out thoughts of death by thoughts of continuing life, he rang Lee. Yes, she'd like to meet. She was free that evening. Neither of them mentioned being at cruising the previous night. There were a million reasons why it could have happened, but he had a feeling that the real one was the news about Andrea. But he couldn't tell Lee that. She'd think he was just fishing for sympathy. Up until that point, the evening had followed its usual pattern. A pleasant dinner in an obscure restaurant, idle conversation, and back to the house in Clerkenwell. It was only when they got into bed that everything went wrong. Bill, like most men, had had occasional bouts of impotence during his marriage. General tiredness or excessive booze had from time to time taken their toll. Remarkably, though, during his sexual encounters in anonymous hotels since the divorce, the problem hadn't arisen, and, fortunately, something else had. But he had never before encountered what happened that night in Lee's bed. Or rather, what didn't happen. Nothing. The beauties of her body, the murmuring dirtiness of her voice, the urging of her hands, and... nothing. Bill ransacked his memory for ever more obscene images to rouse him to some kind of action, but the transmission cable between brain and groin appeared to have been permanently severed. When it became finally clear that her efforts were having no effect, Lee rolled away from him. I don't quite know, Bill began hesitantly. It happens. Her tone was even, not exactly unsympathetic, but hardly encouraging. I suppose I could try Viagra, he suggested in a way that he hoped sounded humorous. I don't care what you do, so long as it works. She touched him lightly. Which this currently doesn't. No. She turned her pale, blue, Irish-looking eyes on him. Is this something to do with last night? What? Cruising? We were both there with other dates. I didn't know you'd seen me. Of course I did. You were on the other side of the dance floor. Yes. Well, is it something to do with that? What do you mean? Oh, God knows the way you men's minds work. But the fact that you saw me with someone else last night might, I don't know, bring on performance anxiety, make you jealous? Bill saw a potential way out that would leave him with some honour intact. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, Lee raised a hand to silence him. I don't want to hear any of it. I'm not in this to mend your bruised ego
or cure your feelings of inadequacy. That's what I do all day at work. In my social life, I don't want to hear about people's complications. But Lee, he wasn't going to throw away the excuse she had offered him. It was quite a shock for me to see you with another man. Why? Have we ever had an agreement that involves fidelity? Have we ever even discussed the subject? I don't ask you what you do with your life when you're not with me, and I think you should allow me the same freedom. Sauce for the goose or something of the sort? Yes, that's fine, but just, well, seeing you with someone else, he decided to try the sentimental escape route. I suppose it made me realize how much you do mean to me. Crap, what I mean to you is that I'm someone you have good sex with. It's like meeting someone with whom you have a good game of squash. No more? He asked, knowing he sounded pathetic. No. You've got a nerve anyway. I don't know why you're getting at me. I have as much right to go out with who I want to as you do. Yes, of course. And I'm afraid I don't buy that gender difference argument. You can behave like that because you're a man, whereas I'm a weak, feeble, sentimental woman. I wasn't using that argument. I thought we had something going between us. We did, as I said. Very enjoyable sex. He wanted to ask, was that all? But he couldn't bring himself to. There were limits to how feeble and feminine he could sound. And incidentally, Bill, there is a bit of pot and kettle going on here. I would point out that when you saw me out cruising with my date, you weren't alone yourself. No, but she's been a friend forever, and also... What? I mean that woman I was with, Virginia Fairbrother, she said dismissively. Yes, I did recognise her. Well, I didn't go to bed with her. I don't care whether you went to bed with her or not. It's not my business. I never have been to bed with her. Bill, I don't want to hear your life history. Well, you've heard plenty of my life history. You kept asking me about myself. Yes, but that was just for professional reasons. Oh? As a psychotherapist, I have to find out what makes people tick. It's an occupational hazard, but I've never wanted to get into a situation where I have to start treating you. Evenings I'm off duty. All I've ever wanted from you was good, uncomplicated sex. He let out a dry chuckle. That's what men are supposed to say. I thought you weren't going to use the gender argument. No, I'm not. I thought I meant something to you, Lee. You did. You had two things going for you. You were an amusing companion and a good lover. Now we seem to be reduced to one thing, and quite honestly, I can always find myself amusing companionship. And other good lovers? Lee smiled complacently. Oh, yes. He felt the need to move the conversation on. Tonight, I mean, what happened or didn't happen? I'm sure it's just a blip. I mean, I don't think I'm, like, impotent for life. It will come back, you know, with a bit of care and concentration and relaxation. Bill, I'm not about to take on the role of a sex therapist. Just accept the facts. We had a nice time, we enjoyed each other's company, we enjoyed each other's bodies, and now that little interlude has come to an end. So you don't want to meet again? It doesn't seem to be a lot of point. We were going to finish soon anyway. Were we? Yes. I've been getting the feeling recently that we'd run our course. Hadn't you? No. She shrugged. To her, it seemed the whole affair was already in the past. So we just part, do we, Lee? I go through that door and we don't see each other again. Sounds about right, yes. We don't even talk on the phone? What would be the point of that? What do we have to say to each other? But do we leave as friends? Does it really matter? Well, I don't want there to be any sort of, oh, please, Bill, for God's sake, don't do the hard feelings line. No, I just mean, Lee, I wouldn't like to think I know exactly what you wouldn't like to think. Like every other bloody man. You wouldn't like to think that I have any negative feelings towards you. You'd like to think I still like you. You'd like to think I regard our time together as a magical little oasis in the desert of my life on which I will look back fondly as I get older. Whatever happens, you don't want me to think badly of you. Well, she was embarrassingly close to the truth. What will you think of me, Lee? Bill, I think it's very unlikely that I will think about you at all. Chapter 18. And by way of contrast,
A dentist in Tasmania has written his autobiography under the title A Bridge Too Far. The message on the answering machine was prickly and curt. Dowie had discussed Bill's request with Andrea and the children, and been persuaded, against his better judgment, the tone implied, that a visit would be permissible. It was scheduled for 2:30 to 3 p.m. the following Saturday. Dowie gave details of the hospital and ward where Andrea could be found. Not the most welcoming of acquiescences. For a moment, Bill Stratton was tempted to let the opportunity pass. Andrea was now so far out of his life. Why should he bother visiting her? He clearly wasn't wanted, and besides, he'd always had a squeamishness about hospitals. Whereas Andrea had seemed positively energized by their atmosphere, he had always tried to avoid visiting them. Even with a couple of close-ish friends who had died, Bill had taken the coward's way out towards the end, sending a card rather than appearing in person. Had he been feeling his usual self, he probably would have given seeing Andrea a miss. But his encounter with Lee the night before had left him raw, with an instinct for self-flagellation. He wouldn't enjoy going to the hospital to see Andrea. For that very reason, he must make the visit. He left a message on Dowie's answering machine to that effect. Bill Stratton's dentist had an hour a day set aside for emergencies. The broken tooth was reckoned to qualify, and after one look, the dentist announced that the offending molar should be removed. "There's hardly any of it left anyway. Mostly just old filling I'll be pulling out." The dentist was Australian, reputed to be very charming to his female patients. He didn't bother with any of that for the men. "Do you want an injection?" Yes, please." Bill had never been that keen on pain. The dentist sighed at his cowardice. "Very well, but it'll come out with one tug. There's not much holding it in place." Bill was adamant. "I'd still rather have the injection." "Fine." The dentist made rather heavy weather of inserting the needle into the gum, and didn't disguise his impatience during the wait for the anaesthetic to take effect. "That won't be the last one," he said ominously. "What?" "The last tooth to come out. They're all in bad nick." "Oh, thank you. Not only impotent, now my body's falling apart. What would you recommend?" The dentist shrugged. "Have them all out. Get dentures." The image wasn't appealing. Bill knew he should have looked after his teeth better over the years, but his squeamishness about medical establishments extended to dental surgeries as well as hospitals, so he had developed a bad habit of missing his regular checkups. The idea of dentures, though, of putting his smile in a glass overnight. Or didn't people do that anymore? There were enough advertisements for denture fixatives around. Daytime television commercials featuring desperately enthusiastic, fit-looking pensioners of the kind who were about to realise the equity in their houses and would soon be equally keen on buying stair-lifts and walk-in baths. As soon as he had the thought, Bill's mind returned to a question which had always bugged him when he saw those commercials for walk-in baths. He wasn't stupid enough to think you fill the bath before you open the door, but what he always wanted to know was, what happened when you emptied it? Presumably it just sat there, getting colder and colder till the water got below the sort of doorstep level and you walk out, which might well explain why old people were so wrinkled. He brought himself back to thinking about denture fixative. Maybe they did now manufacture some that lasted 24/7. Maybe, like toupees, there were now false teeth that would not inhibit the wearer's normal life in any way. False teeth that could be worn in the shower, in heavy winds, even while making love. Bill still didn't like the idea of dentures, though. He didn't like the image of himself as a resolutely smiling extra in a denture fixative commercial. "I gather," he said to the dentist, "that there are alternatives to dentures these days." "Always have been." He tapped one of Bill's teeth, none too gently, with a metal probe. "Can you still feel that?" "Yes," he lied. He wanted to find out more about the potential cosmetic solutions to his dental problem. "But can't you get false teeth kind of screwed into your gums?" "That's not exactly the process, no." Or veneers. A friend of mine has had veneers. For veneers to work, the basic teeth have to be in good condition." The dentist took a disparaging look into Bill's mouth. "You might get away with veneers on the front ones. At the back, though, it looks like Dresden after the Allied bombing. That's going to need more structural work." Do you do that?" "No, but I know a very good cosmetic dentist, if you'd like to be referred." The answer was too practised. Clearly there was some lucrative mutual back-scratching going on. Bill said he would like to have the contact number. "Right, let's just get rid of this little stub first." Bill's tooth received another healthy clout with the probe. "Can't feel that, can you?" Before there was time for a reply, a pair of what looked like pliers were inserted into Bill's mouth. There was a quick twist, and a lump of grey metal and yellowed tooth emerged. "See? Hardly any root there at all. You didn't need the injection," which made Bill Stratton feel even more as though his body was quietly crumbling away. The orthodontist was Australian too, confirming Bill's suspicion of some kind of connivance between them. Female, beautiful body in white worksuit, whiteness continuing in pale make-up under sculpted black hair. But not fanciable. There was something too antiseptic about her. She had all the sex appeal of a cotton bud. She inspected his mouth, calling out information to a junior cotton bud who keyed it into a laptop. When she finished, her expression didn't change, but Bill got the strong feeling he hadn't passed the examination. "Well, there are a lot of possibilities nowadays," she announced. "Presumably you want the bite straightened, apart from anything else?" "What, and get rid of my crooked smile?" "Sorry? I've just always had this crooked smile. People expect it when they see me, you know, when I do public appearances." "Ah." She showed no interest in his celebrity. "Well, I can reduplicate existing deficiencies if required." "Well, I would like that existing deficiency reduplicated." "Fine." She nodded to the junior cotton bud who made a note on the laptop, and then passed across a bound album. "I'd like to show you the kind of cosmetic work I can offer you." The before photographs made him feel a bit better. Surely his dentition wasn't as bad as those. On the other hand, presumably she'd selected the worst cases to show the wonderful transformations that her wizardry could achieve. "A friend of mine," Bill ventured, "has just had veneers done, and she's very pleased with the result." "Yes, well, of course I do veneers." "So you're kind of a venereologist." She wasn't amused. The junior cotton bud didn't crack a smile either. Bill got the impression they had both heard the line before. "I'm an orthodontist," she said sharply, "or cosmetic dentist, if you prefer." "Right." She then confirmed his dentist's view that veneers might work on Bill's front teeth, but more radical work would be needed at the back. She didn't use the Dresden analogy. She said the area looked like a scrap metal yard. "Would it be possible just to do the veneers and leave the back as it is? I mean, nobody's going to see back there, are they?" She winced at this affront to her professionalism. "It would be possible, Mr. Stratton, but it would be very unwise, storing up even worse problems for you in the future. But I mean, out of interest, how much would just doing the veneers cost?" She patently disapproved of answering the question, but did not refuse to do so. She went through a ritual with the junior cotton bud about finding the up-to-date price list. "We would, of course, be talking about porcelain veneers. There are others on the market made of cheaper materials, but I personally don't deal with them." "Right, porcelain it is. So how much would that cost?" She told him. Bill let out a low whistle. "Pricey." He grinned. "Still, if that sorts out my whole smile, I suppose it's not bad. Mr. Stratton, that is the price per tooth." His media career had inculcated the habit of punctuality in Bill Stratton. The timing of news bulletins was not elastic, and he would always arrive in good time for his shifts. So he was at the hospital with a rather tatty bunch of flowers bought from a nearby kiosk soon after 2 on the Saturday afternoon. He was interested to find that Andrea was being treated on a private ward. She and Dowie might be avid supporters of the NHS in conversation, but when it came to something really serious, they paid for what they hoped would be the best. He checked in with the nurse at the flower-bedecked ward reception and was told which room Mrs. Roberts was in. Tea or coffee was offered, something else you get for paying extra, but he refused. Bill breathed in deeply as he walked along the plushly carpeted corridor, trying to quell his customary discomfort on hospital premises. The scent of the flowers could not quite mask the endemic smell of disinfectant. The decor was muted blues and purples, small chain hotel, one step above a travel lodge. Framed pictures on the walls were as swans on lakes and misty sunsets through trees. He stopped outside a door in whose perspex slot was a card reading, Mrs. Roberts. Once again he felt the urge to duck out, just to run and avoid the inevitable awkwardness. It wouldn't matter. Dowie and his family couldn't think less of him than they already did. But he put away the cowardly thought and tapped on the door. A full minute elapsed before Dowie opened it. Though in the early days of their separation Andrea's lover had filled his thoughts, Bill had by now almost forgotten what the man looked like. He had not visualized the bushy eyebrows, the matching fringe of hair around the bald dome of his head, nor thought of Dowie's off-duty penchant for pastel pullovers in geometric designs, pale blue trousers, and leather slip-ons with extraneous bits of metal on them. "I said 2:30. The voice was heavy with Welsh pique. "It's only 22 minutes past. "Yes, I'm sorry, I arrived early. You could have waited. They do have chairs at reception, but It doesn't matter, Dowie. Since he's here, let him come in." Bill Stratton could not believe the voice that emerged from the recesses of the room. Very light, working hard against some resistance, like a sea wind through thick dune grass, only just recognizable as Andrea's. Unwillingly, Dowie stood back to admit the unwelcome guest. Bill moved into the one step above Travel-Lodge private room. If Andrea's voice had been a shock, the sight of her was a bigger one. Propped up on pillows, her thin arms made her look like nothing more than a stack of kindling. She was attached to a drip. Her brown eyes seemed disproportionately large in her yellow-grey face. He couldn't see the state of her hair, because she had tied a bright, defiant bandana around her head. Bill didn't know what to do. His instinct was to go and give his ex-wife a kiss, but Dowie's glowering presence discouraged that. Also, Andrea looked so frail that a mere peck on the cheek might be too much for her. So instead he held out his pathetic bunch of flowers. "I'll take those," Dowie said. "I've never been in favour of flowers in a sick room. The nurses will look after them." But he didn't go off to reception. Instead, he sat down in a chair on one side of Andrea's bed. He maintained a defensive, proprietorial air. Bill hovered, uncertain whether he should take the chair on the other side of the bed, until Andrea wheezed, "Do sit down." There was a silence. Bill tried desperately to think of something to say. All that came into his mind was a BWOC line from his after-dinner speaking routine, and, by way of contrast, before a big match, an entire hospital football team developed chickenpox and had to scratch. But he knew it wasn't the right moment for that. "So, in for some tests," he managed eventually. This was so obvious that Andrea wasn't going to waste breath on answering it. She nodded. "Any results yet?" "Not final results, no," Dowie replied. "And if we did have them, they would be confidential, just for the family." All right, thought Bill. You've made your point. I am no longer part of Andrea's life. I know that. He was surprised by Dowie's level of prickliness. Bill didn't flatter himself that he meant anything to Andrea now. Her second husband had no cause for anxiety, but Dowie still seemed very twitchy. The silence seemed fated to continue forever. So Bill asked, "And they're treating you all right in here, are they?" It was Dowie who replied, "The staff are excellent. The performance figures for this hospital are the best in the area. That's why we chose it." Fine. Again, the silence looked as if it was going for a personal best. Andrea broke it this time. "Dowie," she gasped, "why don't you take the flowers to reception?" Well, he was unwilling to abandon his sentry duty. He couldn't stand the idea of leaving his wife with her ex-husband. "Please." With bad grace, he conceded. He rose and walked away, holding Bill's flowers as though they were some dead rodent that needed binning. At the door he stopped and looked balefully at the visitor. "You arrived here at 22 minutes past, so I'll be back at 8 minutes to 3. The half hour that had been negotiated. Bill would have bet that there was no slippage of appointment times in Dr. Roberts' surgery. He looked at Andrea. There was a vagueness, a blurring in her prominent brown eyes. Presumably she was on heavy medication. "I'm sorry, I can see my being here is upsetting Dowie. Perhaps I shouldn't have come."
"Dowie'll get over it. Anyway, I wanted to see you."
She didn't make it sound as though this were a heartfelt need, just a necessary chore. "So, Andrea, can you tell me what is what kind of... Have they given you any indication?" The words tangled in his squeamishness about matters medical.
"What is the prognosis? Is that what you're trying to say?"
Yes, I suppose it is." She shrugged.
"The consultant says 50-50. Having nursed cases like this, I'd put it nearer 60-40 against."
She spoke without emotion, ever the medical pragmatist.
"The thing is, if I'm going to need surgery, then I'm going to have to build up my strength. But I think I'm in with a chance."
She paused to regather her breath. The long speech was taking it out of her.
"As you probably know, with cancer, mental attitude matters a lot. And I am very positive. I'm determined to get better now that I've got so many things in my life to live for."
Bill didn't need to ask for details. He didn't want to hear the manifold virtues of Dowie and his children catalogued, nor did he want the contrast between her current status and her former life with him spelt out. From her tone, it was clear that if she'd developed cancer while she was still married to him, she would have given up the ghost with no struggle at all.
"And how are you?"
she asked, more as a formal politeness than out of any great interest. "Oh, well, he tried to think of things in his life that he could tell her about. His recent impotence was hardly appropriate, and his dental troubles seemed singularly unimportant given the scale on which Andrea was suffering. Nor did he think it was quite the moment to start listing his post-divorce sexual encounters. Not so bad, he concluded feebly.
"Good."
She didn't sound that interested. "I've been doing a lot more after-dinner speaking."
"Oh, really?"
There was a note of surprise in her voice. Mostly based on the old by-way-of-contrast lines.
"That would explain it."
"Sorry?"
"Well, I can't imagine you coming up with any original material for after-dinner speeches."
"Maybe not. Sal set it all up. She's still acting as my agent."
"Aha."
She dismissed the news, as she always had dismissed details of his professional life. Andrea still had the ability to make him feel very shallow and trivial. In fact, she could do it even more, now she had the support of the infinitely worthy Dowie and his infinitely worthy children. And the only other person I really see from our former life is... In spite of the unsatisfactory nature of their last meeting, he still felt a little bold saying the name. "Ginny."
"Oh, God!"
Andrea was surprised.
"Is she still as affected as ever?"
"Well, she is a bit actressy, but I wouldn't have said she was affected."
"Oh, she was. She always was. I never knew why you wanted to stay in touch with her."
"I wanted to. She was your friend, Andrea."
"No, she wasn't."
"Oh, come on, from school onwards."
"All right. I don't deny that I knew her before you did, and yes, she was my friend actually at school. But afterwards, no, it was you who kept wanting to include her in everything we were doing."
"That's not how I remember it."
"Your memory always was conveniently selective, Bill. But you're not having an affair with Ginny, are you?"
"Good God, no."
"Well, perhaps you should."
For a moment, Andrea sounded almost sympathetic. I don't think the moment of sympathy passed as she went on.
"You're both as shallow as each other."
Oh. Her breathing was getting difficult again.
"Anyway, I'm glad you're all right, Bill. We're both so much better off apart."
"Maybe."
"We should never have got married. Amazing, thinking back, how much pressure there was to do that, even in the 60s. Doing what one should, doing the proper thing. What a lot of time we wasted."
"I don't think it was all wasted, Andrea."
"Well, I do. Still, at least, Thank God. Better late than never. I've found out what a happy marriage can be like.
What, with that stuck-up prig Dowie? Not the moment to express the opinion, though.
That's why I'm going to get better,
Andrea wheezed.
I've got every reason to live.
Yes, of course you have, he agreed automatically. Bill tried to think of other things to say. Nothing offered itself. Normally, when conversation lay becalmed, he would ease the atmosphere with a few by way of contrast lines. But Andrea had never been amused by them while they were together, and he didn't think the influence of Dowie would have changed her attitude. Presumably, this cancer, he said at last, was caused by passive smoking.
What?
All your nursing friends, you know, if you think of the amount they used to smoke round that big kitchen table in Putney,
My cancer,
Andrea breathed imperiously,
has been sent to test me. I don't know where it came from, but it's a challenge, and it's a challenge I'm going to win.
Ah, good.
Anyway, I'm glad you're all right, Bill.
Well, all right-ish.
It'd be nice to think that we've both managed to move on after that disastrous marriage.
Now, just a minute. I think you're exaggerating a bit there. OK, our marriage wasn't perfect.
You can say that again.
But I think disastrous is a bit strong.
That's the word I'd use.
Why, Andrea? What was wrong with it?
You were wrong with it, Bill. It was all right while we were engaged, but the minute we got married...
She gasped for breath. What happened the minute we got married?
You instantly became jealous, possessive and controlling. You were always watching what I was doing, and you were deeply resentful of any attempts I made to set up anything that didn't involve you.
She panted, running out of air, but still determined to finish her catalogue of grievances.
You used to constantly criticize my appearance and my homemaking skills, and your sole aim in life was to totally undermine my confidence.
Bill Stratton didn't recognize any part of himself in that description, but then, presumably, nor did any of the world's other ex-husbands. He left the hospital before the end of the half-hour Dowie had allotted for him. Chapter 19. And by way of contrast, an advertisement for a second-hand hearse in a South African newspaper said it had 15,000 miles on the clock and a carefully maintained body. Andrea died 10 days later. She never went home from the hospital. Nothing wrong with her will to resist the challenge. That was strong. But the cancer was stronger. Bill Stratton received the information in a phone call from one of Dowie's sons. His father, he explained, was too upset to talk to everyone. Dowie had done the immediate family, but the children were working through the other names in Andrea's address book. They certainly knew how to rub it in, thought Bill. The son's accent, though not Welsh, carried the same overtone of offended righteousness as the father's. Bill came up with some appropriate form of condolence to be passed on to Dowie, and asked about funeral arrangements. The son said they weren't finally settled yet. Bill said he'd be grateful to be informed when they were. The son reluctantly agreed to pass on the information. He made it clear, however, that the family would find the event quite difficult enough without having Andrea's ex-husband around as an additional irritant, but they would let him know. The phone call left Bill numb. He was not unfeeling about his ex-wife's death, but he knew that the details of what he felt would take a long time to shake down. For the time being, numbness would have to do. He was also aware of the incongruity of his situation. If Andrea's cancer had been diagnosed 2 years earlier, the crisis would have been on his watch. Bill Stratton's wife would have been faced with a potentially terminal disease, and Bill Stratton himself would have done all the things a dutiful husband should. In spite of what Andrea had said about him, Bill did still think of himself as having been a dutiful husband. It would have been he who reacted with horror to the diagnosis, who waited agonizingly for the results of the tests, supported her through the debilitating effects of chemotherapy, and sat by her side through the long, losing struggle for her life. And their friends would have been as supportive as they could, would have empathized with their sufferings, would have felt respect and compassion for Bill Stratton's stoicism in the hour of ultimate challenge. Whereas now, all that sympathy would be lavished on Dowie Roberts. He would be the sufferer and the saint, which was, Bill had to concede, entirely fair. Dowie was the one who had been there to support his wife through the ghastly leaving of this world, and it was a job that, with his medical skills and trained bedside manner, he probably did a lot better than Bill would have done. The ramifications of all this, however, could not fail to affect the way Andrea's ex-husband was seen. Bill Stratton would become something close to the villain of the piece. Not only had he been such an unsatisfactory husband that Andrea had had to divorce him, but he had also shown no interest in her declining health. He had only gone to see her once in hospital very near the end. The fact that no one had told him she was ill would be lost in the general censoriousness. Any available blame would be showered on the shiftless ex-husband rather than the sainted Dowie. For a man like Bill Stratton, whose main motive in life was to be liked, the prospect was unappealing. Also, below all the feelings of shock and guilt and pain, he could not suppress a slight feeling of injustice. He was the one who had put in the groundwork. He had spent nearly 40 years married to Andrea, and the relationship hadn't been nearly as bad as she maintained. Bill had worked at the marriage, and then, suddenly, in what turned out to be the last couple of years of her life, Dowie had swanned in to receive all the plaudits, like the Americans coming in late in a war to get all the glory. Bill Stratton knew such thoughts were unworthy, particularly in the circumstances, but he could not suppress them. As well as feeling numb, he felt aggrieved. There were people he should ring. Sal, Carolyn, and Trevor had never been that close to Andrea. There was no hurry to tell them, but Ginny. In spite of what Andrea had said, the two women had been very close at one point in their lives. He should dial that mobile number in Croatia. But not yet. Bill decided to take his numbness down to the pub, see if alcohol might release some of the confused emotions inside him. The mobile in Croatia was on voicemail. He didn't leave any details, just asked her to call him. Then he lay down to sleep off too many pints at lunchtime. The telephone woke him, but it wasn't Ginny. It was Sal. She had heard about Andrea. "How on earth do you know everything so quickly? I keep my ear to the ground." Bill should have expected that. Sal's ear to the ground had also found out about many of his sexual encounters. She pronounced some formal sentiments of condolence and then said, "But how do you feel about it, Bill?" "I honestly don't know," which was true. The phone rang again almost immediately after he had finished talking to Sal. Still not Ginny, Dowie's daughter this time. They were sharing out the disagreeable tasks, giving him funeral details as requested. 3 p.m. the following Tuesday, at a chapel in Muswell Hill, but Bill didn't need to feel he had to attend. Her tone, again not Welsh, but again imbued with Dowie's righteousness, which only just stopped short of telling him not to come, made Bill all the more determined that he should be there. Even that afternoon, unbidden images of Andrea had come into his mind, many from long ago, from the time when they'd first met. All right, the marriage hadn't worked out, but they'd been together nearly 4 decades. He was damned if he was going to forget her just like that, at the orders of some jumped-up little Welsh GP. It was early evening when Ginny finally got through. A couple of hours later in Croatia, they'd just finished the day's shooting. "I'm in rather a rush, Bill, going out for dinner. Don't worry, it won't take long. Andrea's dead." "Oh, darling." The word extended almost infinitely. Lung cancer, it was very quick towards the end. Oh, my God. Look, I just wanted you to know. Oh, thank you so much, Bill. I'm just devastated. Oh, but you poor darling, how are you feeling? The original answer was still true. I honestly don't know. Then he moved on quickly to what he really wanted to tell her. If Dowie's family wanted to squeeze him out of the funeral, let them. He'd have his revenge. If he turned up to the chapel with one of the country's most famous actresses, having maybe had a nice tete-a-tete lunch beforehand, well, that would show them. He wasn't just Andrea's reject. Bill Stratton was something of a celebrity, moving in the circles of even bigger celebrities. He told Ginny at the time of the funeral, "Oh, darling, I'd love to be able to make it. Surely for something like that, the schedule could be rearranged. I mean, you knew Andrea longer than I did." Yes, it's not that, Bill. In fact, we do have a break next week. I'm free Sunday to Thursday. Well, there you are. It fits in fine. The trouble is, I have made plans. Her voice dropped to its sultriest. Plans that I really can't change. The fact is, I don't know if you know Dickie Burns? I don't think I do. Well, he's been out here being a guest on a couple of episodes, playing a knight just back from the Crusades. Done a lovely job and been an absolute hoot on the set. Anyway, I don't know if you knew that Dickie and I had a thing yonks ago? No, I didn't. Well, it's sort of not exactly started up again, but she giggled with deliberate throaty ambiguity. No, we're just having a wonderful time, no commitments, and Dickie's had this wonderful romantic idea that we take advantage of the break in the shooting to have a few days on Crook. Where? Crook. It's the biggest Croatian island. Anyway, Dickie knows this wonderful little quaint, oldie-worldy hotel there, and God, we could both do with a break, and a romantic break? Just a break, darling. He didn't know whether he could believe her. The excitement in her voice was at odds with her words. So you won't be coming to the funeral? Darling, how can I, in the circumstances? You did know Andrea for over 40 years. I know, Bill, but I never liked her that much. You were always the reason why I stayed in touch. You were the one who mattered to me. Somehow Bill didn't find that news as comforting as he might have done before Dickie Burns' name had been mentioned. Sal was there at the chapel in Muswell Hill, and Carolyn. Even Trevor had turned up. Bill and Andrea had sometimes gone out as foursomes with him and the current wife. He seemed to feel the need to pay his respects anyway. The one person who wasn't there was Andrea. Not in the sense that she was dead, in the sense that no vestige of her body was actually in the chapel. There had been a cremation service in the morning, just for the immediate family. All that remained of Bill Stratton's ex-wife was now just smoke and indissoluble solids. He hadn't had his nice tete-a-tete lunch. Sal had rung, suggesting grabbing a quick bite before the funeral, if he felt like it. Trevor had offered to meet up for a couple of pints, if he felt like it. Even Carolyn, to Bill's considerable surprise, had rung and said that rather than walking into the chapel alone, she'd be happy to join up with him, if he felt like it. But Bill Stratton didn't feel like it. In the days before the funeral, images of Andrea in his mind became frequent and more confusing. He didn't know what he wanted except to be on his own. He wasn't looking forward to the ceremony, but he would be there and somehow get through it. It was something he knew he should do, but he didn't want the sympathy or banter of his friends. What he needed to do was to find out what Andrea's death had made him feel, and that was a task he had to deal with on his own. The funeral service began, and just as Andrea's physical presence had been edited out of the chapel, so had her life before she came together with Dowie Roberts been edited out of her history. Bill was slightly drunk, not out of control, but headachy. Ever the good timekeeper, he had arrived at a nearby pub at 1:30. He hadn't wanted to put his bladder at risk during the service by taking in a lot of fluid, so he had drunk scotch. He had also ordered fish and chips. But when it arrived, a slab of grey matter encased in something that looked and tasted like the cardboard centre of a toilet roll, he had ceased to feel hungry. So all he had inside him was 3 double scotches. Having lurked as long as possible in the small park opposite the chapel, Bill had been one of the last to enter. He had seen Sal arrive, and Carolyn and Trevor, but again rejected the easy option of joining any one of them. As a result, he was installed at the end of a pew in the back row, ready for a quick getaway if his nerve failed. But his late entrance and obscure seat did not prevent Bill Stratton from being observed by the congregation. A few necks craned round before the service actually began. 1 or 2 of the faces he recognised from their days of whinging about the NHS around the Putney kitchen table. He couldn't hear the whispered comments that were being passed round, but he reckoned they were along the lines of, "That's the first husband, the man who done her wrong." Bill had only ever seen his ex-wife inside a church at their own wedding, and the subsequent weddings of friends, but the unctuous minister conducting the service spoke of her as a member of our congregation here in Muswell Hill, and a very dear friend to many of us present today. Perhaps he said that at every funeral, whether he'd known the victim or not, but he did seem to be familiar with Andrea and her life. Had marriage to Dowie brought her to God as well as vegetarianism? It was so long since Bill himself had been inside a church that he couldn't tell whether the service was a standard one or the ritual of some obscure denomination. He should have looked at the board outside. He thought he detected an air of Welshness, if only in the gusto with which the obscure hymns were being belted out. The language of the liturgy was clunkingly modern. At times he almost recognised long-forgotten quotes from the Book of Common Prayer, awkwardly rendered into lines devoid of rhythm and cadence. But it was the tributes, the eulogies, that really stuck in his gullet. First, Dowie's youngest child, a daughter, though not the one who had rung Bill, read an extract from one of Andrea's all-time favourite books, The Alchemist, A Fable About Following Your Dream by Paulo Coelho. Bill had never heard of it. He'd lived with Andrea for nearly 40 years, and she'd never mentioned the book. There certainly had never been a copy in any of their houses, so to call it one of her recent favourite books might have been just about acceptable. All-time favourite was, Bill reckoned, pushing at the boundaries of truth. Nor did he warm to the content of what was read, New Age mush to his mind. He'd never had any taste for allegory. Still, the reading had one positive effect. Now he had heard a sample, there was no danger he was ever going to read the rest of The Alchemist. The second interlude between the slabs of service was even worse. Dowie's older daughter and his son, the two who had spoken to Bill on the phone, sang and played guitar. They would do. And they'd written a song, specially for this occasion, not to dwell on the sadness of Andrea's death, but to celebrate the joy of her life. The entire congregation, with one significant exception, seemed deeply touched by this gesture, and waited with rapt attention for the music to begin. Bill found the song frankly insulting, particularly the verse that went, "She was our new mother, more or less, and our father's loving wife, though sadly she only found happiness in the last 3 years of her life." Not only were the lyrics offensive, but the music was dreadful, in the way that only modern Christian music can be, sort of Cliff Richard out of Peter, Paul and Mary. If he'd thought the song was bad, worse was to follow, in the form of Memories of Andrea, from Glyn, a family friend. Glyn started by saying that Dowie had wanted to do this part of the service, but he didn't trust himself to get through it without blubbing. The congregation let out a communal sigh of concern for the grieving widower. "What about me?" Bill demanded silently. "I'm a grieving widower too. Yes, I know this is the second time Dowie's been through it, and I am very sorry for the repellent prig, but I shall get a look in. I loved Andrea too." This was the first time since their split-up that he had shaped that thought, and it shocked him. But there was a sobering truth in it. And numbly, in pain, he listened to the address. The woman Glynn described bore no relation to the Andrea he had known. Her compassion, her caring nature, the way she had embraced Welsh culture, her selfless love for Dowie and his children, Bill recognised none of it. As in the song, though, Glynn, too, had a sideways knock at the ex-husband. "And what makes her death all the sadder," he concluded, "is that Andrea had so recently found her true self, had so recently found the happiness and fulfilment she so richly deserved, essentially loyal, but locked for many years into a marriage that cramped her magnificent style. It was only once she and Dowie became a team that Andrea could finally express the beauty of her personality. We will all miss her dreadfully." Bill Stratton now knew what it felt like to be one of Stalin's former henchmen, airbrushed out of history. Another unfamiliar hymn was belted out with Welsh brio. More awkwardly phrased prayers were said. Then the minister encouraged everyone to go back to the Roberts family home for a drink and a chance to talk about the wonderful woman we have so sadly lost today, but who has gone on to a greater happiness than our mere mortal imaginations can envisage. Suddenly, the organ was playing get-out music. Sod any convention that the grieving family leaves the church first. Bill Stratton's only desire was to be out of the place before he had to see anyone. He took immediate advantage of his well-chosen seat and made for the door. He was through the churchyard and out of the gate before he heard the clatter of high heels behind him and a voice calling his name. He recognised Carolyn and turned to face her. "Wondered if you fancied a drink," she said as she lit up a much-needed cigarette. "If you think I'm going back to join the coziness of the family home, then you—" "No, I wasn't thinking that. Meant a pub." "Well, thank you, but I don't think I can." She was piqued. "Please yourself. I mean, it's not that I just—" He looked up with horror to see Dowie, his children, and the minister emerging from the chapel doors, and he said something that seemed to encapsulate his whole life at that moment. "I don't know what to do." "Take up smoking." Carolyn, her annoyance gone, took the cigarette she had just lit out of her mouth and pressed it into his. "But I don't smoke." "You do now." Conscious of the slight greasiness of her lipstick on the filtered tip, Bill drew in the warm, acrid taste. It was obscurely comforting. There was more compassion than he had ever seen in Carolyn's blue eyes, as she lit up another cigarette for herself and said, "So, do you want to go and have a drink or something?" He did. "I do," but at the same time he didn't. The congregation was spilling out of the church round the grieving Robertses. He had to go. "But no. Thank you, but I need to be alone at the moment." "Okay." Carolyn watched him as, puffing determinedly on his cigarette, he walked off down the road towards the tube station. Chapter 20. And by way of contrast, a potholer who was rescued from a cave after 8 days said he survived, rather appropriately, on a diet of pot noodles. His late ex-wife had condemned Bill Stratton as shallow. But even shallow people have depths, and during the weeks after Andrea's funeral, he plumbed those depths. He was probably not spiritually equipped to have a dark night of the soul in the full St. John of the Cross version, but his soul did go through a distinctly greyish period. Bill thought about his whole life and how he'd spent it, and he wasn't over-impressed with himself. As well as shallow, he felt hollow. He even disparaged the personal anguish that he felt. He was suffering, but a more sensitive person would be suffering more. Dowie Roberts, he felt certain, was achieving a much more noble and admirable depth of suffering. The trouble, Bill Stratton now realised, was that he had always kept his emotions at a distance. As a newsreader, he had been a conduit for disasters which had left him personally untouched and unmoved. He had looked suitably grave as he announced bomb outrages, famines, earthquakes, and the deaths of international icons. But the very act of speaking them out loud had somehow inured him to their impact. It wasn't only in his professional career that he had been a conduit. As an after-dinner speaker, he was a conduit for old by way of contrast lines, and at times he suspected that he was no more than a conduit for his personal emotions too. They went straight through him. They didn't touch the sides. Andrea's death had shaken him to his foundations, but in his slough of self-hatred, he didn't feel his grieving was adequate. All he felt was a constant, dull unhappiness. He went through the motions of life. He delivered by way of contrast lines in after-dinner speeches on automatic pilot. But whatever opportunities presented themselves, he felt no urge to make contact with any women. That was the part of his life that Andrea's death had made him feel worst about. While he'd felt no guilt at all during his flurry of pick-ups and sexual encounters, every one of them now felt like a cavalier betrayal of Andrea, or of something. In retrospect, he was appalled by his callow chat-up routines borrowed from the BWOC archive, by the love-making itself, by the smug hypocrisy of his conscience-salving interflora gifts, with their cocky little cards of thanks. What had become of the real Bill Stratton during that time? What had he been doing, for God's sake? Was there a real Bill Stratton? He was determined that that was the end, so far as women were concerned. He wasn't to be trusted with them. All he was capable of was bringing them unhappiness. He had never felt lower. Sal, no doubt, would have told him after a reading of Referred Pain, How We Take It Out on Those We Love, or something similar, that the reason he felt so bad was because he had never allowed himself time to grieve for his divorce, that now he was not just mourning Andrea's death, he was mourning the death of their marriage, too. Sal might also, after reading something like Blanket Coverage, How We Cozy Up for Comfort in Relationships, have pointed out to him that Andrea had been his sheet anchor. Because he hadn't grown away from her emotionally, he had not had a problem with passionless promiscuity. For the same reason, he had preferred anonymous one-night stands to encounters in which his feelings were in danger of being engaged. But Sal didn't have the opportunity to tell Bill any of that, because he didn't see her. During those weeks, he didn't see anyone he didn't have to. Sadly, one of the people he did have to see was the senior Australian cotton bud at the cosmetic dental clinic. She had conceded that, if he had some major structural work on the bomb site at the back of his mouth, she would be willing to put porcelain veneers on his teeth at the front. The work would take a lot of visits, and the cost would be astronomical. Bill didn't exactly decide to go along with her proposal. He was in too diminished a state to make decisions, but the effort of saying no seemed even more stressful than agreeing. So he found himself caught up in a long process of measuring and drilling and chipping and grinding, and being told what a pity it was he hadn't looked after his teeth. All with the purpose of undoing the ravages of time, except that the work wasn't really undoing them, it was hiding them. Veneers. He was all too aware of their symbolism in relation to his life. Bill Stratton felt really old now, felt every one of his 60-odd years. He was on the final lap. There was not a lot more to look forward to. Even though he had embarked on a hideously expensive course of cosmetic dentistry, in other ways he let himself go. The visits to the gym stopped completely. Shaving was reduced to 2 or 3 times a week, and he started drinking more than he had before. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Hangovers made him ache all over in the mornings, reinforcing the sensation that his body was literally crumbling around him. The booze made him pee a lot too, prompting thoughts that he might have prostate cancer. This produced no panic. Part of him almost welcomed the idea, and he drank more to speed the process of self-destruction. More than once he was almost too drunk to do an after-dinner speaking gig. Only the relentless familiarity of the material kept him going. He knew that his words were slurring. Something new for the organisers to snigger at in their post-mortems with Sal. When she rang him and left messages, he had the phone permanently in answering machine mode these days. He didn't return her calls. She could email him the basic information about bookings and venues. He didn't go to the BWOC office either, and didn't call back on the 2 occasions when Carolyn made contact. He didn't even respond to Ginny when she called, and he certainly didn't ring Trevor back. Drinking in the annex with a fellow depressive was far too cushy a solution. Bill Stratton wanted to indulge his misery on his own. He became obsessed by how old he was, and the British press's fascination about putting everyone's age after their name fed his obsession. Everything worth achieving, he could see from his newspapers, was being achieved by people younger than him, and the rare over-60s who did anything worthwhile only brought home to Bill his own comparative inadequacy. He found himself trying to assess the age of everyone he saw, and he had another very ugly moment on the tube. He was travelling back to Pimlico after a lunchtime speaking engagement. He'd had too much to drink, but just about got away with it. He'd even felt quite bouncy and on top of things at the lunch. But the minute he was on his own on the tube, depression descended like a safety curtain in a theatre. Fancy being the oldest man on the tube, he mused. And then he thought, no, I don't fancy being the oldest man on the tube. He looked around the compartment. There was a baldish man slightly to his left, but baldness happens to people in their early 20s. The man was trying to dress younger than his age, but what was that age? Difficult to judge, but regretfully Bill had to concede that it was probably under 50. With increasing paranoia, he took another scan around the compartment. It didn't look good. He was stuck in a metal cylinder with a lot of people, all of whom were younger than he was. Come on, please, his mind screamed. Please, someone older than me. Get on at the next stop. I don't care who it is. Any old dosser will do, so long as he's older than me, so long as I'm not left as the oldest man in the tube. His face, imperfectly reflected in the window opposite, now looked like a skull.
End of CD 5. CD 6.
One of the advantages of being shallow is that plumbing your depths doesn't take as long as it would with someone less shallow. And after some 6 weeks of misery and doubt, Bill Stratton did start to feel better. The restoration of his self-esteem did not happen overnight. The process was slow, but once started, his improvement accelerated. The first thing he did was to cut down his drinking. That was not as hard as it would have been for a more addictive personality. At the centre of Bill Stratton, there had always been a core of self that hated losing control, and he recognised that his recent alcoholic excesses had arisen more from maudlin wallowing in self-abasement than from chemical compulsion. Then he resumed his visits to the gym. At first the workouts were very hard, but gradually the regimen felt easier. He was basically in pretty good condition for a man in his early 60s. Slowly he emerged from the pall that Andrea's death had cast over him. Soon, he thought, he would get in touch with people again. Women, even. He would no longer be looking for sex or even love, but he could get back to having friendships with women. Yes, that was the answer. Soon he'd get back to being himself. Bill Stratton. Even enjoying being himself. He had no illusions about the qualities of his personality, but he knew he wasn't quite as bad as he had thought himself over the previous 6 weeks. One tragic death, you see, is not enough to break a lifetime's habits of triviality. After Andrea died, Bill Stratton was not transformed. He did not see the light and immediately leave for Africa to do good works, but, to give him his due, he did set up a £10 a month standing order to cancer research. Chapter 21. And by way of contrast, a Gosport man who crawled home after a heavy session in the pub only realised the following morning that he'd left his wheelchair there. "Kingsley Amis," said Trevor. "Kingsley Amis reckoned women were mad. It's in one of his later books. Can't remember which one. Well, it's in most of his later books, probably, and a lot of the early ones. He reckoned they actually have a medical condition that makes them incapable of reasonable thought.
He always was a bit of a misogynist. Oh, yes, I agree, Bill, he was. But, you know, the more dealings I have with women, the more I reckon he may have had a point. But I thought you didn't have any dealings with women nowadays. Not voluntarily, no. But it's amazing how they still manage to infiltrate my life. The ex-wives, them and the daughters too, they just will not allow me any peace. God, I thought life would be simpler when I got to my age. Well, you didn't exactly go out of your way to make it simpler, did you? How do you mean? Trevor sounded aggrieved. All the marriages, all the girlfriends? Ah, yes, but I know why that was now. Oh? I've got an addictive personality. Right. Had Trevor taken a leaf out of Sal's book and started reading self-help manuals? Yes. You see, if I start something, I go on with it, even if all the evidence shows it's not doing me any good. Bill pointed to Trevor's pint. That's certainly true. I wasn't talking about the booze. I'm talking about women. You're going to have to explain that. Look, the situation is, I'm actually allergic to women. Allergic? Yes, they don't do me any good. I actually have a physical reaction when I'm with them. Well, so do all of us if we get lucky. Bill, will you please not trivialise this? That was rich coming from Trevor. An addictive personality is drawn to things that do them harm. I should never have messed with women at all. Your ex-wives would agree with you there. But I had no control. My addictive personality kept dragging me towards them, even though a part of me knew I wasn't doing myself any good. The impulse was stronger than I was, you see. He spread his hands wide in a gesture of innocence. So, I can't be blamed for anything that happened. It wasn't my fault. As a justification for Trevor's behaviour, or that of any other man, that took some beating. But Bill, being a man, couldn't help being a little bit attracted to the theory. Where did you come across this idea? It was in the Daily Mail, Trevor replied piously, so it must be true. So you reckon if you'd never got involved with any women at all, your life would have been better? Obviously. I would have been much more successful in my career, I would have made a lot more money and kept a lot more of what I did make. No, it's women who ruined everything for me. At this bleak conclusion, Trevor took a deeply satisfied swig. So, from now on, you're just going to concentrate on that, your new addiction? It's not new, I always drank. Yes, but in the old days you used occasionally to do something other than drink. And now I don't have to. Trevor smiled complacently. Not all bad, is it? So didn't the Daily Mail reckon that your drinking was also a reflection of your obsessive personality? Oh, yes, probably, but it does me much more good. He looked fondly at his glass. I mean, I've always got much more logic out of a pint than I ever have out of a woman. Anyway, let's raise our glasses, Bill. To what? To you having seen the light as well. Which light are you referring to? The light that spells out in big neon letters, "Women don't do you no good." Ah, well, come on, that's what you said. I said that I wasn't intending to have any more emotional relationships with women. Exactly. As I say, you have seen the light. Now you can be properly enrolled as the second full-time member of the Annex Misogynist Club. What would that involve? Bill asked cautiously. Just doing more of what we do now. Meeting up here for as many drinks as we feel like, and stopping every now and then to raise our glasses to the lucky escape we have had from the perfidy of womankind. Bill saw exactly what Trevor had in mind, and the idea was not without appeal. Two old codgers, tucked in the corner of a bar, complicit in their masculinity, safely sealed away from the emotional storms of intergender relationships. Such a life could get boring at times, but alcohol can be quite as effective as procrastination in the role of thief of time. The Annex would make a very effective fortress against the real world. And for Trevor,
How attractive that scenario would be. No more lonely drinking, an ever-present friend to share his moans, to stir the depths of his depressions, and to join in his castigations of the gender that had caused so much devastation in his life. Yes, Bill could see the attraction, but it did have one big drawback. At some level, very deep down, even now, Bill did like women. When he staggered back to Pimlico, at the end of a very long session with Trevor, there was a message from Virginia Fairbrother. The series had come to an end. She was hanging up her wimple and would shortly be back in London. Chapter 22. And by way of contrast, scientists testing the theory that the best place to hide is nearest the light have concluded that it doesn't work for moths. The restaurant this time wasn't trendy, just an Italian in Pimlico that Bill used fairly regularly. There was no likelihood of seeing anyone famous there. He hadn't even thought it posh enough as a venue to take Lee to. But Ginny had said she wanted something really simple. After months of eating en masse with all the Sister Saga cast and crew, she craved quiet. Even her costume was more subdued, a well-cut but anonymous black trouser suit, a silver-grey scarf. She didn't want to make an entrance. She didn't want to be Virginia Fairbrother, the famous actress. She just wanted to have a quiet meal with an old friend. Bill knew that he wasn't looking his best. Though he had started back on his gym routine, he hadn't yet lost all the weight he'd accumulated during the post-funeral slump. His teeth also looked odd. The grinding process had been done, but the proper porcelain veneers had yet to be attached. As a result, his teeth were wearing temporary plastic covers, of which he felt very self-conscious. He mentioned the way he looked before Ginny had a chance to. Get that over with. "Oh, don't worry," she said huskily. "I look dreadful too." From where Bill was sitting, this was patently untrue. She looked absolutely gorgeous. "Quite honestly, I'm still wiped out by all that filming. They're cutting so many corners in television these days that the schedule's ridiculous. We were often doing 12- and 14-hour days, and still, of course, no proper rehearsal time. But you had the odd break. Very few. You went to Crook." "Oh, yes, managed to fit that in." "With Dickie Burns." Though he had given up all thoughts of relationships with women, Bill could still feel jealousy. "So how was it?" "Not marvellous. Rained most of the time." "Still, it must have been nice for you to be with Dickie." Ginny's mobile face produced a grimace which gave Bill enormous encouragement. "He's a bit of a bore, to be quite honest, and he's not dealing with age as well as you and I are." "Oh? Bit of the old mutton dressed as lamb syndrome, poor Dickie. Because he always was the matinee idol type, he thinks he's still got this fatal attraction for women. But I'm afraid whatever he used to have in the way of looks has gone, as have other of his women-attracting qualities." "But what do you mean?" "Even Viagra doesn't do it for him." While this was, in one way, encouraging news, it also necessitated the uncomfortable question, how did Ginny know? So Bill asked it. "Oh, purely anecdotal. She was such a good actress, it was impossible for him to know whether or not she was lying. But I think it's true. One of the make-up girls told me he'd come on to her. And presumably he came on to you too?" "God, no. I thought you were having a romantic break on Crook." "Just a break in filming. No romance involved. But I thought you and Dickie had had a fling at one time." "At one time? Yes." "And you didn't just pick up where you had left off when you were on Crook?" "God, no, darling. How many times do I have to tell you?" Again, Bill wanted to believe her, but couldn't be sure. He remembered how giggly she'd sounded when telling him why she couldn't attend Andrea's funeral. "I've got very few rules in my love life," she went on. "One is no sex without the possibility of love. The other is never go back. A relationship that ended in tears once is, however hard you work to resuscitate it, always going to end in tears.
So you and Dickie didn't. I spent my time with Dickie on Crook, inside dreary little bars, listening to the rain pelting down, and him going on and on about how old he felt. Ah, you sounded almost relieved there, Bill. Well, when I rang to tell you about Andrea's death, you were just about to go off to Crook, and... well, for one thing, I was disappointed that you wouldn't be able to come to the funeral, and, well, he hesitated for a moment, then went for it. You made it sound as if you and Dickie were going off to, well, to rekindle your love affair. Me? And Dickie? She let out a throaty laugh at the incongruity of the pairing. Then she stopped, and turning the full beam of her hazel eyes on Bill, said, "Mind you, I'm touched that you cared." "Well, why not say it?" "I did." Their eyes locked, and the contact was only broken when the waiter came to take their order. He knew Bill as a regular, and there was much coy laughing and senior straightening. Ginny said she hadn't the strength to make even the feeblest decision, and asked Bill to order for her. He suggested what he was going to have, his usual Parma ham and melon, followed by spaghetti carbonara. Ginny said that sounded divine. When the waiter had gone, she reached her long, thin hand across the table and placed it on top of Bill's. "I'm sorry about the funeral. What I said about the trip to Crook was true, but nothing had been booked at that stage. Dickie had suggested our going there, and I saw it as a potential escape route. I don't know, I didn't think I could face everyone at the funeral. I thought I'd give it a miss. Very wise decision. I wish I'd done the same. So, don't tell me if you don't want to, but how was it?" Bill found he did want to tell her. He hadn't discussed the funeral with anyone, and without realizing had bottled up a lot of resentment on the subject. So he gave Ginny a blow-by-blow account from the moment he had entered the chapel to the disapprobation of most of the congregation. As he developed his narrative, he found the experience not only cathartic, but also profoundly funny. The absence of any trace of Andrea, the po-facedness of the mourners, the priggishness of the Roberts family, everything suddenly seemed hilarious. Bill knew he was exaggerating the awfulness, but rewarded by the tears of laughter trickling down Ginny's cheeks, could not help himself from embroidering the story even more. When he quoted the lyrics of the song specially composed by Dowie's children, she became incapacitated with laughter. "Signor Stratton, I thought you'd do your funny talking after dinner, not before," said the approaching waiter. "Sometimes both," Bill managed to say through his giggles. He realized that only the arrival of the starters has caused Ginny to remove her hand from his. Otherwise, it had been there right through his funeral routine. He smiled across at her. He felt hugely relieved at having got all that off his chest, at having vented his spleen. Yes, he was being unfair to Dowie and his children, ridiculing their very genuine grief, but what the hell? It made him feel better. "So, how have you reacted since the funeral?" asked Ginny, in a softer voice. "Pretty bad, really. I've been very low." He was surprised to find himself making the admission. It was not the kind of thing he had ever said to her before, but at the moment it felt right. "I'm not surprised, because whatever your feelings for Andrea have been since you split up, for a very long time you were in love with her." He shrugged. "Well, I thought I was." "You were?" "Yep. I thought I'd been part of a happy marriage until Andrea told me how wrong I was. I think she made your life pretty tough." "Oh, I don't know." Why was he being so diffident? Was he conscious of the old taboo about speaking ill of the dead? "I saw you together a lot, Bill, and I thought Andrea gave you a rough ride." "I don't think that's fair." What strange instinct was it that found him defending the woman who had rejected him? "It may not be fair, but it's true. You have an exceptionally kind, gentle nature, and Andrea took advantage of that." "Oh, I'm not sure. Take my word for it. I'm right." He couldn't think what to say.
After what he'd been thinking about himself for the previous 2 weeks, to be told he had an exceptionally kind, gentle nature came as something of a shock. You see, Bill, I never really liked Andrea. I know you said that. If you didn't like her, then why on earth did you stay in touch with us for so long? It wasn't the us I wanted to stay in touch with, Bill. It was you. Again, Ginny's words removed his capacity for speech. He could only gape at her, plastic tooth covers on display. She reached forward once again to his hand. This time she did not place hers on top. She held his in a soft but firm grasp. You mean a lot to me, Bill. You have always meant a lot to me. He did manage to croak out, You mean a lot to me too, Ginny. And I think we ought to get together. You and me. There's no one else at the table, Bill. No, but, Ginny, I'm sorry, I'm not being very articulate. She shook his hand gently. You don't have to be. But you... I always thought you were out of my league. Out of your league? What on earth does that mean? You're an internationally famous actress, and I'm just an nonentity, an ex-newsreader who hasn't had much success at... Bill, stop it. Don't put yourself down. All right, I've had a modicum of fame, but surely you've read enough in the tabloids to know that fame doesn't bring happiness. It takes you away from people, it puts a barrier between you and the rest of the world. It doesn't have any effect on who you love. She had used the word. Bill could not believe the way the evening was turning out. I've always loved you, Ginny, he said shyly, and I've always loved you. The rest of the meal flashed by. Bill knew what he was eating, because his order was always the same, but he tasted nothing. He and Ginny were talking too much to be aware of food. They talked about their childhoods, their families, subjects that had never come up during their brittle three-way conversations with Andrea, or even their more recent formal restaurant meetings. No time seemed to have passed when Bill became aware that they were the only people left in the place, and the waiter, looking significantly at his watch, smiled rather less benignly on Senior Stratton than he had earlier in the evening. Outside the restaurant, Bill and Ginny joined together in a long kiss. Not hard, just gentle, teasing, exploratory. Not bad for someone with plastic veneers on, she said as they drew apart. Bill felt suddenly clumsy, gauche, the adolescent on a date. I don't know if you fancy, he'd never before invited a woman back, but my flat's just round the corner. We could... Ginny placed one finger gently on his lips. Not tonight. No. Obviously he could not hide the disappointment in his face, because she went on for purely practical reasons, the main one being that I'm still totally knackered, and I've got a 6 o'clock make-up call for a shoot tomorrow morning, a commercial for a new honey and ginseng health drink, would you believe? She smiled her famous smile. I want our first time to be special, don't you, Bill? Yes, he breathed. How's Saturday for you? Good. Come to my flat. 7-ish. I'll do dinner for you, amongst other things. All right? He grinned. And do you know what will have happened by then? Surprise me. I'll have my proper veneers in. Excellent. We'll give them an appropriate christening on Saturday. They found her a cab. Another lingering kiss, full of adolescent anticipation, and she was gone. Bill Stratton returned to his flat in a state of ecstasy. Unbelievable though it might seem, he was on a promise with Virginia Fairbrother. Chapter 23. And by way of contrast, a woman in Gateshead, who was having difficulty selling her house, offered a night of love as an inducement to potential purchasers. The house is still on the market. The day after his were fitted, Bill Stratton had lunch at the Turkish place with Sal to compare veneers. She was impressed and told him not to worry about the expense. He'd soon pay it off because the cosmetic transformation would lead to a lot more work in front of camera. She was still very pleased with her own veneers, but Bill noticed seemed set to discolour them as quickly as the originals they covered. She was smoking more than ever, even insisting on what she termed an intercourse cigarette between their Metzes and their mains. "I thought you were giving up." "Yes, I was, Bill, but I've just read this book called Deadly Sins. 6 out of 7 can't be bad. Its premise is that to avoid all 7 is impossible, so choose one you really don't want to give up, stay with that and stop doing the others." Sloth, gluttony, lust, envy. I don't recall smoking being one of the deadly sins. No, the writers redefined them for the 21st century. Oh, yes. What have they come up with? Booze, smoking, doing drugs, screwing around, racial intolerance, road rage and obesity. And you're only allowed to do one? Yes. As you may have noticed, I chose smoking. So that means you've given up screwing around? Chance to be a fine thing. I haven't given up voluntarily. She cocked a thoughtful brown eye at Bill. Funny we've never done that, isn't it? What? Screwed around, shagged each other. Apparently she reckoned he still looked uncomprehending. Been to bed together. Yes, I did actually know what you meant. Well, it is quite odd, isn't it? We've known each other a long time. Sal, there are lots of people I've known for a long time who I haven't been to bed with, and I'm sure there are plenty like that in your life, too. She didn't sound so convinced that there were. Well, do you think we should try it one day? If she had asked him that on any other occasion since the end of his marriage, except during his period of virtual mourning for Andrea, he'd have leapt at the chance. He always had found Sal attractive, and he couldn't forget the feeling of her body against his when he had told her that he loved her. Yes, on any other occasion he would have been urgently discussing the logistics of love, where and how soon. On any other occasion, he thought with only a trace of wistfulness, as he treated her suggestion as if she had been joking. But on this occasion, he wasn't interested. He was on a promise with Virginia Fairbrother. Thoughts of her filled his waking hours, which were extensive because he didn't sleep a lot on the nights running up to the promised Saturday. Him and Ginny. Everything just seemed so logical. They had been meant for each other from way back. He still remembered the slight pang of lust when Andrea had first introduced him to her friend, that quickly suppressed, disappointed feeling that he hadn't got the pretty one. And over the years, yes, he and Ginny really had got on. The two of them had had so much more in common, exchanging showbiz gossip, than they'd ever had with the conversations of Andrea and her NHS coven. And to think Virginia Fairbrother had actually been holding a candle for him all that time. As soon as she told him that, he realised how big a candle he had also been holding for her, and they'd spent so many years hiding their lights under their individual bushels. God, they had a lot of time to make up. There had been many occasions during his marriage when Bill and Ginny had been alone together, but the thought had never occurred to him to make any advance towards her. Partly he was faithful to Andrea, but also, well, he wasn't in Ginny's league. And besides, their relationship worked, just friends. That way nothing could stop them going on seeing each other forever. Nothing was broken, and nothing needed fixing. Now he couldn't believe that he hadn't seen the logic of their being together earlier. Virginia Fairbrother, though. Imagine turning up to a film premiere or a book launch with her on his arm and letting the press know that they were an item. Bill Stratton had always been diffident about the press's interest in him. He didn't really think what he did was worthy of their attention. But, as the partner of Virginia Fairbrother... He was busy during that week, but the time still didn't go as quickly as it should have done. His final gluing session with the Australian cotton bud took quite a while. He had a couple of after-dinner speaking bookings, which once again he did on automatic pilot, though this time for reasons of excited preoccupation rather than alcoholic despair. And on the Friday he paid his first visit to the BWOC office since Andrea's funeral. As he went through the door, the mix of Caroline's cigarette smoke and perfume was as safe and welcoming as ever. She looked up from her computer, for once surprised by his arrival. No reference to the big boss. "Are you okay?" she asked. Fine. Wouldn't anyone be fine if they knew they were going to be making love to Virginia Fairbrother the following day? It's just, you seemed so upset at the funeral and you haven't returned my calls, and I was worried about you. Bless your little heart, thought Bill. I've never heard you sound less cynical. That's very kind of you, Carolyn, to think of me. Yes, I was very down for a few weeks. Did you keep smoking? No, I didn't. Drank a bit too much, but no ciggies. Though I would still like to thank you for the one you gave me after the funeral. It was precisely what I needed at the time. My pleasure. But you're feeling better now, are you? I am actually, for reasons that I can't possibly tell you, feeling on top of the world. But all he said was, yes, I was very down for a few weeks. But then I thought, hell, life goes on. Doesn't it bloody just? Said Carolyn, instantly resuming her customary tough exterior. Anyway, reason I'm here, I did a couple of after-dinner gigs this week, and, you know, I've been doing the same lines for so long that I'm sick to death of them. I thought maybe I'd interpolate some new ones. Whereas bold, changing a winning formula. I'm feeling bold at the moment. Good for you, Bill. Her blue eyes gazed quizzically at his. What's gone into you, then? She could never resist the obvious innuendo. Or should I ask what you've been getting into? Oh, if only you knew. But he gave her some reply about having got over the shock of the funeral and feeling more positive by the minute. Then he asked if she had had any good by way of contrast lines in recently. A few? She shuffled through the papers on her desk. Bill was once again aware of the luxurious curves of her back. Carolyn really was a very attractive woman. He felt very warm towards her. Part of him wanted to reach out and touch her. He might even have suggested their going out for a drink, if he hadn't been on a promise with Virginia Fairbrother. I quite like this. She proffered a sheet of paper. Bill took it and read. A giantess in a Ukrainian circus married the company midget, but then divorced him because he didn't come up to her expectations. Very good. Funny, a lot of the recent ones read more like made-up jokes than genuine news stories. Still, it just goes to show that truth is stranger than fiction, and various other such platitudes. He passed the paper back. Could you print me out a list of, I don't know, say 20 of the new ones you think are up to standard and email them to me? Then next time I'm doing a gig and think of a new one, I'll try slipping it in. Yes, I've heard that about you. It took him a moment to recognise the double entendre. God, I do set them up for you, don't I? Should have learned not to do it by now, because we've known each other. How long is it? You tell me, said Carolyn, with an enigmatic, almost insolent smile. Virginia Fairbrother had a house in Docklands, backing onto the Thames. In her 50s, she had benefited from one of those recurrent phases when Hollywood fell in love with British character actors. She'd had a lot of supporting roles in some very bad films and a couple of half-decent ones. Those had paid for the house. Bill had been there before a few times. The housewarming party had taken place while he was still unsuspectingly married to Andrea, and they had gawped at the gallery of showbiz stars who had graced the occasion. He had thought they both had a really good time, but in the taxi back to Putney, Andrea had gone on about all the people there being false and artificial and not engaging with the real world. But he had never before approached Ginny's house, feeling as he did that Saturday night. As ever, punctual to the point of being early, he had asked the cab to drop him a couple of streets away, and dawdled towards the front door, reckoning 7:10 would be about right for her 7-ish. Not so late as to appear casually uncaring, nor so early as to look puppyishly eager, though that was how he felt. He rang the doorbell, new veneers gleaming, heart pounding with a fizzing cocktail of emotions. There was excitement close to ecstasy and almost unbearable lust, both swept along on an undercurrent of anxiety. The last time he had made love to a woman, or to be more accurate, the last time he had failed to make love to a woman, had been that final night with Lee. When she opened the door, Ginny took his breath away. She had always looked wonderful, but never like this. Her skin, still tanned from Croatia, glowed through a simple full-length dress in the finest white linen with a vaguely Arabic cut. The auburn hair, which had grown a little since the filming ended, was skillfully spiked, half Peter Pan, half street urchin, and her jewellery that night was silver, light filigree necklace and bracelets, dangling earrings as insubstantial as spiders' webs. A musky, smoky perfume enveloped Bill as she leant forward to kiss him, and led him into the candle-lit Aladdin's cave behind her. Music billowed around them, Mozart almost definitely, a clarinet concerto perhaps. Their kiss had been formal, almost perfunctory, as if they both knew there was no hurry. The ending of the evening was preordained, there was no urgency. They could luxuriate in heady anticipation. She had champagne opened and on ice. They drank easily, not to excess, and the liquor worked its age-old relaxing magic. The food she produced was perfect, very light. Little phyllo pastry pies of cheese and spinach, tiny courgette fritters, and dips of spicy vegetables prepared them for the beautifully glazed cold salmon with delicately buttered new potatoes and subtly piquant salad that followed. Whether Ginny had assembled this feast herself or bought it in, Bill did not know, nor did he care. They didn't move on to another wine. They continued to drink champagne. And they talked, again without pressure inconsequentially, subjects constantly varying, as they do between two people who care for each other and have been friends for a long time. Bill had been worried about the transition from dining room to bedroom, but he need not have done. He was in the hands of an expert stage manager. As soon as he had refused her offer of coffee, Ginny disappeared into the kitchen and returned moments later with a newly opened bottle of champagne. Elegantly scooping up their 2 glasses as she passed, she announced easily, "I think it's time we went upstairs." She pointed out a guest bathroom to him, but Bill didn't need it. "Come through to the bedroom, then. I'll just use my bathroom." "And what do I do the while?" She grinned at him. "You could do worse than take all your clothes off and get into bed." The bedroom had not been neglected by the punctilious stage management. The walls were rich terracotta, lit by the tremor of many candles. White muslin flowed down from a central point over the big white bed, which faced large windows shielding a balcony that looked out over the Thames. An almost silent procession of Saturday night pleasure boats animated the view. From the largest, a brightly lit party vessel, the sound of a distant jazz band filtered through into Virginia Fairbrother's Eyrie. The air was redolent of musk and rose petals. Bill Stratton sat on a chair and removed his shoes. Then, as instructed, he took off his clothes. He folded them neatly on the chair and slipped under the duvet. He went to the right, the side he had always occupied during his marriage to Andrea. The pile of books on the left-hand table suggested he had made the right decision. A propitious omen, he hoped. As he lay there, breathing in the scent of Ginny's sheets, he still had difficulty in believing the journey he had travelled since Andrea's death. The door from the bathroom opened softly, and she came towards him. She was not yet naked, but wore a flimsy gown of oyster-grey silk, tied loosely at the waist, showing a long V of brown flesh above her waist, and yards of brown leg below. "Bill, I'm glad to see you've made yourself at home." She slipped easily into the left-hand side of the bed. Their eyes engaged. Then, gently, almost ceremoniously, they kissed. "Well, this has been a long time coming," murmured Ginny. "Better late than never," murmured Bill. He reached a hand to run along the ridge of her shoulder. It was hard, almost unyielding. His hand slipped down her back over the silk, to rest on the curve of her bottom. That too felt hard, toned almost to the rigidity of plastic. Her thin hands played down his sides, teasing, touching ever downward. His body responded, but he felt nothing. There was a numbness, an awkwardness. Their bodies seemed incongruously the wrong shape, never designed to lock together like a metal puzzle out of a Christmas cracker, where all should be softness and melting, all was edges and dryness. Neither one of them voiced the thought, but they both knew it wasn't working. Bill wasn't impotent, but his erection felt like what the word suggested, a mechanical, hydraulic piece of apparatus. A level of penetration was achieved. He even had a kind of orgasm, though Ginny's claimed to have done the same, brilliant actress though she was, didn't fool either of them. The experience was unlike anything Bill Stratton had previously encountered. It felt about as natural as a stick insect trying to make love to not even another stick insect, but a stick. Basically, it was bad sex. He and Ginny had never been designed to be more than good friends. After about an hour of purposeless grinding, they both started an elaborate sequence of yawns. Goodness, Ginny didn't realize how tired she still was after the filming in Croatia. Goodness, Bill was still pretty wiped out from the couple of after-dinner speaking engagements he'd done that week. Well, they'd both got to an age when they needed their sleep, and they wouldn't sleep so well with an unfamiliar partner, and Ginny did not demur when Bill said maybe he'd better be on his way. He put his clothes back on as quickly as he could, filling the silence by passing platitudinous comments about the shipping on the Thames. He was desperate to leave now, desperate to be in a cab on his way back to Pimlico. Ginny was equally desperate for him to go. But of course, neither of them put their desperation into words. Instead, they both agreed it had been wonderful. They both agreed that they should do it again, soon. And they both knew that they never would. Chapter 24. And by way of contrast, a man in Lewis announced he had given up sex because he found Morris dancing more exciting. A strange thing happened last night. Oh, said Caroline. What? I did an after-dinner speaking gig, and a guy came up afterwards and said he had heard most of my by way of contrast lines before. So? He had a long memory. He had heard them while you were still being a newsreader. No, couldn't be that, because most of the lines I used last night were recent ones. You know, I said I was going to get some new stuff into the routine. Oh, yes? Caroline took a long draw on her cigarette, almost as if she was trying to prevent herself from laughing. But it couldn't be that, Bill reasoned. There was nothing in his current situation to laugh at. Anyway, I got quite cross with this bloke. He was treating me as if I was just some second-rate stand-up comic recycling old material. You are recycling old material. Yes, I know I am, but the material I am recycling is not just old jokes. They are all genuine news stories. I mean, what I do does have some journalistic integrity. Journalistic integrity? That sounds a bit pompous coming from you, Bill. I know it does, but this guy really got me riled. I nearly lost my temper with him. Oh, dear. That's unlike you. Has something happened recently in your life to shorten your famously long fuse? As so often with Caroline, there was an ambiguous impudence in her look, both aware and innocent of the potential innuendo. No, Bill replied grumpily. Though almost a week had passed since his encounter with Ginny, he still felt raw and embarrassed, but he wasn't going to let on about that to Caroline. He looked across at her, and now there was no doubt. Something was really amusing her. She was having great difficulty in suppressing her giggles. What is it? She sighed regretfully. Oh, I suppose I've got to come clean. About what? The whole BWOC thing. Yes? The by way of contrast lines have always been of dubious origin. How do you mean? A lot of them are almost urban myths, the kind of stories that get passed around in pubs. All right, I'll buy that, and therein lies a lot of their appeal. Yes, she sighed again. The telling wasn't proving quite as easy as she had thought. Look, you know Jason has done a lot of work for BWOC. Of course. Without him, we wouldn't have the website. He's set up our whole computer system. Actually, Bill, he's done rather more than that. He stared at her, uncomprehending. Do I have to spell it out? I rather think you do. All right. Carolyn took a long, fortifying pull from her cigarette. Bill, you know Jason's setting himself up as a stand-up and comedy writer? Yes, you told me. Since he's been doing that, he's also been employed by BWOC. I know that. We pay him a retainer to maintain the computer systems. No, he's also been employed by BWOC as a writer. A comedy writer. Finally, the penny dropped. You mean that all the recent by way of contrast lines haven't been culled from international news agencies? They've all been invented by Jason? Ruefully, Carolyn nodded her blonde head. I'm sorry, he needed the work, and for the first time since Bill had met her, she looked abashed. I suppose I'd better resign, hadn't I? There was a long silence, while Bill worked out his reactions to the news. Part of him was angry about having been duped, but another part of him relished the warm atmosphere of the BWOC office with Carolyn inside it. The prospect of someone else taking over the role was a bleak one. I don't think you need to do that, he said eventually. What? There was genuine relief in her voice, even the glistening of a tear in her eye. All you have to do, Bill grinned broadly, is what? Tell your son to write better jokes. Oh, but Bill, what about your journalistic integrity? Oh, sod that. I knew you'd come round eventually, said Trevor. Come round to what? The end of sex. I wouldn't say I've done that. Listen, from what you've told me, and granted you haven't given me a great deal of detail, but you implied a lot, you have recently had a disappointment in the bedroom department. Well, don't deny it. I think it's put you off women. Maybe temporarily. There's no temporarily at our stage in life, Bill. Use it or lose it, like old squash players who leave the game for a couple of years and then try and come back to it. That's when they get the coronaries. No, you could well have given up sex for good, old son. Bill thought about what Trevor had said. Yes, it was entirely possible that his excruciating fumbling with Ginny had been the last time he would ever make love. The experience had rather put him off the whole idea. Had it been the last time, though? And if it had, surely such a rite of passage deserved some kind of recognition. What is an appropriate celebration, he wondered, for the last time in your life that you make love? Tricky, actually, because only people who take religious vows or approach radical surgery actually know with certainty which the last time is. For the rest of us, we always wish that we'll get lucky just one more time, and hopefully a good few more. There's a kind of Micawberism in sex. We always hope that something will turn up. And one day, finally, something won't turn up, and we'll know that the shutter, always imagined to be 10 years away in the mists of the future, has finally come down. And what will we have to look forward to then? Bill Stratton shook such gloomy thoughts out of his head and picked up their beer glasses. We need a couple more of these, and when we've got them, we'll drink a toast. What to? You had the words for it, Trevor. The end of sex.
See, I told you you'd come round to the idea.
And as Bill crossed to the Annex's gloomy bar, he felt comforted. Trevor was right. It would be a monumental relief never to think about women or sex again. I don't see that it matters at all. But, Sal, I am kind of passing them off as genuine news stories, so who cares about that? You won't be the first after-dinner speaker to have used a scriptwriter. Read the back of Private Eye. You'll be amazed the number of people offering to customise speeches for special occasions. No, I suppose it's all right. I just sort of feel that I'm selling myself under false pretences. We all do that. There are whole industries which do nothing else, public relations for one. I suppose so. Sal's anxious navy blue eyes sought his. Does it really worry you, Bill? He chuckled. No, I can't really say it does. I've always been full of shit. I'm just now full of more shit than I realised. He ate a mouthful of his Iskender kebab and swilled it down with a glass of the old Yakut before saying, You know, I think you were right, Sal. I'm right so much of the time you're going to have to narrow it down. You told me that I was angry after the breakup with Andrea, and I denied it. But her death has made me realise just how right you were. I won't say I told you so. You don't have to, I know. I thought the bad treatment I got from Andrea justified my bad behaviour to other women. She had hurt me, so I took it out on them. I remember you said that's what I was doing. You had read it in some book called Anger Men at Work, I think it was. No, it was actually in Throttling the Individual, an analysis of marriage. Whatever. And the point is reinforced in a new book I've just read called You Are What You Hate. You should read it someday. I can't see that day ever coming. It's a pity you don't read stuff like that, Bill. Why? Because you have such a poor understanding of your own personality. My personality isn't that interesting. Don't you believe it? Everyone's personality is interesting. Maybe. So, anyway, you don't think I should stop doing the after-dinner speaking? Good heavens, no. Why on earth do you ask that? Well, because I now know that the by way of contrast lines are all made up. It makes me feel kind of trivial and shallow. Bill, your triviality and shallowness are what make you attractive. Ah. Well, all right. Had Sal actually ever said before that he was attractive? He couldn't remember. I heard, incidentally, she said, rather more serious now, that you've been seen around more with Virginia Fairbrother. He blushed, as if Sal had actually witnessed the bedroom scene in Docklands. Yes, she's always been a good friend of mine. No more than that? You're not an item? Good God, no. Was it fanciful to think that Sal had seemed relieved by his answer? So you're not currently an item with anyone? No. I think I've probably already caused enough destruction in the world of relationships. I'm giving up women. Really? Yes. Oh. And what does that deflated little O mean? Just that, for you to give up women, Bill, well, it's been an awful waste. Chapter 25. And by way of contrast, after an open-air Shakespeare production was rained off at the interval, a party of schoolchildren went home convinced that Romeo and Juliet had a happy ending. It is to be hoped that no one goes to their grave without having had at least one experience of perfect sex. Perfect sex cannot be measured by any external values or criteria. It concerns only the two people involved. Some authorities maintain that more than two people can be involved in perfect sex, but the general view is that while extra partners may add to the physical sensation, they are unlikely to achieve the mental harmony that can exist between two participants. Nor are there any rules for what constitutes perfect sex. There is no manual available listing the required positions, no phrase book spelling out the required words. Perfect sex is instinctive. It is a happy coincidence of two complementary instincts, which will only be recognized by those who have been fortunate enough to experience it. And perfect sex is almost always recognized on a first encounter. The sex on that first encounter may not be perfect. How often is sex on a first encounter perfect? But it holds the potential for perfection. Of course, perfect sex has nothing to do with what the participants look like. Most members of the human race are, viewed objectively, pretty ugly. But that doesn't mean that nobody's going to love them. And an ongoing love, which is the best sort, though not achieved by everyone, is surely not going to be put off by the odd wrinkle, stretch mark, or blue spider's web of veins. Skin's still skin, and nothing will ever replace the warm feel of it. And in perfect sex, skin recognizes skin. The excitement of the new is mixed with a feeling of ancient, atavistic familiarity. Two bodies cease to be awkward assemblages of limbs and imperfections. Their responses join forces with the mutual and sole aim of bestowing pleasure. The minds meld too. Inhibitions, prohibitions, anxieties, vanities, suspicions, and jealousies melt away in the sheer glee of two bodies. Perfect sex is very simple. Nothing has ever felt so natural, and it holds at bay the fear of death. During perfect sex, the participants are going to live forever. Time stops, as it stopped for Bill and Carolyn the first time they made love. Chapter 26. And by way of contrast, a catwalk model in Nigeria has successfully sued a tabloid newspaper for describing her as thin. Nothing could have been more casual. Even though the whole premise of BWOC and Bill's tenuous claim to journalistic integrity had been blown out of the water, he has seen no reason to close the office down. There was still demand for by way of contrast lines as newspaper fillers from all over the world, and the fact that they were mostly spurious inventions by Jason didn't seem to matter. All jokes undergo metamorphosis when they are disseminated. The me, to whom a funny thing happened, is never the comedian telling the joke. He's heard it from someone else, who heard it from someone else, who... and so on, down an endless corridor of reflecting and distorting mirrors. Even the jokes that start from true stories get embroidered and customized in the telling. The phrasing can always be improved, the word order adjusted to get the payoff at the end. After all that treatment, who really cares whether the story started off as real life, or was the fabrication of a skilled scriptwriter? Bill Stratton certainly didn't. The other reason he was unwilling to close down the BWOC operation was that the business gave him a legitimate reason to keep seeing Carolyn. Except for an awareness of her obvious sexuality, he wouldn't have said that he particularly fancied her. Her wonderful, voluptuous curves seemed perhaps too rich, a Black Forest gatto of a body. But he enjoyed sharing the cocoon of her presence, that shelter of Radio 2, cigarette smoke, sweet tea and biscuits. He had dropped into the BWOC office one morning some 3 months after the Virginia Fairbrother debacle. He and Ginny had talked on the phone the day after, and agreed they were both looking forward to the next time they met. Neither mentioned the sex, and in spite of occasional short calls, their diaries hadn't yet found mutual windows to arrange another dinner at another newly opened restaurant. But of course, as they kept saying, they would soon. The morning he went to see Carolyn, Bill Stratton was feeling his age. in spite of its gleaming veneers, the face that had looked out of the shaving mirror that morning was the face of his father on his deathbed. Life was ticking on. Sal kept the PAs and after-dinner speaking bookings coming in, but there was a sameness to everything Bill did. Soon he would have to decide whether his remaining years would spiral slowly downwards, doing more or less the same, or whether he still had in him the potential for one more change or adventure. He really was in the Penultimate Chance Saloon. Maybe it was this feeling of doom that made him behave differently that morning. After the usual combative banter with Carolyn, realizing it was about time he should be on his way, and seeing the day stretching endlessly ahead of him, he had said, before he had time to think about what he was saying, "Do you fancy slipping out for a bit of lunch?" Not one of his repertoire of posh restaurants, just a grubby pub round the corner. They ate steak and Guinness pie. He drank pints of bitter. Carolyn ordered something the very idea of which repelled him. Bailey's Irish cream. Bailey's and steak and Guinness pie. But that's what she wanted, and that's what he ordered for her. If asked afterwards, Bill couldn't have said exactly what they talked about over that smoky lunch. Certainly nothing to do with BWOC, and he certainly didn't try to entertain her with any by way of contrast lines. Of all the women in the world, Carolyn was never going to be seduced by those. She already knew every one of them. So Bill's enduring conversational defence was totally dismantled. He had to talk about himself. All he could remember of their conversation was that it felt entirely natural. And neither could remember which one of them had suggested going back to his flat. But that too had felt entirely natural. Chapter 27. And by way of contrast, a Manchester travel company are advertising September discounts on their Greek villas, all complete with swimming pool and a car thrown in. They were on loungers beside the pool, frying slowly in the Greek sun. The bar was only a few metres away, but the effort of going to get a cool beer was insuperable. Never mind, the waiter would do his rounds in a moment. Bill knew he should really put on some more suntan lotion, but that again seemed too much like hard work. The block of the hotel towered above them. Soon they'd drift into the taverna area for lunch. That night they'd booked for a Greek evening in the restaurant, audience participation, dancing, smashing plates, the lot. The hotel was a complete tourist trap, and Bill Stratton loved it. He loved Carolyn, too. The body beside his was perhaps too bulky to wear a bikini, but who actually cared? He loved every contour of it. Andrea had always said that Carolyn had an obvious sexuality. But what the hell was wrong with the obvious? They'd been together nearly 6 months, though precisely who had made the first move was confused in their memories. They were both ecstatic that it had happened. At first, Bill had escorted her to restaurants and then back to bed in Pimlico, but Carolyn wanted more than that. Confining the scenes of his encounters to restaurants and bedrooms, making choices from one menu or the other, had always kept Bill at a distance from the women he was with. Carolyn wanted a relationship that encroached into other rooms. Champagne was all very well, but daily life was sustained by cups of tea. Carolyn craved a degree of domesticity, and Bill was unable to refuse her anything she wanted. After 2 months, she had moved into the Pimlico flat. When they got back from their fortnight on Corfu, they would actively start looking for somewhere bigger. Till then, they would enjoy the sun, and the idleness and the love-making. Bill still kept asking himself how he could have known Carolyn for so long and not realized how stunning she would be in bed. She enjoyed their intimacy at least as much as he did. The previous night, she had promised they would go on making love like this until the Zimmer frames get in the way too much. And the night before that, when too many postprandial Greek brandies had taken their toll on his performance, she had said, "Just have a cuddle. It'll come back." Never had impotence felt so intimate. Now he was with Carolyn, Bill Stratton had reached a kind of maturity at the end of his second adolescence. He was happier than he had ever dared expect he might be. There were a few clouds on his horizon, but only small ones. Having seen Andrea's diminished state in hospital, he worried about Carolyn's smoking, but she had maintained the habit since her early teens and showed no signs of giving up. If he ever raised the subject, he got a strong response about it being her life and up to her what she did with it. So now he never raised the subject. But the anxiety remained. He was also aware of his own age, more aches and twinges every day when he got up, his white hair thinning, and the knowledge that he'd be lucky to have 20 more years. But there was a peaceful inevitability about it. Bill Stratton smiled a lot, flashing his crooked smile of veneered teeth. The lives of worthy heroes have worthy resolutions, but less admirable men can also make journeys towards self-knowledge. Though they're lesser journeys, they still count, and Bill Stratton had made such a journey. And what had he learnt from it? Well, one thing, something that a man with more sense of his own importance might have dignified with the title Bill Stratton's Law of Relationships. Very simple, really. If the sex doesn't work, get out. The idea that bad sex will eventually transmute into good sex is, like that other recurrent belief in gender negotiations, that a woman can change a man, entirely fallacious. He leant across in his lounger towards Carolyn. Her eyes, which had been closed, sensed his scrutiny and opened, their familiar blueness deeper from reflection of the Greek sky. "I just wanted to say," Bill murmured, "that I've never felt closer to another human being." "It's mutual," her husky, cigarette-roughened voice replied. "I want us to be together forever." "Mutual, too." He felt an urge to say more, a recurrent urge which always wanted to say the same thing. He was divorced, and as if to reinforce his lack of commitments, his ex-wife was dead. Carolyn, he had soon established, was long divorced from Jason's father. They were two grown-ups without ties, who wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. There was a strong logic about what he should say next, and he knew he had in his power the ability to make Carolyn very happy. He leant across and kissed her soft, responsive lips. Bill Stratton had witnessed enough mushy films to know what was expected of him at this point. He felt the words once again forming on his lips. "Will you marry me?" That's what he should say. But then he stopped and thought. He thought of all the times through his life when he had done what he should. It was the should imperative that had made him marry Andrea and had kept him faithful to her for so long. A different should had fueled his burst of late-onset promiscuity, the feeling he was having all the women he should have had much earlier. And now that in Carolyn he'd got the one woman he wanted, and the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, he felt a surging sense of freedom. And as to the thought of marrying her, he felt a gleeful, childish, instinctive response. Why should I? That is the end of the Penultimate Chance Saloon. It was written and read by Simon Brett. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. Previous books from ISIS by this author include The Stabbing in the Stables, The Hanging in the Hotel, and The Witness at the Wedding. For further details of our extensive catalogue of audiobooks on cassette and CD, please call our free phone number 0800 731 5637.